begun to take its shape. And a new king must rise above. Team Vamos, their journey seems far through trials and scars, yet they believe they will rise above.
Hello! Good evening. Good evening na ba? Kasi 6 na. Ganun ba yun? Good evening! Start na ng knockout stage, guys. Laglagan na this.
They defeated the champions who once led
Ang first match ay
see how they
YG versus Pro Esports.
team spirit.
Yvonne, hello! Kuya Adrian, hello! O nga, umpisa na ng digmaan.
Crest to show where legends belong.
Umpisa na ng lag.
More than team
At umpisa na ng
forged through the fight.
code reveal.
Their nation proud for life.
Ano ba kayo? Nakaabang ba kayo ng code sa Black App?
Trophy slip
Kung di kayo nakaabang sa Black App,
now they
may ilalabas na code mamaya dyan sa live stream. Intayin nyo lang.
their road is tough with new challengers across the lands, but they'll face every battle and make their final stand. Aurora
Nakapag-introhan na ang YG and Pro Esports. Maya-maya mag-i-start na yan.
is Aurora
Maya-maya may code. Yun pala yan. Tatapusin lang daw ang dinner ni ate. Aga ba naman mag-dinner?
new hopes of their nation. Some fight for a glory that
Eat well, te. Sino ang magwawagi? Sino ang uuwing duhaan? Tama.
legacy.
Sino kaya? Kanino kayo vote? YG or Pro Esports?
And this legacy begins right now on stage.
Happy Merry Christmas! Hello, Moy!
Esports are getting started all over. Some in their opening stages, while at MLBB, MSC, we are
Kailan kaya yung code? Yun ang tanong. Kailan maglalabas ng code? Pero base sa schedule nila ay merong code. Sa schedule lang.
Yangon Galacticos, any team
Ito sa live stream meron daw. Pero sa Black App meron talaga. Kasi maubos na yung sa Black App.
People asking them, the country asking them, rise above, get
Extra.
the championship and an international that we weren't able to get in our second world championship. While for Pro, a region hungry for recognition to solidify themselves as some of the best in the world.
And it's the dynamic of those two storylines colliding, and also these two teams with
Nasanay
their
ka ganito oras
clear
dinner.
identities. Those play styles that'll be clashing again. Yangon Galacticos, a team that
Madalas
has
nga pala kay
also
Kel
led
at sa buong
rounds
fam
around
niya.
into the
Oo nga.
jungles, gone back to their ways in MSL Myanmar.
Condolence
What
mo
crazy
kayo.
picks await us here, right? I mean,
Kaya
Coach
ba,
Mars,
yung
Coach M God, the
namatay
way
yung
that they're
papa niya
able to
din.
dominate in MSL Myanmar wasn't just through playing the fundamentals, being clutch in the late game, but it was through these crazy picks that you would put on Blink, those Hellcat roams,
Yeah.
those crazy junglers, even Ying sometimes on the carries. Could they possibly pull it off
Digmaan
here
na,
against
kaya
Pro,
nga.
who are just trying to double down on the meta?
In our discussion about the metagame throughout the group stages, there's a C word that popped up. Not just crazy, but creativity. How creative can you get with the picks available in terms of where you're going to put them? Barrett's in the EXP, well, he can also be played in the jungle. Mathilda as the roam, nope, surprise, she can actually be played as a mid laner.
Pro Team Falcons
All
na.
of these
Ha?
are now leading to this point.
Nakaligo na
We've
ba ang
had
lahat?
2 days where teams, we've got to talk to them. They said, we've been training our butts off, just trying to break the code of this meta, trying to come up with our own way to play the game.
I'll throw out another
Yung unang
C-word,
match-up ng
calibration.
YG and Pro,
Because I think
nanalo
these
ang
teams
YG.
have seen what's worked, but they've also
Mauulit
seen
kaya
what hasn't
ang
worked
mangyari
against their
or
opponent. And now it's time to figure out how do we split the
makaka-revenge
difference
ang
in
Pro
terms of the stuff that
Esports.
we know is effective in this meta, but also the
Puro
stuff that
ano
we've
to
been
eh.
punished with.
Puro
when we
rematch
tried to
tong
go up
knockout.
against Yangon earlier
First
on.
round knockout.
These two teams have fought for certain
Draft start.
heroes. Uranus has been one of them, but YG on the other flip side has
Start
experimented
na start.
and never failed. They haven't lost yet. And I gotta say that in the draft, that is the one thing that I'm wary of coming into it, Mirko, because if you haven't lost, you're not gonna change much, and why would you?
Ooh, I agree. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
And for Yangon Galacticos, that's been, I think, their core identity throughout MSL Myanmar. Entire
Front
season, in the regular
mismo.
season, when we were seeing fighters up to now. And one of the doubts that I had for Young Galacticos is very similar to one that I had for TL, is that Han is such a good utility jungle that we might be seeing more of the utility jungles instead of it. Fanny and Ling ban. I think now we're going back to that. The Freya's left open though, so Young Galacticos will just build from there. They pick up the Freya. It's a good flex pick. They've also already taken out one of the counters for it, the Phoveus.
Yep.
So now it's open anywhere. Now Pro, they go for the straight up counter against the Freya. They pick it up.
Let's see if they do. Are they going to double down on the utilities? You still have the Nolan option for Assassin if ever, but then what happens if you pick the Nolan early, you show it up, and then suddenly you're going through a very aggressive Freya, you're up against utility. Things like Akai might still be available, but a Valentina as an option for these two would be great. And Pro continues now to actually look at the drafts of Yangon and taking away some comforts. They've taken away comforts from their roam and mid. The mid laner for Yangon has only played 2 heroes this tournament, Gord and Eudora.
Exactly. Massive pivot for Pro. We're talking about doubling down in the meta game. They might still do that with the Nolan Red 3, but before they do that, they steal away. They deny some of these big picks for Young Galacticos. Han, game 1, beat Pro with a Fredrin Gord. They take away the Guinevere, anticipating the Fredrin Red 3 from Pro with the Juicin in mid.
And the Cho is also a hero that they've won a game with. They're 1-0 on a Cho. And going back to what's worked, I mean, you come up with a game plan. This looked good for us. You take something away. I like this draft already.
As much as you want to try and escape from utilities and junglers in the meta, sometimes you can just take away a few and suddenly you're back to a few months ago. Guinevere, Baxia, welcome back to the utility junglers.
Only when Hirara, Fanny, and Ling are banned do we get to see these heroes, man. Again, just, you know, ban it out. I like what Young Galacticos are doing, especially for game number 1, right? They're trying to get the momentum. They want to stick to their comfort, so they just ban it out. And now we have to talk about later on. You see the glue bans coming down again. It really just seems like we're replaying the meta of Wildcard all over again.
And again, I feel like we have to somewhat thank Team Falcon's Mena for this, because they're the only team that banned out both Ling and Hirara blue side, and we saw how that led to their game. It led to going back to the utilities, going back to the tanks in the jungle. But you still have the new elements you have to take into consideration. Esmeralda, Mathilda especially would be a nightmare to deal with for that Gord. Seems like Pro and Yangon are both going to be front to back, with Yangon having more options to break the formation of Pro.
Exactly. I think it's for Pro a little bit more front to back. They really want to play around that Gord, and so I think the carry here will be a very, very good man on top of the Esmeralda. Phoveus, Esmeralda, both already counters to the Freya. The carry is just another cherry on top, just to give Freya a little bit more space in the goal if he does go there, or even in XP, right? Because you want to have a Purify here against this lineup. You don't want to go Vengeance against a Chogord Baxia on the Freya.
Oh,
but they banned the Sora.
They take away the Sora as an option. I believe that is... Oh yeah, that's one of the notes that I have here for Pro. Watch out for their Sora in the EXP lane. So they pick up the Moskov. Our hunch is right. It is very front to back for Pro. Yangon has enough options for dive, and they say, why not more? Let's pick up the Claude. And I think a very solid roamer with Vitalize might be good if you think about it.
It is Gatotable and your Gord. I don't know.
We'll see. We'll see here. Claude also a character that Yangon have won with and Pro Esports have lost with, so they don't actually really care too much that the Claude is there, but it is that dive that's going to pressure the Gord. How can they deal with this? Keep that front to back you were talking about, Mirko. What pick works well to help?
Carmilla!
Wow.
I mean, if we're talking punishing front to backs, punishing team comps that rely on sticking together, that's a pretty good pick.
Theoretically, just looking at everything on paper, I love what Yangon Galacticos have drafted here.
So much AoE as well.
So much AoE that Carmilla is going to give a lot of headaches for Pro if ever they cannot get good momentum to start with, because if things are even and Yangon can play a normal team fight to Pro Esports front to back, then Yangon will continuously tear through them.
And technically, we were talking about Blink already, right? Earlier on, how did they win, dominate MSL Myanmar? It was through Blink getting his picks, random picks, cheesy picks. It was the Hellcurt. It was more damage-oriented, but now we get to see a little bit more of whatever Carmilla is right now. She has a lot of damage, just putting it down there. Curse of Blood for the rest of the team. But now for Pro, it's... Ooh. just doubling down on early game snowball, trying to contest those neutral objectives, kind of dictating the pace of those early neutral objectives.
Early stun, maybe level 4 ult from Gord could get a pick. Pressure from Cho and Yu Zhang rounds it out. How do you feel about it, Rimmark?
Well, sorry, Felix loves the Yu Zhang, has been one of his best picks historically. Plus, Claude needs to watch out for that Petrify. A lot of execution, little things you gotta watch out for in the early to mid game, especially for Yangon, because that's their window. If they get to succeed in their window, they're gonna steamroll right through.
Well, they've got the draft, but again, I asked this question, will it be a rerun or a remake? Will we see the same result in YG push through? Will Pro Esports find the solution? The final pick, Yu Zhang. We'll see how much of an impact it has as we get this set underway. It's going to be Naisu on the cast alongside Leo. Welcome back, buddy.
And here we go. We waited a couple days leading into the knockouts, and now it's finally here. This is the best part of the tournament, and we get to see what adjustments have been made for our team. Starting off with Yangon Galacticos and Pro Esports. Leo, welcome back. We missed you, man. We're jumping into this one.
Mingalaba and homoy mao to all of the Cambodian and Burmese fans watching. This is a best of 5, and the action starts now. Neither side, I'd say, has clear mid-prio, because early on, you see a Carmilla, you think it's safe, and then you stay there maybe 2 seconds longer, and then she deals a lot of damage next thing you know.
You're just cursed. You know, that curse of blood, that ultimate that Carmilla has is what could make this so deadly. Again, fighting around what they have with this composition, even when you look at the emblems that they're running, there is a good fight potential for just Yangon Galacticos to play off Blink.
Gold lane, you see that both are just jockeying for position. Sanji and Kozin looking for that quick rotation out. Quick duel, both at less than half health right now. Sanji has the level up, BMI back.
This is such a odd thing too, and I know the panel shared the sentiments. Same thing. Hold on, bottom lane.
Ying rocking the Purify, dueling against 2, you were saying.
Okay. To go back to where the meta was just a little bit ago, maybe that is the solution. Just ban out those assassin junglers that have been being picked up so much throughout the course of MSC. You know, the Ling, the Rara, the Fanny now. And I'm wondering if that'll be the case, just because, again, it's the nature of the best of 5. You've got some variations you can go through, especially Game 1 and Game 2, depending how this series goes. But, so what you can expect is a little bit of a slower paced game because of the nature of the junglers that are in play here. You know, the fact that it's Guinevere. Oh, hold on, Han?
Oh, sorry, I'm feeling coming in! Taking down Han! The retribution source, the jungler, out of the equation for Yangon early on. Turtle spawns.
Well, that's unfortunate. So this is just going to be a turtle over to Pro Esports. A really good setup. And this is why they were saying, you know, you got to watch out for that Petrify. Sorry, I'm Felix. This is one of his best heroes, this Yu Zhang, that he's been able to go ahead and showcase throughout so far.
Whoa!
Pressure.
PPP coming in, does not force the issue. They do get the Purify on Sanji. They pop that.
They pop that Purify, man. But again, you don't want to let this Yu Zhang scale up an advantage in the lane matchup alone, and that's why, oh, here's a setup.
Han finds the Requiem. Kaizen looking to take him down, gives the kill over to the jungler. Han finds his redemption. Now they pressure Coily. Coily will be able to secure the orange. Rolling away.
All right, he gets one back. That's fine, evens things out. Han, again, on this Guinevere, so important to go ahead and either lead that charge. You give space to your Claude for Sanji to farm up, get to where he needs to be, get that power spike on the trinity of items. But right now, this is the course. Play around Han, set up potential. Eventually, the beacon is there as well.
A minute prior to the second turtle, I think Yangon Galacticos have already undone the early damage Sword and Felix dealt. We're back to 50-50. This is neutral. And it's a matter of how fast Ying can make it to that gold lane, and now they find Sa. That soft little gore, the choke down on the Coily, holding on to that Puissance, does not get pressured to press it down, holding it for the 30-second turtle coming up.
Too unfortunate. You can't really flicker, you know, in time, I guess, with Sa there on the gore, just because of how quick that setup with the spatial migration happens. So Yangon Galacticos doing a really good job just finding these little moments across the map. You can see, though, how quickly they're actually rotating across the map, and that's why now, if you're Pro Esports, having this Cho in the hands of PP here, he's got to be able to go ahead and land that kick, land that setup, you know, and then capitalize on it. Skypiercer's picked up for Sa now, too, on this court, so if he's able to get stacks, he's a big threat with that Mr. Gush.
Pro Esports not going to take this line down despite the early pickoff. Yangon Galacticos up by a significant 500 gold. Jockeying for position. PPP getting pressured by Kaize. Purifies all off of cooldown on Yangon. Ying and Blink just pressuring the turtle.
Okay, he wants to get his orange quick. Coily's going to be here in time. He's going to roll on through. Ding.
And the Puissance is in. It's good. Blink with the revitalized. Han with the retribution to secure the turtle. Down goes Sorian Felix. PPP follows through. Coily finds Han. Felix falls in. And they're not done. They want Coily. And they'll get him. And they eventually will get the kill on Sanji. This Claude is farming up. Good.
2 kills already after the second turtle. Looking for Sa.
Another choke down. One more. Ying gets it.
Man, talk about a switch. Yangon Galacticos just decides to go in high drive, takes the turtle, takes some kills. Now they will capitalize on a tier 1 in mid. Oh, they're not stopping here.
PPP, one more. Kaize gets it. Who has the Sky Piercer? Coily jumps in, finds Kaize. Kaize will still not take this line down. He keeps on going. Han from the flank. Joseph, who has the Sky Piercer?
After this replay, we got to take a look at the items here. But this one, again, great team fighting. You know, this is what we're talking about. The threat, that AoE threat of this lineup, that is there for Yangon Galacticos. Is so deadly. And you wouldn't expect the Klon to be able to go ahead and get this much, you know, value out of that this early on. But a double kill helps Sanji scale up even more at this point. So, you know, fighting into that is something that's going to be difficult, especially for a Cho. You can take a look at the items here real quick. We'll see exactly who has the Sky Piercer. Wow. Okay, so it's just Sa.
Yeah, no, Yangon Galacticos are playing it close to the chest. Despite almost being 3,000 gold up, they decide to be conservative and say, nope, we're going to spread the goods.
Yeah, this is... maybe it's the case where we see Kaize pick it up later, as we've seen with Jushin's before. Eventually, maybe second, third item. He's already got the glowing wand. He'll be going... So he's just going to go to the Clock of Destiny next, I would assume. But again, these variations of the build, especially for the Jushin, has changed depending on the game, depending on the composition, and that's what they're going to play it. So right now, Pro Esports...
Oh! Sanji here, purifies, blazing duet on the Kozin, life stealing away from the small wave, but you can see that he hasn't invested in that just yet, just building the golden staff.
Just getting the golden staff, had to pop the purify. He's not going to have that for this turtle, nor will he have the ultimate. We'll see if Pro Esports wants to go ahead and try to capitalize on that, maybe get the turtle. They're in range for this Coily. Win for the rest of the team to get here. PP just off the corner.
Gets that kick, displaces him. Ying with the Valkyrie's Descent. Turtle still with the Retribution range. Revitalized. It's Coily who threads the needle. Han falls to Sorian Felix, but Ying still finishes the job. Finds Coily. A trade 2 for 1. Can he get Felix right now? Ying is on a warpath.
Oh, this is a problem, you know, when you're trying to disengage, get away. Yes, you got the turtle, but you can't get away from the fight, you know, and that's what happens with this. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Sanji's not pressing that.
He's not pressing that.
Just a mile away.
Has the Moscow voice line changed?
No. But he has hit the SODs, significantly so for the past 7 minutes. It's just, you know, the one time he pressed it, they still lost.
That's true, that's true. Oh, no, he's actually going to be in trouble now.
Uh-oh.
Goesn?
Okay, he finds a dash to the other side. PPP looking for a punish. Massive Requiem finds Goesn regardless. And now they might find PPP too. Another one goes over to Yangon. A snare set by the Burmese.
This is what I was talking about, Leo. Like when you're trying to get away from the fight, when you're trying to disengage, it's that much more difficult because you have that ability to be dragged back to the opposing team because of the Jushin. And then on top of it, you got Han just having a heyday, jumping in. I mean, this is a composition that can just cut off all your angles because you got a Freya, you got a Guinevere. There's, you know, I feel like even for Blink, it's been kind of low-key what he's been able to do with the Carmilla, but it's all part of the plan.
It's a mobile box. Essentially what we've been missing throughout the first week of MSC. The fact that we thought we could win with the Eves, with the more, you know, immobile heroes like Eudora.
Yeah.
What Yangon Galacticos has through Coach Marvs and MGod is they made a mobile box, Joseph. Wherever Blink is where that box is.
And it's a circle.
Yeah.
It's a circle, you know?
It's a tetrahedron.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, that seems to be working so well with a mobile lineup like this. Now this Lord's coming up here. Pro Esports has really struggled, aside from Coily, again, being on this Moksha. We've seen it before, you know, the little drive-bys, but Trying to get this retribution. Okay, he's not going to get thrown up in the air with that spatial migration. Right now, Yangon Galacticos has advantage around this Lord. You've got a push down bot from Kozin. Massive fight.
Valkyrie's descent, Ying versus 3. Make that 2. SOD thrown out. Han secures it. Will Kozin press it? He's already here. Amongst the fight. Into the back line. Sanji puts him in half health. Finds one. Make it another. Double kill for this Claude. And that's enough to keep Pro Esports Abe Yangon with 2 kills and a Lord.
Man, I can't believe that also Ying was just able to buy so much time on this Freya. You know, when he goes Valkyrie form, that's enough to go ahead and keep a lot of the members of Pro Esports at bay. And then it was a great time to just allow the Claude to come in. Sanji, again, 4-0-3, just having a massive game. This is a much more early than what we're used to for Claude's kind of popping off already, having this many kills, but you can already see it. The follow through off of the setup is what's working so well. Now Lord will charge into this mid turret.
EWC finds a kick, serves up 1, but it's not going to be enough as the Lord crashes into the base. Kozin throwing these spears out. Koyi in trouble with the puissance. The damage reduction ain't enough. It's a 1-for-1. Hung up right beneath them is their turret fall, and bottom lane shield goes down too. This is defensive Black Dragon form.
Okay, they can use it. Swinging around. Sario and Felix trying to help here.
Felix survives but gets choked back and slammed. 3 have fallen to try and defend.
They'll take this last turret here. Kozin's still up, Pete. Jumping in with that concealed. Just wants to get them off of this. They don't want this game to end just yet. Can they hold this base defense? They've got a wave down bot.
Another Valkyrie's descent. PPP not strong enough to hold out. And there's a Gush trying to kick him out. And there's a massive kick. Sanji wants to end it right here, right now. 1 small minion followed by a wave. Yangon Galacticos. An emphatic win.
YG game 1. Grabe, 11 minutes
Quick
lang.
victory here
11 minutes
for
game.
Yangon Galacticos. Just barely reaching that 11-minute mark. It just feel like they switched the switch to go, man. They went on go very quickly in this one, and it felt like Pro Esports struggled to find a way to play against that mobile box or that mobile circle.
You know, Marbs, good morning. Ikaw coach ng YG, oh. Marbs kasi yung pangalan. Tinaglit to 11 minutes.
Double kill early on allows the
Parang
Claw to
palo
scale
yung
much
YG.
faster. But it wasn't even just that. It was just the great team fighting that was on showcase here from Yangon Galacticos in game 1.
He was triple waving
Yep.
and then winning objectives. They lost more turtles than they took, but when you look at the map, it's turrets for turtles. Which one you would rather have?
Oh, yeah. And this is interesting too, just because, you know, first, I guess debut pick for Carmilla, you kind of wonder, what did she do? Well, Blink is that guy. He's that roamer to be able to go ahead and pull out some of these hero picks that are unique. And it's very unique to Yangon Galacticos because I know it's mentioned too, he does play a roam.
Yung preparation ng team namin ay ganito.
And you see this work so well.
Reveal mo nga yung ano.
Look across the board. A lot of these members of Yangon Galacticos
Strategy
didn't even
nyo.
die. And that's just how well protected and team fighting centric they were to allow this to happen in such a quick manner here. So again, a very quick game 1. Even with this different, bringing out some utility junglers here, it all worked out. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the studio to break down our game.
Ayaw pa bawiin ng YG ang Pro Esports.
Yangon Galacticos super early on and super convincingly. We talked about
Ohio,
the undying, the
hello.
immovable object. 4 members from Yangon Galacticos did not die in game 1. The only exception, the person getting a bunch of kills, Han, as well, got some deaths, but I think they'll take that trade. 11-minute game, Renmar and Mirko, guys, that was dominant.
Yeah, we had to say we told you so, but we told you so. It's exactly as we saw
Buti
it.
nakapag-cast na si
In the
Leon.
draft, Kaizen and Sanji now has their 4th game where they're deathless, and
Na-aksidente kasi yan, nabali yung
with their lineup just was too
Ikaw
deadly
kung
to deal with
kaliwa.
for Pro.
Anong braso or kanang braso? Nasa
Even
braso.
if Pro Esports, were able to execute it properly, the Carmilla was
Ayan,
already a good enough
buti
answer
na
to deal
lang.
with it. And again, it just comes down to the drafts. I think for YG, they were prepared
Podcast
for
na ulit
everything.
siya.
They were prepared for the Gorge steal, the Cho steal as well. They picked up the Guinevere, denied
Yes,
the Fredrin, and
I'm
without the Fredrin,
streaming
the Baksha
Blue
Gorge
Up
looked
and
like a
Red
very
Up.
awkward solution to the problem.
Yeah, it just didn't
Subscribe
feel right. It felt like
to
I wasn't
my
watching Pro.
channel,
You could tell
guys.
that they're missing a little
Game na
bit of that
done
tempo setting
is my
aggression. They
YT
are
channel.
playing as if they can set the tempo and can dive and be aggressive, leaving Sa behind often on that gourd.
People were saying it wasn't, I mean, backstage.
Kuya
just for the
Adrian,
gourd and
look,
the choke,
English.
that wasn't enough.
Nope, definitely not. No, I mean, you needed some
Sa
more
Black Up
fronts, that can
namimigay ng
actually
code.
CC a bonus after the
Yes,
box. You're more of a
merong
tempo-oriented
code
character
sa
instead
Black
of the
Up
Fredrin that
kung
was a
early
fuel pack.
kayo.
So as a
Pinost ko
box
yun
shot,
eh. Hindi
you
ko
go
alam
in,
kung
you try to
nakita
get
niyo yung
mid
post
early as well.
nung
They did get
nakaraan
the
pa.
prio, but on a gourd, it's just not something you can
Kailangan
really
early kayo sa live
utilize
stream sa
too
Black
in
Up
mid, because you're
kasi
breaking your own
30
line technically
minutes
by moving
watch
past.
yan eh.
Yings, oh
Pag
man, on the Freya. I
naubusan
think
kayo ng
whoever got
code,
the Freya at
wala
the end of
na.
the day would've
Kahit
just had an
matapos
amazing
di
time, because
30
again, the
minutes,
Freya was
wala nang
first pick.
code.
We were saying Pro needs to get something to deal
Nakakuha
with the
na nga
Freya.
ako eh. Yun pala yan. Nakakuha na nga ako eh, kaya nakakuha na kayo.
For Pro, they're gonna really have to find out how to deal with this. They cannot play the utility game against Yango Galacticos. They're not a good team when it comes to utility. They're a very chaotic team that relies on mechanics to actually win out the early game. So
Winslet,
if you give Yango
hello.
a utility matchup, it's just a big stompy stomp, brother.
Yeah,
Dito,
Ying was just left unchecked.
meron
And
daw.
you can tell that with
Based
hearkening
sa
to a
schedule ng Diamond Drop. Wala, naglag yung live. Lagi na lang naglalag. Ba't ganun? Wala na
style
akong
that was
ginagawa.
from just
eh.
a few months ago, few weeks ago. It seemed like Pro was completely out of their comfort. It seems like for a moment that they forgot how to deal with a lineup like this.
Yeah.
Again, leaving their gourd, leaving Ying unchecked. It really just seems like they were shocked to go back to a previous playstyle.
And it's so good because it worked out so well in the end, right? Out of all the utility picks that were nerfed, one of the only ones that was left completely untouched in the patch was the Guinevere. We saw the nerfs onto the Baksha, the Akai, and the Fredrin, and they got themselves a Guinevere to deny the Fredrin, which worked so well and forced the Baksha pick.
Yeah, it was nice to see the way that so many of those things.
My
comboed as
YT
well. You had the
name
Zuxian who
is
could
Game
pick
na
up
da.
off the ultimate and allow Guinevere
Yeah,
to get the ult
same.
off. You also had the Freya as she
same.
collapsed onto her ult to be able to get quick knockup. So they had a lot of synergy
Basha
there.
at Michael
As we were talking again, just
Iladan.
watching this.
Uy, may
PDA
ipa
saying
na
this just
ng
looked
points
too
pa din sa
easy, and I think
YT.
that,
Wala
again, needs to
namang
be where Pro Esports
nagtsatsaga.
have to apply a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, just
Di ko na kasi ina-announce, parang wala nang gusto mag-ipon ng points lang. Madalang kasi ako mag-live sa YT, di ba? Tuwing may tournament na.
Mirko, what do you got for us?
I got a draft, you know? I got a lot to talk about in the drafts, honestly, because I feel like it was completely
Ate Clang,
won by
hello.
Yango Galacticos in
Ate
this draft.
Clang!
Hyper nito.
So, I mean, you got this
Hyper.
right now. Hold on.
Hari ko, hari ko.
There you go. All right. So, firstly, we got to talk about the first two bans, right? I
So,
think
what
for me,
went
it's
wrong,
just,
Pro
brother,
Esports?
when
Hello,
you know your
what
comfort
went
is
wrong?
purely on utility, or not purely, but
Explain
you are
ni
more
Mirko,
comfortable on
guys.
utility, force it out. It's completely fine to actually force it out. You ban the Fanny, you ban the Ling, but it's also, I gotta say, the
Hyper nga yung katabi ko. Sinino ko Marbs, so may 6k points na. Buti gumagana pa yung points.
They wanted to have like a deny pick over with a gourd.
Parang nagulat yung gumagana.
Hindi kasi minsan pag di ako nagla-live, nag-off yung points. Dito lang ulit ako nag-live sa White. Ako may 10k points na ako. Bibili na ako ng ano, collector's key. Hindi yung nagsasalita. Ako tsaka si Mirko. Sino pa? Yung katabi ko ba? Papa ko, ano, war freak.
Locks you in to a front to back, complete front to back. Nothing you can do about it, right? Because you have to play for your gourd, you have to play for your cho and use that mid
Tapos
prio.
ako kumain si ate.
With the
Ano
Fredrin
wala
number
mate?
one, you wouldn't even be able to
Good
utilize that mid
evening,
prio too much
Yuji.
unless you control
Ano
neutral
daw sabi ni
objectives.
Mirko,
And that's why
sorry
the
kayo.
Guinevere was just so good here. This forced the Baksha pick. This forced the composition to go derail away from the main win conditions straight up. Because on the Baksha, you want to go fast, but with the gourd, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, Yango Galacticos, they made sure that this matchup that Pro didn't really capitalize on Red 3 by not picking the Esmeralda, not picking up a winning lane against the Freya, got completely punished later on. Because then they were completely set on again
Good lang
playing
inaantay
the front
mo.
to back. If they picked carry instead of the Moskov, it would have actually been worse.
Dapat sa Black
because
Up ka
of this
tumambay
Carmilla pick.
kanina.
This Carmilla pick is just so
Paubos
good against
na yung
any
code sa
front to back
Black Up.
composition that wants to
Meron
stick
pa
around.
naman,
And that's why
kaso
the only
baka di na
solution
kayo
to the problem
umabot.
was the Yuzong pick, which was, in my opinion, not that bad considering their
Kasi
circumstances. That was their last
kailangan niya
pick to
patapusin
basically
yung
say,
30
"Alright,
minutes
the only way
na
we win this
watch."
game is if we snowball hard from the start. And it looked pretty good at the start because they were able
They
to
did.
catch
They got
on.
an early kill.
Unfortunately,
Sarap na
the
ulam ni
competition
Ate
still
Hipon.
had one win condition. And it was just playing that front to back, even with that early kill. So if it wasn't a
Burn.
2-3K goal lead at the
Siya
start
na
of the game,
Yep. And we actually have some plays to back up everything that we've mentioned about the draft, even leading into this one. All right, so I need you this time around.
Man, look at the
got you.
Oh,
teamwork
dito
here.
tayo. Para
Yeah,
makita
it's
nyo,
all
guys.
teamwork up
And
here.
you're leaning. No one's standing or anything. We're like composed to start off knockout stages.
Yeah.
I like this.
So just two moments here that really stood out for me. It's how Pro Esports
Pasay
really
pa lang.
managed this first fight. Once that first fight wants to play out.
Gagalit.
What's happening here? Hey.
Stitch, hello!
Okay, we can just go
Salamat
ahead
po
and look
sa
at this. All right.
pagbisita.
So you see how we go
Follow
back
nyo
to
din yan
once
guys,
again, real
si
quickly.
Angela
Sa
Nicole.
left behind,
Magbubudol tayo dyan.
that is cardinal sin when you're going up against a lineup that wants to dive and you have one major damage dealer in the early game. I feel like they also put too much value on their Moskov being able to be a major presence in terms of the damage. Look what happens to Sa. Once their formation is broken like that, they got no damage. No matter what kind of combo that you get, you already have heroes under your belt here. Beneath the ultimate of the Carmilla, it's not going to be a good time. And then with that going down really quickly, without their gourd, you see how quickly they're crumbling. They're able to get the turtle, sure, but this is where, again, we go back into the Freya getting left unchecked. Coily will just get slashed through by this Freya. The rest of Young Galacticos will be able to recover from not being able to get the turtle. Because again, look where Sa needed to go. He had to go loop around behind the wall, loop all the way back to the turret, leading to Ying being able to get the double kill. And this was after we saw that big fight earlier for, I believe that was turtle number 2, where we get to see a classic return to some old rotations, wherein after you win turtle 2, you go right here. Where's the zoom button? All right, you know what? Let's just circle it in the map. Where you could go to the center of
Lumalapit
the
circle.
map and be able to break the tower. You don't see it here, but the tower goes down so quickly because of how many members of Pro went down. The minion
Happy
waves were
streaming
crashing
from
in.
Daddy
They
TV.
maximized the
Hello,
gold in
Brian.
the turret and mid, and then
Wala
were able
lang
to break it.
code.
After that, that's pretty much
Pinatulog ko
GG.
na
It
yung
would take a
code.
miracle for Pro to lose this game.
It's an interesting thing because you mentioned Sa's
Sherwin,
rotation,
hello.
but looking at that, I think he chose to get into the fight quickly because the turtle was in the middle of it. But because he got pressured from that angle, he had to abandon the entire fight. If he had gone a little bit, and again, this is just looking at what you showed me, where he tried to end up going, that took a while once they were all dead. Maybe that patience. But again, he's working against, like you guys had said, mentioning this matchup, sorry, I'm Felix and Ying. Felix 4-0 again. Several members. I think it was 4 by the time I looked at it in the green room. It might have been 3 or stayed 4 that did not die. Guys, I mean, this is just, they've got to find an answer.
Yeah, strong side lanes with the utility in the center. Even though Han went down 3 times, they're fine with it because their Freya's untouched, their Cloud is untouched, their Juicin was ripping through the formation and the play style of Pro. With all of that said, yeah, that was their game to lose.
This is what makes Young Galacticos so scary, right? Because they can play the utility game. They can also play some of those assassins if you leave it open. The Fanny, again, we've seen from Han as well. Not as scary as the utility game because, man, when they get those
Ba't
picks on Ying,
pinatulog?
when Ying's able to just
Ito naman.
carry, it's so good. But, again, back to the point at hand here.
You mean the fact that Rhino Day is available in the shop?
That too.
We've been talking about. I mean, that's been the whole conversation, no? Well, if you're not paying attention, basically, yeah, YG won game 1, but Rhino Day is here. New interactive effect. Grab those emotes, spam them to show your support. Whether it's
Paglalapag
YG, whether it's
din
Pro Esports, whether it's MSC in
ako.
general. I love MLBB being so proactive about supporting the esport. That's a great thing to see. Mirko, back to you.
So, again, for Pro, it's just understanding your identity, playing with it, right? You don't win championships by playing something that is completely out of your own, comfort zone. You still have to stick to your own comfort, and the comfort for them is clearly assassins, man. They cannot play that front-to-back composition. They need Coily on a carry. They need... Hey, I love you too, man. Thank you so much.
I love you, Mirko. Go. Pro
Play that
Esports.
rhythm game. Control the tempo. Dictate it. Go crazy.
Yeah, you get I love Miracle
Where's the reggae
signs.
sign?
I get who's Renmar signs.
No, bro. Everybody loves Renmar.
Yeah, sure.
I don't even want to say the sign I get. You probably you probably don't want to see the sign I'm getting. Mark can't stop laughing.
Make a
Even
VC.
FaceTiming the homies to be on camera.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
That's
Okay.
what's up.
Yeah, that's a true homie right
I
there.
love it. Ban the Dark Triad.
Freya,
Freya, Atlas Ling. What's the other one? Fanny? I'm guessing it's Fanny.
Ixia? It was something Ixia.
It was Ixia.
I like
Oh.
that. Hey, I think you just gave our writers a new idea. Whoever made that dark triad sign, thanks for the idea.
Okay, do a MobiZone pick. I hope these have been approved. They have been. Saber. Okay, pick Saber. I love this. I mean, we do know that basically the assassin jungle is so important, and you know they committed to the ban out. They saw the Ling and the Fanny. They said, well, we'll ban the Harara. Let's go away from it. But you've been mentioning they can't do that again today. In game 2 and beyond. So now you're going to see a completely different approach. YG's still going to ban the Ling. But they're not participating, it looks like, on the side of Pro Esports.
And this is where it'll be confusing for Pro Esports, right? Because I know exactly what Young Galacticos are doing now. They're banning out the Ling, they're banning out the Marsa. I think the Fanny will come next, and they're going to leave it open now. You want to go Hirara or Freya?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I think YG will walk away with the winning trade.
Yeah. They're really centering on the EXP Freya trade.
There you go, right? This is the Fanny ban, and then Pro are just going to be forced into either Hirara or Freya. I don't think you want to let go of the Freya.
Yeah. No. But then I think it's also a tough call for Pro because they know that the Esmeralda is going to be coming through. Oh, they banned it out.
The Fanny. Oh, that's what they want. Okay, wow, Yangon.
Wow.
All right, so we saw Yangon play a little bit more into the utility. Let's see if they're going to whip out the Assassin through the Fanny, or maybe even the Nolan. Who knows?
They go straight up Eudora. Belleric and then Fanny Red 3 here, no?
Yeah, Eudora will be good, Belleric will be good. I think I want to see them consider, I was about to say Selena, but all right, Eudora's not bad too.
Oh.
Barrett's early on.
2-0 on Barrett so far. YG have played him twice, they've won twice with him.
I love the development of the meta, man. Barrett's early, especially in this situation, just creates so much confusion for Pro because they themselves banned out the Uranus. It looked like they wanted to get their hands on the Barats. But even if Pro go for an Esmeralda, something of a counter against the Barat, this is still a flex pick knowing Yangon Galacticos. They can put it into the hands of Han. So now as Pro, you don't know what to go.
Right. Yeah. I think if I'm Pro, I'm looking at what could you pair up with the Barretts and the Matilda. Does Yangon really want to play Matilda Roam and then Eudora mid? If Pro's idea to that is the answer is no, then expect that this Barretts is going EXP.
A safe choice for Pro right now. Oh, I was going to say, the safe choice would be a Lilia to have a way to deal with the Barats anywhere it goes, but they instead go for the Selena and the Belleric. This should be where the Fanny comes around, right? There's not a lot of crazy lockdown. They can ban it out later, like the Moskov ban.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about something like a Badang showing up. The only thing that Pro Esports could come in through a surprise is if that Barretts is going EXP. One very old answer to that is to rock a Cho in the EXP so that you get that pick off up against that Fanny. But let's see if Pro remembers that and if that can actually translate to the current metagame today. If this is Fanny, Pro Esports are going to be scrambling to look for options. But no, they don't want to show it yet.
The benefit is they just don't show their cards.
There's still so much flex, man.
It's all flex except the Eudora.
Yeah, except the Eudora.
Wow.
Oh, Pro is probably scratching their heads right now of where to go because they can't pick up the Vexana anymore. They already showed the Selena. Yangon is on something else.
I mean, from an EXP perspective, they played Barats, like I said. They played Uranus there. They played Ruby, another character that's come up and flexed both gold and EXP. They've tried the double fighter.
And Ying can play the glue in XP too.
Ooh.
This glue could be roll, it could be XP, this Barats could be XP, could be jungle. I don't think we can say it's gonna go gold, huh? That's out of the equation, but they ban out the Fanny, so Pro respecting that. Knowing Yangon Galacticos though, again, there's still that possible Nolan that's a good pick against the Hirara as well.
And it'll be good. You have a very strong EXP in the Barretts. You have a very annoying Roam in the glue. They ban out the Fanny and Harley. If ever they do want to lean towards playing the Assassin, this Nolan will be fine.
Just go for the gold lane, reveal your cards there, leave the Barats as a question mark for Pro to deal with all the way to the end right now. So safe gold laner, I'd say just take away the Moskov, right? Especially because you have a glue, but they go Claude again.
They're brave with it. I think maybe that's a little bit more of a, I want to say it's ego, but Sanji's feeling it. He's feeling it.
I mean, he did have like a pretty good game in game 1. I just said pretty good. I don't want to compliment him too much. Remember,
I mean, they've won twice, and now this could be the 3rd time, so nothing has gone wrong when they pick the Claude. So I think a comfort pick, it's available. They ban out the Harith, which is the only other highly prioritized gold laner.
There you go.
Yeah, Pro ends up with the Moskov again. Sanji handled the duel against the Moskov, but let's see if maybe a quick little adjustment by Kozin is enough.
I wonder if they have room to put this Belleric in the EXP instead and then pick for a different roam pick. But no matter the permutations that you think about, Yangon is going to walk away with a great advantage. Bring back an old favorite, Lapu-Lapu in the EXP.
You gotta be really smart with that Lapu-Lapu, man. That CC Immune's gonna have to come clutch before the Detona's welcome, before the big chomp. There you go. So last, what was that? Baksha, it is Baksha. All right.
Okay.
YG, last pick.
To all
Is the
YG
Barat's
fans
gonna go
out
into the
there,
jungle
we'll
to pick up the
do our
Nolan here and try to bully the Hirara?
Yeah, if this is a fast-clearing jungler, this Hirara is not going to have a good time. The lack of AoE also from Pro. Yes, I know they have the ultimate of the Belleric and technically AoE from the Lapu-Lapu, but a lot of their damage comes in single targets unless Yangon all decide to line up in 5v5s up against a Moskov, which I don't think they're going to do.
Knowing YG, I want Ying on a carry. I want Ying on a damage dealer.
Suyo.
What's a running hero?
Suyo!
Wait,
Isn't
Haven't
that
seen
kind
this one,
of...
guys, is it?
It's kind of weird.
that is weird.
Fit your fancy for YG.
I love the draft. The Suyo, though, this is a snowball-dependent pick now in the meta. It's not really something that you can... Back then, it was guaranteed snowball. Now, those nerfs to second skill will hurt him quite a bit in the farming department as well.
Sorry, I'm Felix on the Lapu-Lapu. We're going to see the Han matchup against the Hirara with the Suyo. Wow, this is going to be interesting right here.
Very interesting decisions indeed. This could be a messy start for both. And as always with every Baron's pick, that's the X factor.
All right, well, Naisu Leo, let us know what you think about this draft. It's game 2. Pro Esports hoping it goes a little longer than 11 minutes.
They definitely want a longer game here if you're Pro Esports. Now, Yangon Galacticos, they brought out a draft that, yeah, I have to agree with. Looks deadly. Then that Suyo comes back here, Leo. We haven't seen it too much. It kind of fell off a little bit after the nerfs, but maybe this is one of those cases where, you know what, the Hirara's got all this mobility. Let me just be this Suyo and try to match it.
Nice, so it's not just the fact that it's the Hirara on the other side, it's the fact that Pro Esports are now playing with a more proactive lineup.
Yep.
I agree with Mirko, I agree with Renmar. Even Rainday knows that there's something up with this weird Suyo from out of nowhere.
Yeah, could definitely struggle, but it's one of those cases where, if anything, Yangon Galacticos has really showed us that they're really good at just playing as a team. You know, playing team-centric across the map is what has worked so well for them. And yeah, even if we look at the emblems here, you know, it's not too much that we have to worry about on the side of Yangon Galacticos, because if Sanji has a similar game to what he had just previously, your Claw's going to scale up much quicker. You're much more deadly to that. And we all know this. These, whoa. Look at this Eudora. This is what I was going to talk about.
Early revitalized, fourth out of PvP. One more hit and Kaiser draws first. The flicker in by Kaiser. Double kill from Eudora, striking like lightning.
I don't even have to finish what I was going to say, because I was going to talk about the Eudora, man, and how good she's been in this tournament for MSC, but just in the meta in so far the past couple weeks even. And you see that, a double kill early on as we look at the replay brought to us by STC. Look at the damage you can do this early on. This is why we say it's kind of busted, man. I mean, and then the flicker forward to capitalize on the double. That's dirty.
You know, it was compounding effort. Oh, real quick, up top near the orange. Han falls, Seth finds him, the trade. Coily goes down. Ying gets it. Oh, throwing it out into the wall. One more. And there goes another. PvP. Double kill for Ying. Sa falls another time. Yangon are calling all the shots despite losing the retribution holder.
Oh, man, it just got way worse here for Pro Esports. I'm so surprised they continue to hone in, double down on this. Sorry, I'm Felix. He's just, there's nothing he can do here.
No, sir. That's the first turtle going to Yangon.
Okay, so our whole concern with the Suyo isn't even the first point to worry about now for Pro Esports. It's just this. It's Kaze just getting another kill off cam. 4-0-2 under 3 minutes.
Kaze the killer. He is chasing Coily and Kozin's kill records from the groups.
He's taking him to the Thunderdome, man. I mean, there's something that you have to be concerned about. And it's just right now, it's all this Eudora in the hands of Kaze, because what is happening is her damage profile is already really great early on, especially when she hits level 2. You get one item, and you can almost, at this point, with this kind of lead, you can basically just one-shot someone with that combo. Hell, even if you get 2, you're even more of a threat.
Nice mount here, coming in. Han dealing a lot of damage. Ying scores another. Denton is welcome. Who's he spin now? There was no one left to bite.
Yeah, it's Again, Pro Esports, this might be another quick one. Coily forced to just kind of deal with this pressure on this side of the map. You've got tanky enough heroes, too, for YG to go ahead and deal with between Ying and Blink. You know, Blink, synergistically, between the Glue and also Kaise and the Eudora, it just, that's enough burst as well. And you can't really escape from that because you're either getting stunned or you're getting dragged back. Just like what we saw, the interaction in the previous game when you had that Jushin. Sanji goes back with the BMI, he's going to be safe, but this is the hard part here, Leo, is for Pro Esports. Where is that opening? Where is that opportunity then for them to actually get something here? Because originally we thought it would be these arrows with the Selena, maybe the Belric play.
I'd say it's off of a perfect arrow, which Sa hasn't yet found.
Yeah.
The best chances would have been before the turtle or during those early skirmishes, but I don't know, something about Sa and Young Galacticos being so far up front throws off the accuracy.
And you know what the problem is? Even if you land an arrow in your Sa and it's not Kaise, you're going to get stunned and bursted down anyway. So you have to be able to land it on the right target, and right now that's Kaise, and he's playing so well protected around the team here. Second turtle up, they're going to fight for it.
Throws it out, Han secures with the retribution. There you go, taking route. There's VPP. Kaise, very low, but takes out Coily first. Kaise still alive. Han fights VPP. Coily goes down, and now there's a trade. Finally, Pro on the board. 2 for 3. But the turtle still goes over to the Burmese.
Again, they got Kaise, they shut him down, but at what cost? You know, at this point, Young Galacticos is happy to go ahead and just take what they want. Objective. Now they're going to take some tier 1 turret in the mid. They get a Sky Piercer on Han. They build up forward more momentum in this game. You know, all this happening in a 4,000 gold lead at the 5-minute mark. Sanji and Blink and the rest of the team are here. Kaise, so deadly with a dangerous grass as well.
Coily looking to take down Blink. Takes a few Glulings out on the way. 5.5 minutes in, Joseph. I gotta say, Sanji's been getting the gold lane experience once again.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. You can see that too, man. 1,000 gold ahead right now in that gold lane matchup. You know, he's just able to go ahead and hold his own, but just rely on the rest of the team to be here. He's so aggressive with it too against Kozin. He knows Kozin needs some more time to build up on that Moskov, and right now he'll be playing that long lane, playing off the side of the map when it is objective time. But at least this next turtle is going to be towards that side, so we'll see how both gold laners decide to play around it. But you can just see the clear lead right now that Sanji has as he looks to take down that tier 1 turret. They might just go for a swap here, give up this turret over to YG as they scale in forward.
With 30 seconds before the turtle spawns, I feel like there's just too much on Sa's shoulders. Sa is trying to plant snares. Sa is trying to throw out lethal arrows on the right target, mind you. It seems to be Blink right now, but even with all these ults thrown out, Blink might survive. SOD sidesteps in, buys a little more time, but PPP punches him into the ground. A little bit of a kill, some respite for Pro.
Yeah, a bit of a baby step in the right direction that Pro Esports needs. Again, they need to slowly build up here in their own favor, and you know, at some point, you just gotta get what you can take.
Oh, Han is 2 levels up on Coily. Despite the man advantage for Pro, the retribution count is just so much higher. Look, Yangon will secure this easy peasy.
Yeah, even without Blink, you know, there's just too much of a threat right now for YG's lineup. And like you said, I think, you know, this is the big part. It's so much responsibility for Sa to land these arrows. You know, usually when we see these Selenas picked up so far throughout MSC, yeah, you're able to play around the arrows, you know, you're able to go ahead and follow through, but that's if you're not down so much in the early game. And so now, your arrows, even if you land them, you don't essentially have this free reign to just go follow up, get that kill, have the team make it, because it's all just a risk up to this point. Still holding up almost 3 levels now against Coily here. This tier 2 being threatened on the bottom side. Oh, both junglers up on this top side too. We might actually have 2 fights break out.
Oh, it's not just 2 junglers, it's Ying as well. Iframes on Coily, dashing through the wall, but Han pursues Sever to take him down. Coily bites it.
And this is why it sort of made sense that the Suyo came through with the Hirara on the other side. At least in some way or another, you have some mobility options yourself to catch up after those iframes and Hirara's dashing around herself.
I mean, one might argue if Hirara has 4 skills.
Yeah.
1,
he's got 6.
3, 4. He's got 6. Yeah. So the math just counts for Yangon either way, especially since Pro are down so much. And now, as you can see, Kaize has taken a little bit of a back foot. Now maybe second or third prio when it comes to damage output. But the map has turned red, and when it's this down bad, the Selena has so much more to deal with, and PPP can only do so much. It's an honest tree, dude.
Yeah.
PPP can't threaten as much of a purified pop from Sanji as he used to in game one.
There's none of that flicker combination, you know, that we usually see with Belrix, for example. You need the Revitalize here, though, too, because if you do break out into a team fight and they try to follow through, eventually, if they can extend it, they'll have some of that magic resist built up, especially on that front line, to help extend, because there is some potential there, just like we saw in the one previous fight with the Turtle, where Sarion Felix can burn a flicker, just find Kaize and take out that option.
Detna's welcome. Throw it into the wall. Now the dash and the sever, putting BBB down. Han scores. Sky Piercer stack. Yes, please. Sarion Felix brings Spider back. Not enough damage reduction as Han gets a double. Another stack. And now the Lord up next. Young Galacticos puts a black and purple jersey on it.
Man, stacks on stacks right now for the Suyo. Despite his changes that he's gone through, you're still reminded why he was such a threat before. Look at this. Again, lines up the Queller. Just a cool guy. You know, shoots, goes back to the Lord. Here's someone else low. I have Sky Piercer. Let me go grab that double. And just goes back to secure the objective. And this is the problem. This team fighting, as he's chasing. Oh!
As if talking about it in the instant replay wasn't enough, Han does it again.
5-1-5.
The penultimate hero of the M6 World Championships are back. 10K almost up, Joseph. 9,500 gold for Yangon Galacticos. They're about to pop so many holy shields, and the Lord isn't even halfway through the river.
Man, it feels like the 2 days that we had between groups and now knockouts has taken us back 2 months, you know, in terms of the meta.
2 years with Suyo.
2 years even, yeah, in some cases, because Suyo popping off this way, again, it takes the team to make it happen. Oh, again, a Queller, Soul Sever, enough to bring Sarion Felix to half, but now they got to deal with this Lord. That's your front line.
Gonna crash in. Holy Shield already popped. Yangon Galacticos can force the issue here. They choose to take the disciplined route.
Welcome.
No, he can just cancel this.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Just throwing some dirt in the back there. Okay, they defend against the Lord. They lose a bit of that health on the turret, though, but all the shields pretty much nearly dealt with here. Let's take a quick look at the items. You can see the disparity across the roles here. You know, at most, the closest that you have is between the XP laners, but, you know, for Ying, he has one job, and that's just use that Daytona's welcome, tank up a bunch of damage. He's already got great coverage. You know, Radiant Armor for that magic, Chastise Pauldron, plus the Anti-Cuirass here. He's as tanky as he pretty much needs to be to set things up around that ultimate.
Not to mention Blink, who's just about to get his flicker back.
Yep.
He can go ahead and mount, easily break through the formation, and then scramble Pro Esports. Not to mention how much gold he's making. He's making bank, Joseph. He's eating good bread. Already able to be built the Cursed Helm. That stacks with Eudora's Superconductor.
Yeah, there's this, you know, those things add up. Shred through some of that magic resistance that's trying to be built up even by Pro Esports.
And that's just 2 of them. That's just Eudora and the glue.
Yeah. Again, Ying tanking it up.
Oh, flicker! Dennis welcome, who throws it into PPP as he's forced to take root, and Han serves up gets another stack, and in comes one more Asaf falls. Might be another Blink down to about a 10th of his HP. Sanji finds him underneath the face, but Coily finally finds one. His first kill in this 11.5-minute game.
Stayed a little too long, but did the damage anyway. 3 down for Pro Esports, facing down 4 members of Yangon Galacticos. They don't have their gold laner, but they will still be able to take this mid-base turret down.
Oh my, look at the veterancy, the wisdom of Yangon Galacticos. They could have forced it. Any other team who's this close to victory would have forced it, but nope, they saw the Lord. We'll take it slow, 10K up. Let's just go for the sure win.
Yeah, they have to go ahead and delay this. They don't want to whiff here. If they actually started this Lord too much without Sanji being up, now that he's alive, they don't want the potential for Pro Esports to go ahead and steal the Lord from them. So they hold it on. It looks like, despite it all, 10,000 gold deficit. Pro Esports is centering around the Lord. This might be one of those cases where they just trying to make a play happen here. Conceal going to be used by Blink.
Blink finds the back line, compromises Sa, forcing Soriam Felix back. Felix does oblige, tries to fight back. Sanji wailing away, gets knocked out by the Lord. Ying still holds on, and then as welcome. Han secures the Lord, and there's one arrow thrown out. Not gonna be able to stop him, and they will take down PPP first. The trigger discipline on Ying doesn't force anything just yet.
Yep, Ying still has that ultimate available, so taking one down, P will be back up for this defense, but Lord's already secured here for YG. They've had complete control from the moment this game got underway.
Some respite, Joseph. A little bit of a silver lining for the Cambodian fans. Almost max stacks on Han. That's not it. What I'm trying to say is Pro has come back from worse.
Yeah.
If you remember their clencher in the group stage, they have fought tooth and nail to take back that final moment to try and get into the knock. But wait, real quick, another dead as well from Ying. Coily goes down, blazing the wet in the face. Felix falls, 2 down. I'm not sure they can defend.
Oh, I'm not sure if they can, man. They still got a Lord to deal with here, and it's a fully stacked on 9-1 and 6.
Waves coming from all directions. PPP falls, Sanji takes him down. Lord underneath the base. Down goes Kozin, and just like that, Yangon Galacticos at match point.
Took a little bit longer, but still nonetheless the same result. Yangon Galacticos just dominated in game 2 like they did in game 1. And they're pulling heroes that we're not used to seeing, man, the past couple weeks, the past couple months, but it's all executed so well from Yangon Galacticos.
They've dismantled what Pro understood of the metagame.
Yeah.
Piece for piece, role for role, lane per lane. They seem to be thrown back to a place in the metagame that all of us thought was dead and gone. Utility junglers, Suyo in the jungle against what? Meta stars such as Hirara, Belleric, and Selena.
Yeah. Again, one of the most impressive things about Yangon Galacticos and their trip here to qualify for MSC was just how adaptable, how versatile their draft was, the coaching staff behind them to go ahead and secure these kind of drafts that this executed this way, and the way that they play around each other makes it almost seem easy the way that they're doing it. But it's, again, one of their strengths and one of the difficult things when you're their opponent. How do you draft against that? Because even if you have some of these picks that you might not think come through, and it's executed in this manner, that's really difficult to play against.
I think our panel will dissect a little more from the minute to minute, because the early game went sideways. I think that was a big canon moment in this match.
Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down in game 2. This was another strong one.
Yangon Galacticos aren't just playing like the best team in this matchup, they're playing like the best team in the galaxy right now in MLBB. And I'll give you 3 C words to describe it: clean, concise, and unfortunately for Pro Esports, curt. These have not been long games. They have not been games that have been enjoyed by any Pro Esports fan. And it's because YG just looks so good.
They're simply better. Their understanding of the meta, their understanding of the draft, how they're playing together, they are more cohesive, everything. They're playing perfectly. Honestly, there's no way else to put it. They look way too good.
And it's not just the execution, it's the draft.
Yeah.
Marv's M got a big pat on the back from all of us here on the panel, and obviously all the Yangon Galacticos fans, you know, all the Burmese people, just a crazy synchronized pat on the back. It's gonna hurt a lot for both those coaches, but wow, I'm just so surprised. Again, yes, there were some off-meta picks, but the way they build for the off-meta pick, for the Suyo as well, right? It was through these really smart placements of the picks and great choices as well. The Barats early, after seeing the Uranus ban, flexing it all the way to the end. We saw the blue also flex on red 3. These are just like, it feels like for them, they weren't just 2 steps ahead of Pro. They were 7. For no reason, just that number ahead.
Just said I agree with you, because that's the indication of a team that's planned and then plan the next move when you make a move based on how they just showed up. And the Barats is a perfect example, because that's a character, a hero that they've won every single game that they've played with. Now it's 5 times that YG have played Barats and won.
So YG
you do
wow
not want to
bida.
let them through. But you know, earlier on I mentioned Uranus. That's a character both teams vie for. Well, that was banned, but then ended up not being an impact there. So maybe again having to look at the draft for Pro Esports.
Yeah, it seems like just when they think that they've come up with an answer to something, or an answer that's yet to show up for a question that's yet to be asked. As Mirko mentioned, Yangon already knows, like, now we're already at that point. We're already at the second phase of
Walang
the draft.
code, guys.
Just when you
Pinatulog ko nga yung code.
It's rare to see barriers get picked up this early on, but this might be
Uyat
something
yung
that other
code.
teams might look
Tulog
into
pa.
now, considering that for 2 games, one of the most iconic EXP laners in Cambodia, in Soriam Felix, got 2 very aggressive picks. Got the Yuzhong, now got the
Match
Lapu-Lapu.
point na
He hasn't made his presence felt
YG.
enough here, and that's not his fault.
O, pagka
It's because
nanalo
he
sila
had to
sa
keep
next
drafting
game,
lineups and heroes that effectively take Soriam Felix out of the fight.
Mirko, how would you draft against
laglag na ang
YG?
pro.
Right now, I mean, it's
Best
very,
of
very
5
difficult for
to
me
guys.
draft against YG. I don't know how I would draft against YG, man. But for Pro, they should already have an answer, not to this, but to adapt. It really just feels like for me, I mean, you can see the expressions as well of Cat God, that they're stuck in the group stage.
Yeah.
They're still stuck in the group stage. They're still going for picks that are prio in the group stage, even picking up the Selena, the Belleric here after seeing the Eudora and the Barats early on. They really are stuck there. They're really stuck with the same picks, and they didn't evolve. We saw the last 2 days. I mean, we had a break.
Yeah.
These teams should have been already kind of like trying to find the new answers. And I feel like YG, they paid attention a lot to that game of TLPH against Entity 7 and how Entity 7 were able to outdraft TLPH in game number 2, because the Barats flex was something I pointed out as well when I did my analysis
Bilis
on that matchup.
makapag-top fan
The
ng
Barats
main
was picked
mo.
up red 4 by Entity 7 against
ba?
TLPH. We saw the Uranus
Yung
pick
iba,
up then by Sanford. And
hirap
it
na
just
hirap
cooked them
eh.
because it was flexed in.
Ewan ko,
So
paano
here
ba
they
ginagawa ni
utilized that
Meta
idea,
sa
but all the way in the early game or all the
pagbibigay
way in
ng
the
top
first phase,
fan?
after seeing the Uranus pan.
Yeah. And to add to that, they added the glue to it. So now that's even
glue to
more
the lineup.
layers of like, oh, who's going where?
And that combo is devastating. I think even for Pro, they were caught off guard because
Nasaan yung
the
code?
Eudora
Nasa
second
kanila
skill,
pa.
you get a little bit of magic defense
Hindi pa
shred.
sinishare sa
Add
akin
a,
eh.
Roamer with magic damage,
Let's go.
the glue, and my goodness gracious,
Chat-chat
you
ko
saw how
sabihin
much
ko.
damage they dealt. That's why. That's the reason.
Bigay na
I
yung
mean,
code
the
sa
other thing is
akin.
Kaize early on. I mean, 4 kills from mid for Eudora. You cannot let that happen.
Yeah, that just really goes to show that the mid laner is reading the opposing team so well.
Yeah.
When a mid laner gets that much kills, I know it's a Eudora. I know how easy it could be to get kills into Eudora really quickly, especially once you get that first item. But with how he was moving in the map, the specific positions he was
Code
getting
sa
into
black
the
up
bush,
kapag
the
na-redeem
timings
nyo
of it
na
all
ng
really
isang
showed that
beses,
he did
hindi
his
na
homework. He's
mare-redeem ng
like, I know
iba
he's here.
yan.
I know he's gonna be here.
For me, it's also the
May
response
pamigay
to it.
na
You see
code
the
dun
Eudora,
kung
you
dun
pick up
kayo
Selena,
tumambay
makes
nung
sense, but then
early
together with the
stream.
Belleric, it just like usually when you go for the Selena, you need that mid prio. You need someone to actually help enable the
Eh,
Selena
pag di
to
kayo
rotate around the
tumambay
map to
dun,
fire these picks and
mauunahan na kayo.
arrows, right? Or to lay down traps. Just a very core fundamental of the Selena. You control the map by clearing out mid, and then you go also with the tempo to control the neutral objective. Now this game, I see a massive disconnect. Selena goes for the Season Hunter, right? We take a look at it again here. They go for the Lapu-Lapu up top there instead of something that can guarantee tempo. Again, it would have been bursted down, but something like an Esmeralda, right? The Uranus early that was banned out by them themselves as well, and no mid prio. So what was the idea of the Selena at the end with the Season Hunter if you couldn't burst the neutral objectives, or you can't even get to the neutral objectives first?
It's been 2 drafts in a row where they've drafted their EXP laner for Soriam Felix last, and that is maybe something they need to look at, Mirko, because there's an element to the draft, but as we'll have time to talk about that, before we go on a quick break, I want to just raise this question: is this now an element of the mental? Because you've just lost another set. If we're in group stages, you've just lost again to YG. Now you got one more game, but it's like, geez, can we get over this hill?
Yeah, for teams that love momentum, that love to be the one setting the tempo, this is going to be a big mental hit. I don't doubt that the coaches are going to quickly get them back into shape. Again, I mean, they had to crawl to win the Grand Finals in MPL Cambodia Season 10 as well, but it will be difficult.
Yeah, they're gonna have to run. They can't just crawl back here. Young Galacticos, if you crawl in front of them, it does seem like they're just gonna stomp you down, bro.
Watch out there with that Barat's pick being let through. By the way, if you guys want to be a part of streaming this action, get your opinions in, you're listening to us, well, you can share them by joining the EWC Streaming Creator Program. You might be able to earn dope prizes. I know we've been seeing people stream on our side. Mirko's going live in the bus. We're having chats, and he's earning prizes. So make sure you scan that QR code and join. You might just be able to earn some cool gifts, but also get your voice said. Maybe make a clip. Be a part of this tournament where so many people are coming live and watching online. We appreciate you guys. On the backside of this, we will have Game 3. It may be the final game of our first set of the day, or it could be the start of Pro Esports return. Either way, we want to let you know there's something cool coming in Acecraft. If you haven't played in a minute, there's co-op in a new mode called We Fly Together.
Uy, ang lakas. Meet ko lang saglit. Dito. Makakascore kaya ang Pro Esports? Ano sa tingin nyo, guys? Kala ko code na daw. Wala eh. Ano? $55. Wow.
Araw-araw na pa. 15 per that may dumaan.
Per account.
Yun lang, maximum per day.
Oo. May sounds pa pala. O sa Black Up kayo nanonood, guys. May 15 per day kayo doon. 15 dayas. Kung aabot kayo sa unique code nyo.
Babantayan talaga.
O, kailangan nakatambay yung account nyo doon. 33 minutes kasi yung unang code doon, 5 dayas. Manonood ka ng 3 minutes. Pero di ka na makaka-claim pag naubos na yung dayas. So, sa next ka na may chance. Sa 10 dayas. 30 minutes ka naman manonood doon. Kailangan dire-diretso. Pag nag-out ka, hindi nakakount yung watch. Siyempre, di ka nanonood eh. Ano spelling ng Black Up? Yung ano yan, Nick No. Di ko pwede bagitin dito.
I don't even want to say easy,
Kinat
but I will
naman
say
kanina yun.
complete games. We'll add another C word there for how they've approached pro
Nick No,
esports. They got
yun.
the better end of the draft,
Palitan
and
niyo
then
ng
quickly
letter T
thereafter got the
yung
better end of the game.
letter N
Gentlemen,
sa Nick No.
Renmar, Mirko, back with myself, Randa, here on the desk to break down
Weh.
what can they do. I raised the question to
Malay
you,
niyo may
Mirko.
code.
I'll raise it to Renmar to kick us off. How do you draft against YG?
Maybe hire some mind readers at this point. I don't know, man.
Fortune teller.
The fortune teller. Yeah, there's something that Yangon Galacticos is doing, or how they prep for this. You can see that there's always an anchor point in their draft. Whether it's a ban, whether it's a specific pick, there's always just one thing that's just throwing a wrench every time towards the plans that Pro Esports has. that they
Oy,
just
redeem code
overlook.
2champ26. Wow, shout out 26. Ayan na yung inaantay yung redeem code, guys. 2champ26.
Maybe you can
Redeem
leave. What was the
code.
last ban
ML.
for them? The Atlas Open. It's like, no, I don't think
O
so.
yan, guys,
either.
yung redeem code
At the end of the day, they're just gonna have to deal with it
2champ26.
outplaying their opponents. So now I'd say
Number
focus on your
2,
own
tapos
game, right?
champ
Instead of
na
trying to go
word
for
and
these meta picks or
26.
trying to deny even YG's picks from game 1. Play your style of MLBB, all right? Build around what your strength is. And right now, for me, it's Coily on Assassins and everybody else on winning matchups. So get that first.
Yeah, okay. So they were already able to
Huwag
take
kayong
the
panay
Coily on
ng
Assassin box
click
earlier.
sa
So maybe does that mean you
okay,
pick up your
okay,
pick for
kasi
Soriam Felix earlier?
Yes.
'Cause they did
Mare-restrict
point out
kayo.
earlier, that means that Soriam Felix was getting his picks
Oh,
always
cool
picked
down
last
yan.
now for 2 games in a row.
Which is like not lapu-lapu, bro. I mean,
Wala
you see
sa
the Barrage
sending
saying,
rewards mo, 1 to
all those
3
picks, right? I was
seconds.
thinking maybe you could go for something like an Alice as well. Early on,
Yeah,
dealing
yeah.
with the glue as well. So there's so many answers. It's just don't panic. Don't overthink.
Draft
Think of
start
the
na
easiest
yun.
answer first, right?
Yeah.
Easy is better, bro.
Sending rewards pa din sa
Keep it
akin.
simple.
Ang hirap
Crowd control,
mag-redeem ngayon.
damage.
Madaming
Obviously, they're
nakaabang.
building around a lot of different things. You can understand PP also going onto the Belleric because he's had such good games with them. But the way that their draft is complementing each other, there's something missing. YG have had every single time good laning phases and then good team
Yun.
fights that were threatening. There
Oo,
are coming out
guys.
early for
Kuha
pro,
niya din.
but these bans,
Pretty much the same.
they take away the
Yun talaga
Zushin, though.
inaabangan eh.
Oh, yeah.
So they don't get counter with that in mid, with a which set up the Guinevere and a lot of other things.
Yeah.
They pick up the Hirara for themselves.
Ano
We're
daw?
in dangerous
Pali?
grass again, so it looks like
Palicode?
Pro Esports are gonna try and see if they could just remix
Oh,
to a much
malicode.
better ending for them. The draft from game number 2. Yangon still picking up the Eudora. And instead of going for the Belleric rush, which I feel like Yangon is thinking is the pick now that Pro Esports is looking into, they pick up instead of the Barrett's rush, excuse me, they pick up the Belleric.
Bootcamp
And then here comes Pro.
26
They get their
redeem
power
code,
picks on the
guys.
Kozin. They get the Harith. He's played 5 games with it and has won 4. They pick up the Uranus, which again solves a lot of their problems. But the Esmeralda's still open. Yangon says, no, we're feeling it. We're picking up the Fanny.
It's just so good. Again, for Young Galacticos, they saw the Uranus ban in game number 2, right? The Uranus ban with the Phobius and the Atlas. Then that's the reason they went for the Barat super early. Even if you countered it, it's going to be flex anyways, but even if you countered it, it won't be a crazy counter like the Uranus. This time around, they go Belleric, Eudora, the easy route, and then they see the Uranus on the other side, they don't bite on the
Use
Barats
of
then. They just go for the
hero,
Fanny because there's no
Transi,
lockdown
Junior,
heroes. Now
thank
they
you
get
for
rid of those
the
heroes.
sub.
The Cho, taken out already.
Yeah, with Pro Esports, they're slowly running out of options really to have answers for this Fanny unless they can swing out with a Badang in the roam. It seems like that might be their last best option for it.
They can still pull off something crazy like a Dairoth with a Fanny up top, the Uranus against a Dairoth, right? It's not something that I would, go for usually, but if they really just want to snowball and if they think they already kind of mentally destroyed their opponents from the last 2 games.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of CC and there's someone to
On it
capitalize
game
on it right
today,
there.
no.
So
On
you
it
see the game
game
plan.
is
This, I feel
tomorrow.
that they're just getting the people who need to do well, from Kozin to
Yay,
Sariam
nakakuha
Felix,
ka na din.
to Han. I mean, I feel
Bootcamp
like to
26
counter
redeem
this
code.
assassin matchup, you do need something strong, and Coily needs that Hirara. So at this point, do you feel that this is a better draft, at least a better attempt?
For Pro Esports?
Yeah, for
Well,
Pro.
yeah, for sure. I mean, we asked for them to get their Sariam Felix hero much earlier. They get Coily an Assassin. They get the power pick into Kozin's hand. Now they can just adjust for row mid. I feel like the previous drafts, they were looking at row mid way too early and then now decided, okay, let's switch it up. Let's get side lane prio and then we adjust our row mid later.
I like that Selena ban too, right? This time they have the prio on Uranus. Tempo advantage for sure and XP guaranteed. So it could work as long as they get, again, tempo in mid with the Hirara.
Yeah. Don't you think Pro might need to ban out an Alice here?
Pag
They
wag
might.
ganun yung
I think it's
ano,
very, very good
keyboard.
combination. It's someone that can actually deal with the Uranus as well.
That Alice gets let through.
We've seen the Ruby picked up,
Pardon.
also from YG.
Ooh, they get gold lane bans instead. So they really want to get a better matchup at gold.
Yeah, again, they're just trying to win those matchups. Hirara
Yeah.
pick and
If you
then winning
want
those
10
matchups
diamonds,
individually.
guys,
So I like
redeem
the
the
approach from
code.
Pro already. Much better game 1, game 2, but
26.
yeah, I completely forgot about that pick. My favorite pick as well, Melissa. Oh God.
And it's tough because if you go for something like Vexana, you're just going to get eaten up. Now they're forced to play the Valentina, but you have no more reach. You go for the Badang as expected, but they cannot reach this Melissa.
No, they cannot.
So that could be a win
This might be
condition there.
match point
YG
for
again.
YG. Yes. One
Just
win
close it out with
away
an Alice
for
or maybe even
YG.
a Glue. Not really. No, I'd prefer the Alice.
They're feeling feisty. The Sora, technically, there's already the Valentina, but it's going to be mid, right?
Yeah.
Final pick from YG.
Wonder if YG are already thinking that they've won this and they're taking their sweet time with the last pick.
I think so. I think they're trying to find the pick to go and, put the nail in the coffin.
They found it. They
What is
found it.
Ruby.
It's the
You
Ruby.
called it.
You called it. Good, great call, Rain Day. Okay. The anti-dash, the pull, they have the combo. A lot of stopping power for the Melissa. This is all in the Melissa. But again, they still have the Eudora. They could easily snowball early on.
Fanny.
The
Hi,
Fanny, theoretically, this is
Filipino.
perfect for
Filipino.
Yangon, but if any major slip-ups happen early, then Pro has a chance, which is tough because you're begging your opponents to make a mistake.
Drafts have gotten better each
Hindi
game
mo
for Pro
pakali sa
Esports,
pwesto mo.
but it doesn't have one more game to go.
Sino
If
next
you don't get the
maglalaban?
job
Ang
done
next
here,
na
you're going home. Your
Vitality
key is
versus
crushed at
Team
MSC.
Falcons.
It's time for YG to either move on into the semifinals or Pro Esports is going to push us to another game in
Match
this best of
point,
5. Let's send it back
YG.
over to Naisu and Leo to kick us off.
Makakascore kaya
Here we
ang
go.
Pro?
It's gotta happen here for Pro Esports.
Esports.
Yangon Galacticos back-to-back dominant games, but will this draft work this time to get us to another game and get Pro Esports one step closer to moving forward. Or will the key get crushed after this one? Yangon Galacticos Leo has been so good, so on point. This draft, though, I wouldn't say is as, let's say, guaranteed as the last two games.
There's a lot that they're trying here, especially when they threw the Ruby into Ying's hands.
Yep.
Blink bullying a PPP out of the mid prio. If there is something I might say is Pro, especially at this precipice, at this pivot point in this match, they're putting it all on Coily and Cozen. They put the comfort picks, the Hirara and the Harith on these two players, these imports from the Philippines, to try and turn it around. Stroke of genius what they did though, especially with picking the Valentina in mid.
Yeah.
Kind of blocked out Ying's Sora.
Yeah, that dealt with it, but I still think that even Ying picking up the Ruby here, you know, it serves the purpose of, you just have this crazy amount of crowd control that it can help you catch the Hirara if you need to, it can help you catch Cozen if you need to.
Reliable damage too.
Yeah, damage, but he also is a way to pop a Purify for Cozen, and you gotta remember too, Cozen, this is a signature comfort pick for him. If I remember correctly, this is, I think it's Cozen on the Harith that has the most kills in one game.
Him or Coily. Now they're putting so much pressure. Sorry, I'm Felix. Han draws first blood.
Oh, that's tough, man. Again, you do not want to let these early kills, these early first bloods go in the hands of the likes of Han on a Fanny, mind you. You know, to go ahead and just snowball much quicker. And every time a Fanny's in play, you know that you want to go ahead and just kind of put some pressure on that jungle, especially the purple buff, try to stall her out a little bit, but you get this kind of lead, could be really bad. But first turtle that comes up, they've got the space to work with. Ying's got the level 4. Kaizei's still trying to go ahead and cap it out here just because, again, once he gets that ultimate, that combo is so deadly.
And he will. Yangon Galacticos are in such a dominant position for this first turtle. Blink flushes PPP out of that pixel brush. Sa has the Wrath of Dryads, but I don't think that's the best ult to have right now, especially when you're a soft little Valentina at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, you don't want to just put yourself in that position, but they'll really take it slow here. Bit of a reset. Han goes back to base, wants to get his purple buff. So maybe they just trade it out. Maybe they decide they don't want to. Really good decision here, though, from Pro Esports to just see that window of opportunity, take it. At least it's something for them. So, again, turtle in the hands of Pro Esports. They'll kind of just recalibrate, slow things down a bit. Even with this, again, knowing that you have a Harith in the hands of Cozen, you need to go ahead and allow him to stay alive, build up on there. Melissa's too. You know, there's a reason now we've seen her pop up a couple times throughout the past group stage days, and she can be pretty deadly when she hits that power spike.
Impressive. Staying the hand for Yangon Galacticos, but Pro Esports knew what Yangon was doing, and they got in there and got the advantage, which is good, because again, oh my lord, sorry Felix, popping that consecration last second. They're waiting for Cozen's mid-game power spike.
Yeah, it's interesting though that there's so much attention up there. You would think, you know, on the Uranus up there in the XP lane for Sarion Felix.
Whoa, 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 Kaizei coming in, but PPP stops the exit. Now here comes the Wrath of the Dryad as PPP gets taken down. Han and Blink walk away.
Okay, a trade. Oh wait, this still putting potential up there.
Han walks to the wall. Ying to the rescue. Coily retribution. That's a steal on a small camp.
All right, that's what Coily needed to do. You can see he's slowly building up a bit of a XP lead also against Han. Even though Han had those early kills, it's just some of his camp's been taken away from him. They've really done a good job. Pro Esports has done a great job of just kind of choosing their fights and slowing down a bit. They're able to catch out Kaizei again. This is one of the great things about having that Badang and the Roam in the hands of P. He can actually just kind of take them for a surprise, whether he uses the flicker or not, to set things up for a potential kill. You just have to be able to go ahead and survive once Blink literally comes forward and Wrath the Dryads, like we just saw. And, you know, that's why also when you look at what Sa has been taking, he's got his own, right? I'm not sure if he's really going to change anything other than just having the Wrath of the Dryad for him.
It sounds like the perfect Rochambeau, because right in the middle is Sa, who is relying on what ult he gets. Right now, 2v1. Sorry, Felix! Pops a consecration one more time underneath the turret. Not going to be safe here as 3 of them go for it. They had to send Kaizei up too, but this opens up another turtle for Pro.
Pro's willing to trade, man. You know, if it's Sarion Felix going down, I don't think that's too bad for Pro Esports.
No.
right? He's just the Uranus. He's going to go ahead and deal with some pressure. As long as his team is trading something for it somewhere else, which happens to be now the second turtle, then that's all good.
Hey, you want to make some omelets, you got to crack some eggs.
Got to crack some
eggs. And in this situation, Sorian Felix is
He's
the egg.
That's a big egg, man. But
hard to open.
He eventually, though, too, even though he's died a couple times, he'll be tanky enough to be that front line for this team, for sure.
Buying time now inside the left side bush. Ying gets found out. Coily traded out for. Making that a 2-for-1 as Han finds a double. P falls as well. I don't even know who really started that fight, but at the end of the day, I think Pro have lost the lead that they've built up over the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think they both just saw each other and like, you know what, let's fight. Because that's exactly what they did. Let's take a look at the replay. Again, this is all, they're all centered around here. You can just see that double basically Wrath of Dryads being set up, but the problem is because you're fighting in that little choke point and you've got the walls to work with, Han kind of gets that upper hand where he can just kind of cable back and forth.
Like Spider-Man.
Hey, go see it while you can.
Han picks up the Malefic Roar now. A lot of damage coming through, so it's not Sanji time just yet.
Yeah.
Nor is Kaize going as hard as he was in game number 2. So we're expecting Han to be the real Punisher this early on. Especially since Pro has lost that, you know, big 1,000 gold lead they had in the 5-minute mark. Oh, big wall put up. Blink gets caught. He answers with a Wrath of the Dryad. Han comes in. Cutthroat finds B. Serves up a kill to Kaize.
Okay, Flicker burn from Kaize. Again, really good counter punch there from YG. Pro Esports has to choose these fights a little bit better, but they can start to go ahead and rely on this. Oh, Kozin.
Uh-oh. He drops that Salmon Force.
Oh, the cable.
Han, maybe one more enhanced basic attack would have taken down the Fanny midair.
He popped the Purify from Kozin. Kozin is going to be that guy for Pro Esports once he scales into this Harith. This third turtle, though, being worked on by Yan and Galacticos. Most likely will go in their hands unless a Conceal's already used. They're going to fight for it.
Drop in Muddles, Ying skewers. There's the Wrath of the Dryad coming down. And the lineup on Pro Esports are compromised, but Young Galacticos lost a little too much health. It's Pro's gonna be making themselves scarce for now.
Yep, turtle secure though by YG. So they fought for it. There was an attempt there from Pro. Pro's still in a good position though, even though they lose that turtle. It looks like they had a hard time with that team fight, but they're still in a really good position to go into that first Lord. That's really where it's going to matter. You can also see gold lane, right? There's a bit of an advantage for Kozin. He had a really good time in the laning phase, has about a 700 gold lead. He's already got the Starlium Scythe worked in, and that's why, you know, imagine one item locked in for that Harith. You're already seeing the damage potential that he can have in these fights.
And he's on his way to the feather. There you go. So even more, that little moment here in that mid lane, even with that Purify pop, again, he already has that passive resilience coming in, about 30% less he'll take from, you know, the little stuns on Ying or Wrath of the Dryads. This is that mid-game power spike we're looking for coming in from Pro.
And Sa has been pretty good with the Wrath of the Dryad usage. That's one of the things here. Sorry, I'm Felix, man. They're going for the eggs again.
Yep, this is what he's meant to do. Pops that Purify, Consecration as well, buys maybe 2 seconds, but will not stop Yangon from pushing this tier 1 down bottom. But it's not like Coily hasn't been doing work as well. Look at that chubby wave he sent up. And now Sanji gets found out. Why would you take that weird exit?
I'm not sure. Really good choice there from Pro. Yeah, they lost Sari and Felix again for the 3rd time, but they were able to capitalize a kill on the gold laner of YG, but they also put some pressure on some of these turrets. They want to start to open up the map a little bit here. Just because, again, that Lord's coming up in about 15. You need some space to work with. And some of these off angles is what they can really hone in on and highlight here. Again, having that Bedang, having Sa and the Valentina with the Wrath of the Dryad, with the Flicker available, there's some surprise setups that Pro Esports can play around. So now that Lord is up, we'll see who decides to get in range for this. Coily been very elusive so far in the Harara. Able to kind of just utilize these extra brushes across the map, the mobility obviously that comes with it, and then that scalability here built in. So Sari and Felix needed that Radiant Armor. He's got it locked in now. So again, despite all the pressure he's dealt with, his one job is pretty much to be that front line, that bulwark. So it gives P that option too to go in with this Bedang to set things up. So very slow in this Lord take. I don't expect anyone to take it just yet, as both teams still look to find some opening, some real estate across the map.
Well, I'll be damned. In late July 2026, a dance has been gunned, but no, they pick PP off first. And now Coily looking for more. Han picks off Kozin. That's 2 men down from Pro. This is a non-starter. The Cambodian squad has to back off. Suddenly, Yangon Galacticos have all but secured themselves a Lord. Sorry, I'm Felix looking to come in from the flank. Coily takes a few hits from Sanji. Lord here at a 16th of its health within Retribution range. Han, all he has to do is Retribution now. Yangon Galacticos takes the Lord.
Wow, again, Yangon Galacticos showing their fighting prowess here in these team fights. I was thinking they'd slow it down enough, but again, when you have a Ruby and Ying can just say, you know what, let's go. And he makes it happen again, going in with an I'm offended. Even if it's a tankier member for Pro Esports, they don't care. It's a pull, they can crash down, get a numbers advantage, and that's what happened there in that team fight. So now, Lord in their favor, Yangon Galacticos looking to take down some tier 2s.
Despite all we've been saying about Kozin's mid-game power spike or Coily getting in there, dealing damage, he still doesn't have any stacks on his Sky Piercer.
Yep.
If anything, P is the most important utility in Pro's team fighting kit. He needs to catch someone. At best, if it's Han, if he can compromise Sanji, but that's how they start fights. No way other can they start anything.
And I think that's why that Melissa pick was really good too. You know, you get that ultimate, that go away from me. You're able to kind of buy some space with it. Good dodge there. Not getting pulled from Ying's I'm offended. But the Lord is still here. So now they've got to respond to this. They are just most likely, I don't expect them to approach the base yet because Yangon Galacticos is still really respecting what Pro Esports' lineup can do. So at most, they take down some tier 2s.
He comes in, finds it, does force Han to back up, but he will fall now. One more for Han. And I think P is getting a little impatient. I'm not so sure how well they coordinated that whole ambush.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like they were ready to follow through on that. And now, again, you know, this Badang, it serves a purpose. There's a reason why it's there. Oh, no, tier 2.
Coily, iframe to survive, but in comes Blink. Flicker after the Dryad, fights too, Stop falls as well. And now it's all falling apart. 3 members down for the count. But YG has no wave, so Pro can thank their lucky stars. Felix so close.
So close, but again, this is about all Yangon Galacticos can take off of that push. We'll take down, open up the map, take down the tier 2 turrets. But you're seeing just how much of a struggle it is for Pro Esports even to find an advantage when it comes to a team fight. It's so crucial. Oh, whoa.
Kozin! Dropped the Zaman Force, gets a few shields.
Zaman Force down, though.
Pushing Han back, yes. This is what, a good 20 seconds before Kozin can punish anyone from pushing too deep, but they've already lost their top lane inhibitor. Permanent damage onto the base. Blink with a rather dry to himself. Sanji wailing away. P! He's gonna fall once more. He does get the wall up, but where's the damage? There's the Zaman Force. Kozin looking to deal a lot of damage. Han might get compromised here. Down on 10th of his health. Kozin doing his darkness, and Coily finds a shutdown. Pro loses just one.
I didn't expect the fight to break out there, but Pro Esports decided to go for it anyway. They thought they were able to catch Blink, but instead there was a counter punch from YG. Although they didn't lose too much, some battle spells were expended on both sides.
That's about as fruitful as it can get for Pro right now.
Yeah.
That turret was going to fall either ways. The fact that they can get a trade out, especially for a roamer in exchange for the mid laner, that's a good deal. That'll help at least stop the bleeding.
Yeah, it's not bad. But again, the Purify is down currently for Kozin. You know, he's got, like we said, he's got the items he needs. You can already see that damage potential, but it's more so being able to survive a fight. Almost all the fights we've seen so far, it's just been a numbers advantage for Yangon Galacticos because usually it's PP just going down very quickly when he tries to set things up.
Whoa, there's the stolen ult, already spent up, but now Kozin dashing around. He's in the right position. Down goes Zeke, but underneath the Lord, Sanji throws out a needle, takes him down. Now, sorry, Felix bites it as well. 2 for 1 the trade. And this all but spells another sure Lord for Yangon Galacticos.
Oh, again, Pro Esports, just the team fighting is not it right now throughout this series. Even Kozin taking a big shot from the Lord there. You know, he didn't have much room to work with, but he's still got to get up in time for this defense if he can. 10 seconds left on his timer. Mid-turret will go down. They've got some time to walk down this last wave, this bottom wave, to potentially take out the last base turret. So YG will go for a reset. They'll march this one in, walk it down. Sorry, Felix will be back up. They've got nearly all the battle spells that they need here.
But same thing for the other side for YG. P doesn't have a flicker, and you know, with the Badang, that's one of the main things that he needs to kind of set things up. So far, just all these setups, man, have not worked.
Okay, fortunately, they are in dangerous grass. We can find these odd angles. All right, he will be put down about half health. Lord already inside the base.
You have to deal with that Lord.
Pro Esports has to do this very, very carefully. Lord down about half. Kozin still has a Purify. They drop all the damage. Down goes another base up next. Kozin doing his darndest to clear the waves and deal a lot of damage.
They clear the Lord.
And they do clear the Lord, but there's still a wave coming in through mid. And just like that, Yangon Galacticos remain undefeated. Vicious win. A sweep in the quarters.
3-0. Grabe, di pinascore yung pro. Grabe, nagbabay.
Maybe in game 3 took him a little bit longer, but it just repeats itself time after
Di
time
na
after time.
pinascore.
3 dominant games against Pro Esports here. Again, taking even drafts that we're not used to seeing just a couple days ago. Shades of it. Things that worked, things that didn't, they readjusted, refined. And I'll tell you what, Yangon Galacticos looks like a big threat moving forward.
In every single game,
Airport,
they managed
ano daw?
to dissect
Airport.
Pro
Hindi
Esports'
nabasa.
play, denying Coily and Kozin that bloodthirsty play style. They have
Alright,
thrown us
we
back
make it
to the heyday of utility jungles.
Ninong Mars. Ninong Mars, ano ba strategy nyo?
We were Lord dancing again.
Yeah. It's been a while since we've seen that Lord dance. We've seen a bit of it here and there, but maybe that's a, you know, a premonition for what we're gonna see here in the knockouts. You know, and this, they knew the weak points of the lineup that Pro Esports brought to
Di
game 3.
nakabawi ang
They
Pro.
really honed in on
Oh
it.
no.
At the start, it was Sario Felix. They went with fighting for fighting. They utilized that
Mali.
Ruby pick, the
Narinig
last
ko.
pick they brought to the draft that even Rain Day called. You know, again, playing around this potential to pull whoever you want to you fight to collapse down
Walang
on.
bagyo YG.
And it's that Eudora again for Kaize, man. He's been coming in clutch throughout the series. And Han showcasing. I mean, look at this, 7-0-5 on that Fanny. What a hell of a series that Han has had, going from utility to assassin. And just an amazing series. We're gonna have to throw it over on stage.
In our next
with
match,
Milosh
maybe a
to
little
hear
bit
from
of
our winner.
adjustment.
Thank you very much, my friends. It is down. Our first semi-finalist is qualified.
A little
It's Yangon
adjustment.
Galacticos.
Because your next
Yang
opponent,
is joining us for a quick interview here between us. So, please, incredible performance. 3-0.
whoever
Is this why you
wins
chose
in
Pro
Team
Esports to play
Falcons
against them?
and
How did you
Vitality,
predict
I
that
think.
this is how this would go?
အဲ့တော့ရင်းရေ3-3ညနဲ့ဒီပွဲကိုနိုင်သွားပြီတကယ့်ကိုကောင်းတဲ့ပွဲပါဂုဏ်ယူပါတယ်
Tingnan
အဲ့
ko
တော့
nga
ဒီ
yung
Pro
bracket.
Esports ကိုဒီလိုနိုင်ဖို့အတွက်ဘလို့မြန်ရွေးချယ်
Oo
ခဲ့
nga.
တာလဲ
Vitality or Falcons?
လူပြင်းနေတာ
Is your
ရှင်းပါတယ်
next
ကျွန်တော်တို့နဲ့တွေ့ပြီးကျွန်
opponent?
တော်တို့တူးနိုင်တာရဲ့အဲဒါကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရွေးဖို့တော့
Channel
ပြီး
English
ပြီးတော့သူနဲ့တွေ့ရင်ဘာလို့ရမလဲဆိုတာကျွန်တော်အမြင်နဲ့တွေ့တာအဲဒါကြောင့်
We have experienced that we have won in the past on the first game and then we know what to do with them that's why we choose them
I mean, clearly that was the case because you specifically, in this entire best of 5, only died a singular time. You've had some of the lowest death rates of anybody in this tournament. How do you make that work? Because you're more of an initiator, someone who's in there in the fight, and then you still keep it up. How does that work?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲမှာပေါ့နော်ဒီအသက်ခံရတဲ့နှုံကြည့်မယ်ဆိုရင်အရန်ကိုနှိမ့်တာပေါ့နော်ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲကြီးတစ်ခုလုံးမှာကြည့်မယ်ဆိုရင်အမှားအယွင်းမရှိခဲ့ဘူးဒါကိုဖြစ်အောင်ဘလို့မြန်ပြင်ဆင်လေ့ကျင့်ခဲ့ပါလဲ
ပြင်ဆင်လေးချင်းလည်းဆိုအမျိုး
Mahawa ka na sa winner ng Starlight. Ano na nga pala, usapan nyo din. Di ka naka-claim.
ပဲချေပြန်လို့ရတယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်မှ
Try nyo lang guys, baka meron pa. Di ko
I
alam
have
kung limit na
watched
eh.
all the games in the past
2
and
champ,
then
2-6
I have
ang
counted what
code.
will come to me and I have predicted what I have to do that's why I'm able to overcome
He's always 7 steps ahead. This is what's happening here. Well, the next game, it's going to be tough. You're facing a powerhouse regardless of who you play, someone you've never played before. It's difficult to be many steps ahead of them. It's Vitality or Falcons PH. First up, who do you
Ginagamit na bang
think
code yun
you'll play
dati?
in the
Play
semifinals?
redeem code guys. 10 diamonds redeem code.
တကယ်ကောင်းတဲ့အချက်ပါ
Not sure if limit na.
တွေ့မဲ့အသင်းကြီးပေါ့နော်တကယ်ကိုပြိုင်ပွဲထဲမှာဒီ vitality ဆိုတာရှိတယ်နောက်တစ်ခါ falcon ဆိုတာ the philippine ပေါ့နော်ဒီအသင်းကြီးနှစ်ခုနဲ့တစ်ခါမှမတွေ့ခဲ့ရဘူးအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်မလို့ဒီအသင်းတွေဘယ်အသင်းနဲ့တွေ့ရင်ဘယ်လိုလုပ်မလို့ပြင်ဆင်ထားပါလဲ
တ တွေ့မဲ့အသင်းဆိုရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တာကတော့Fatality လို့ပဲထင်ပါတယ်ဘာလို့တော့သူတို့ကလည်းနည်းနည်းပို့ပြီးတော့ကောင်းတယ်လို့ခံစားရတယ်ဗျပြီးတော့သူနဲ့တွေ့မဲ့ဆိုရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်ကောင်းဆုံးတော့ပြင်ဆင်ပါဦး
I think we will face with Vitality because they are a better team, and then we will prepare.
Oh, Vitality ang feeling niya na makakalaban nila.
How do you prepare against a team like that, especially one you have not faced before? Yes, there's a lot of VODs and everything on them.
He said he'll get it on August 22, which is also my original birthday. Bakit ang layo? Sabihin mo na lang Ninong Marbs, pwede pa isin kasi sayang naman yung send slot ng next month. Pwede na niya i-claim, di ba?
We will beat them, whoever comes.
That is the winner's mindset. If you ask me, no matter who comes, we'll play our game and get the victory. And that's what you have. Thank you very much, our translator, Coco. Thank you very much for Ying and Yangon Galacticos. My friends, come on over. You get to crush a key now. Come on, let's go. All together to the back. There you go. Let's pull up the smoke.
Eliminated na ang Pro Esports.
Our first quarterfinal key.
Di na ang score.
Go ahead, gentlemen.
Sad.
You made history. You
Mistake,
so
hello.
And that's one more.
It's you. Who's you?
We've already eliminated 8. And we're gonna add
Pwede
number
nga.
9 to it. Close up.
Sabihin mo
Yes,
na
I know
lang
it gets
to.
a bit scary, but it's scarier when you lose. There's the snap. There's the hopes and dreams.
Sobrang lakas siguro ng tunog na yun. Siyempre, ano eh.
Yangon Galacticos
Matigas
continue
yung
their tear. Undefeated so
Kree
far,
na
not a
crush.
single game that they have lost. We'll break all of that down with a beautiful panel.
Code, walang bago guys. Ito lang. Di ko alam kung limit pa. Kung limit na. Always asking Code, it's you. Yeah. Hello. It's you, it's me, it's everybody. It's Code time.
Whether it was the Ruby or the Barretts, a pivotal role in Yangon Galacticos.
Try the code, guys, before it's limit.
One of the best teams in the galaxy in MLBB.
Before it reach limit.
Well, they're still undefeated, have yet to drop a single game, and I'm gonna stand by what I mentioned earlier. If Yangon
Ngayon, everyday may drop ng code. Kaya mag-antay lang kayo, huwag kayong magmadali. Baka maiwan pa kayo ng code. Baka magtampo sa inyo yung code. I'll explain to him later. Sabihin mo kapag clean-name naman sa mail, nasa inventory lang niya. Hindi niya ma-activate agad. Dati kasi ganun, di ba, na-activate agad. Buti ngayon, ginawa ng hindi ma-activate agad. Sayang naman kasi.
There's no way we get any more sweeps. So I'm glad I was right here. I just hope I'm right all the way. I don't want to see any more sweeps, all right? MSC's got a lot for us. No sweeps, please.
The perfect. I know the day's almost halfway done, and we
No
just started.
sweeps,
So
please.
let's take a look at the schedule. We've got one more game coming up here today, and that is big news because if you see
Anong
the
oras
screen
next
shaking,
week? Ito
LaFell is
naman
basically
mga
stomping on stage,
kating-kati
ready
sa
to jump
code.
on.
Kamutin nyo kaya.
Distracting all of us. For those who need the info,
Kakalapag
like I
lang
need to
ng
give it, Team
bagong
Vitality
code.
versus Team
Next
Falcons
code
PH
agad.
coming up.
Pag kayo talaga naubusan ng
Our
next code.
talent on the studio, our talent on the cast. I'm going to stay here. And of course, if you got it
Kakalapag
right,
lang kasi. Ano
Yangon
ba oras next
Galacticos,
code?
you're feeling lucky.
Hintayin nyo lang
I know a
kasi.
great place for you to spend your time. That's Pick'ems,
Oo,
baby.
bigla lang
EWC
kasi hindi
Pick'ems.
nga natin alam kung
Let us know
kailan
if you
talaga
think
yung
it is
drop
going
ng
to be
code.
Team
Mamaya last na pala
Vitality
yan
that's
eh.
gonna end up playing Yangon Galacticos. Ying's already preparing for that matchup.
Yes.
Or if you think, you know, not just 3-1, if we're gonna have a chance. Team Falcons PH. I know, Rimar, you're hoping for the chance, man. I know.
Paano nyo,
I know,
ano,
man. You need our Philippines to continue. I get it, man.
per game.
I get it, dog.
Vitality, bro.
Per game. Sarap na no, per game. Puro tanda yan.
I know you know I'm a Vitality guy, but it's my Falcons boys, bro.
No.
My Falcons boys. It's my countrymen.
We're in Paris.
I don't want to get denied when I get back to the
Ngayon pa lang
Philippines.
yun, ano?
We're French.
Oh, hindi mo nakita.
Okay, that means I can stay in France. Sure, maybe. I don't know.
Get ready to
legally,
learn.
of course.
Get ready to learn French, buddy.
Oui.
As he continues his journey, and we might keep him here if Team Falcons PH doesn't get the win. We're going to send it over to an unfortunately very difficult thing to do, which is an exit interview. So Saw had a chance to do it. Thank you very much, Saw.
We are now backstage with Sa from Pro Esports. Sa, what's going on? Are you okay? What happened?
I think it's okay. I'm fine with the result because, yeah, we all try our best already and we didn't get the win. But I'm very happy
Limit
because
na daw
we
yung
get to
code, sabi
experience
daw
something
ah.
new since
Di ko
it's my
sure.
first time on international
Alisin ko
stage.
na.
I'm proud of my teammate and we experience so many things like we win, we lose, yeah, new environment. So yeah, it's okay. Our runs and heals.
So you're grateful for the opportunity to be here in the first place.
Yeah.
But were you
Limit na,
surprised?
yun
I mean,
lang.
did you think that you could
Sad.
find a rematch here?
Kanina pa kasi yung code
I
bago
think we
mag-start
could, but yeah, we still
yung
couldn't
sa
revenge our
third
match.
game eh.
What was the main problem?
No problem. They just do it better than us.
Okay, they just were the better team today.
yeah.
What lesson did you learn? What was the biggest thing that really stuck to you, considering this is your first international?
Like there are so
Bagal nyo kasi
many things left that I need to learn more, and hopefully I just want to thank to my boss and coaching staff for always encouraging and motivate to me, and I'm very happy.
That's really sweet. That's really sweet. Sa, if there was something that you feel like you could take to your next international or your next MSC, what would it be, Sa?
I think we will, if I can get the chance to come back again,
Yeah.
I want to prove them that we will improve better and much stronger than before.
Much stronger and much more improved the next time around. Sa, this was great, but do you have maybe a message to all your fans out there? Because I'm seeing a lot of them in chat really supporting you.
To all the fans from Cambodia who supporting us, thank you guys. And we are sorry that we couldn't bring Cambodia to another level, and thank you for all your support.
YG very
you
good,
guys are part of
yes.
it. Thank you.
YG
Keep
so
supporting us
strong.
in our next tournament. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure they will. Everyone is supporting you. What's next for you, Sa? What's after MSC?
Code
What's your next
gusto
goal?
manood
I think we
ayaw.
still have another tournament, and so we just reset our mindset.
Code
and just
gusto, heart
focusing on
react
that
ng
tournament.
live stream
I
ayaw.
love it. Thank you so much, Sa. We're going back to you
Gusto niyo
guys.
na may live ko. Like my stream guys. Thank you so
Saw.
much.
It is a journey, and getting to any level, once you get to the next phase of it, you learn how much you don't know. But for all of us here, we know the great representation that Pro Esports has given to Cambodia. So shout out to Cambodia and their regional representative here. We know it's tough to take a loss like that, but there's a lot of honor in doing that interview and taking a big lesson from it as well.
Yeah, they got to take down SRG to open up the
That's
campaign.
huge, man.
They got a top 8 finish, putting Cambodia back on the map in global MLBB, and I like the vibe out of that. You could tell, of course, he was disappointed, but ultimately he decided to hold on to the good things, which was the experience of it all.
Absolutely, man. You know, again, instant reset as well, right? He says we have another tournament up next, so instant reset to fixing those errors. So again, learning after seeing those YG drafts, I take a lot
You're
from it
live
as well. So they have a lot of time to prepare.
from Myanmar.
I'm very confident
Hello,
in Cambodia as a
YQ.
region's future.
Is it
All right,
correct?
Mirko
Is
Rimar,
that
thanks for
correct?
hanging with me on the
Why-
first set. We saw
why
a
pure?
confession there from Sa. He said it was his first international MLBB event. Well, you know we like confessions. We already saw LaFell do some. We saw Brigida do some. Now it's time to see Rose's confessions.
Play is in our DNA.
Mute ko lang konti. Ang next match na ay Team Vitality versus Team Falcons PH. OMG. This is it, guys. Sana 5 games para intense. Let me interview.
This is my opportunity to
I-engage na si Rose. Makita niyo ba yung post ni Rose?
You know, we've got a few questions prepared. Let's get into it. Wow.
Tapos na YG tsaka Pro. Yes po. Sweep ng YG ang Pro
on
Esports.
this trip as the richest member of talent?
Who said I'm the richest member of talent? How much money have I spent on this trip?
This is real, no?
It's not Van Cleef.
You don't need to actually tell me. I mean, if you can, if you want. Because honestly, I'd be shopping. I'm not gonna lie.
Because I haven't started shopping yet.
Okay.
So it's like
Another chance. Too busy.
300-400 euros. I went to
that it?
Disneyland. I went to Disneyland. I think it could be more. I think it's more.
Ang aga natapos. So, ang ikli lang ng mga games nila eh. Yung unang game ay 11 minutes.
Where are you getting this, Chris? Chris! Okay, backstory. Back in MPL Malaysia, the region I come from, we had a guest host, and he just interrupted me as I was talking in the grand finals, and he said Samantar, which technically means hold on. He was like, hold your beer, girl. I got something to say. And it was like grand final, so yeah.
That's annoying. There's people in the no. Is your love language acts of service or physical abuse? Since you tend to hit the players a lot, but you always buy
Good
them
night,
food.
baby. Good night.
I swear to God, if
Daw,
person who
sabi
gave me
ni
this, I think I
Waipyo.
know who it is.
Not me telling you.
Both?
Both. Both.
No.
We'll go with both. Okay. So I heard your MPL MY S11 debut went really smoothly, especially in front of the Minister of Youth and Sports.
So it wasn't my debut day, that was my second day.
How did it go? Tell me, please tell me.
Oh my God, I'm actually sweating.
I'm not that intimidating.
The questions are, Chris. So on my second day, that was the second day I've ever been a host.
Yeah.
I had backstage interviews with the players, so I entered the player booth. First team comes up and I'm like, how are you feeling for today's match? And the player just went like, beep this. I'm so f***ing ready. And then I asked his friend, I'm like, whoa, okay, what about you? Same. I walk out and the Ministry of Youth was just there watching the game and the big LED. I love it.
Well, I'm sorry for that. I hope today hasn't, I hope you still feel joyful, I want to say. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Rose.
Thank you.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired.
Nakakuha ka 10 Dias. Congrats. Ay. Predict score ko sa Vitality tsaka Falcon. Gusto ko mag 3-2. Gusto ko 5 games. Para matagal yung papanoorin natin. Match now. Vitality Falcon. Hindi pa pala ako magmamatch na. Wala pa naman BRB muna siguro. Wala pa naman Tapos pagka-click ko ng BRB, bigla silang, ayan na nga, sinasabi ko. Bumalik na agad sila. Tuloy na kaya agad. I mean, start na kaya agad ng game.
Because it's going to be an amazing moment. Of course, MLBB will be there. Some games you probably love and know will be there. Check out the full announcement online. But wanted to keep you up to date.
Sino panalo? YG ang nanalo. Hello, Alicia.
LaFell, welcome, guys. LaFell, you have already started the day off in a way, my friend. And your shoes not tied, doing all that movement?
Hey, it's okay. This is by choice, all right? Who are you to challenge my fashion sense?
I didn't criticize. I just said danger, Trex,
Listen, me and LaFell haven't got to be on panel together. This is normally a very common duo, so we're very excited. We made sure the shoe was untied.
Yeah.
We got a banger of a match coming up.
Grabe, intense yung laban na to. Ano prediction niya, guys?
Is this how I get my green card?
Vitality Falcons. 3-0 po ba game kanina? Opo. 3-0 YG.
If only Entity 7 was playing.
3-0 Falcon na to, sabi ni Jandel. Ayaw mag 5 games. Pero mas maganda kung 3-0 Falcons. Ako lang, gusto ko lang ng madaming pinapanood. Lowell, bakit?
It is the fact that the club championship is being fought for as well. And those two teams, thanks to our Aramco club championship rankings leaderboard, are in contention.
I-heart nyo naman yung live stream ko.
One of the big things to note is MLBB gave
Why you
Nonsense
know
here a
heart like
win
na
with the
lang?
win on MWI. For those who don't know, you have to win a tournament if you are going to win the club championship. Those other
Falcons
points
daw
from high ranking
si
moments,
Ken
yeah,
Cheesy.
that matters, but you've got to get a win. So Trex directly standing between Team Falcons and their first win right here is, of course, Natus Vincier.
Yeah, I mean, Natus Vincier has snuck to the top. They've got this dub already under their belt, so they at least have security and overall a chance to win the tournament. Team Vitality and Team Falcons, this is a big opportunity for them here on this main stage. Both of them still sitting here in the top 8. And the rivalry is there. Team Falcons reigning champions. Someone else is looking for that crown though.
3-1 daw, Falcon si
As well,
Lauren.
back-to-back champions for Team Falcons. So if Team Falcons lose the Vitality here, not only
Palag
does it
din
hurt
yung,
their standings,
yung
but does
Vitality.
that start
Oh,
the
maganda
storyline?
laro
Will we
ng
see a new club
Vitality.
champion? We don't know, but obviously all those things we'll
Pero
keep track of
syempre,
as well before we narrow down into today's
support
matchup.
sa Pinoy.
I know that drama is
Pero kayo kung anong team gusto niyo supportahan, walang problema. Huwag lang kayong mga away, guys.
Do you start a lot of drama? Did you
May
write those
kanya-kanya
questions?
naman
Are you the one writing the
tayong
confession questions?
Actually, no,
gustong supportahan na team. Huwag na kayong mag-away.
That sort of a farsa, you know, gave the questions to. Like, I'm still
Son of a Minotaur, huh?
Yeah, I locked Chris in a basement, and I thought he would give me the answers. It turned out he liked it, so I'm like, well, might as well have a good time, and then we just went back to sleep.
Well, son of a glue. I hope you find it. All right, let's head over to our Crunchyroll story of the day because it is today. And if you see it, you read it. I'm going to read it with you while it comes up. Niall versus Kyle. New rivals, old rivalry. And the implications of that go beyond just the Niall versus Kyle matchup. It's the matchup of Indonesia and the Philippines in MLBB. Trex, this moment, this game means a
What
lot more
if
than just a
5
series.
games tapos puro 20 plus minutes
Everything
game?
on the line here. Greatest junglers in the world. This will be talked about in Discord channels for ages.
Daming Saturday.
You know, the World Championship.
Simulan na.
I'm super excited for it.
Yeah, watch what you say, LaFell.
8:30 pa nga yung schedule nila eh. Hindi natin sure kung i-start agad. Baka isasaktong 8:30.
You're the one who studied Newton's law. Yeah, exactly. And Newton didn't say you can watch what
Malakas
you say.
kalaban nila, madam, pero Pinoy tayo.
He was a
Oh,
while ago, though.
By the way,
Pinoy.
Vitality, I mean, like you guys
Supportan
were
natin
talking about Vitality
ang
against
Pinoy
Falcons. I don't see how Falcons can take
representative.
this one because even in scrims, Vitality has
Pero yun nga,
been number one, and
malakas
that's
ang
surprising
Vitality.
seeing how strong Aurora is, and they're
Period.
like, yeah, no, dude, Vitality is something else in scrims.
I gotta say this though.
Anong team ko bukas? Yung laro bukas yung Aurora Onyx tsaka
will be scary for anyone. The fact that both teams weren't able to be knocked out in the group stage, there was
Vamos
still a team
TS.
hanging and waiting. And at this point, they
Mahirap,
are
mahirap
always
pumili.
going to be a threat. No matter how good Vitality is, they cannot overlook Team
Ang hirap
Falcons.
pumili sa Aurora
Yes, it
Onyx.
is.
Parehas kasi yun eh.
Yes, it is. Good job, guys.
Walong pala eh.
You know, I have to say that
Doon na lang ako sa mananalo, guys. Ang team ko bukas yung mga mananalo.
that's messed up when you really think about it.
Like, if we're talking about Falcons going up
Mamaya
against
yata,
Vitality,
tabalik na lang ako
not really the same
8:30.
organization,
Oh,
but a lot of
8:30
the
kasi yung
same
schedule
members
ng
of team. The last time
ng
they played was
laban
like
nila.
M5, so that's why 2 to 3
Eh,
years ago. But
maaga
during
na
that time,
tapos
Nal
yung
couldn't play
YG
jungle
Pro
because of
na match.
something happened between GigFam as well
So
as
baka
Kid
buy
Robo.
time
Yeah,
sila
yeah,
dito.
right. So this is kind of like revenge.
Buy time.
Really, like they met each other 2 or 3 years ago, but during that time, Nal couldn't play. So now that Nal can play, hey, maybe something else will show up.
Well, speaking of Team Vitality, it's time to take a look at their roster because not only do they have Niall, but Moreno, Finn, Shogun, E-Man. They are on a mission. We had a chance to catch up with E-Man before the
Ay,
match.
ikaw muna. Matagal pa yan. Uy, eto. Yung
We are
mga
now with
introhan na ng
Eman from
konti.
Team Vitality. Eman, how was your 4-day break?
It's been good because we've been to Eiffel Tower before.
Oh, so you guys walked around,
Yeah,
had
yeah.
fun around Paris.
Yeah.
Did the 4-day break include preparing for today?
Yeah, I think so. We've been practice a lot in the other teams. Yeah. So the practice went well also. Yeah.
The practice went well. Obviously, last time you guys met Falcons PH, you guys won it 2-0. But this time, obviously, Falcons PH are going to do their homework. So, Eman, are you worried?
Not really. Yeah, because we've been practicing all along. And then we've been reviewing also their play style against Team Falcons before they go to knockout stage. Yeah.
Okay, so you've been reviewing their games, and I'm pretty sure they're reviewing your games as well. The Melissa was one of the biggest problems, I believe, for Falcons PH. Are you expecting it to be banned today?
Not really, because I think I'm not the one that having a hard time before when we fight against them. Yeah,
Oh, so you think that the Melissa will be open?
I think so. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
But what happens if it gets banned? Do you have something else prepared?
I think Laila. I think so.
Laila! Damn, that brings me
Layla.
back to Skylar's generation. The Laila
Gulat
in the
tayo,
gold lane.
biglang
What
ang
about the
pinik si
fighters? Do you think
Layla,
the
no?
fighters are still a viable pick in the gold lane?
Yeah, it depends. I think on the team. Like Aurora, I think their composition is so good. Yeah,
What
so I
if?
think it depends on the team.
What if
Okay, so it depends
lang?
on the team. But
Wala namang
about the
imposible.
meta, are we going to be
Ikaw
expecting
lang
something
nga
different come the
pinili, di ba?
knockouts? Or do you think it's going to be similar to the group stages?
I think it's just similar, but I think the jungle, and mid lane, because I see Falcons before, they play also Selena, so I think there's what you call this, deny hero pick, I think so. Yeah,
Okay, so the drafting phase
yeah, drafting phase.
will be very interesting in this best of 5. And obviously, if let's say you guys win this, there could be a chance of an Indo-Indo Grand Finals. Eman, is it possible?
Yeah, I think it's possible because I know Onyx is strong, especially in playoffs, knockouts. But if they win against Aura, I think they can defeat. It's either Team Famous or Spirit.
But if you move forward, is that the team you want to meet? Onyx?
I hope so.
I hope so. Okay, why? Why Onyx?
Yeah, because I know they're one of the greatest team also here in MSC and Aurora. But I think Aurora is so good also. But let's see tomorrow, I think.
There's a lot of contenders right now, Eman, and obviously your first one is going to be Falcons PH. Do you have a message to them right before your match?
Just good luck and have fun. Yeah, don't destroy us. Yeah.
Don't destroy us.
Don't
Okay, thank you so
destroy.
much, Eman, for this interview. Good luck for
Laro
your
ka mo
next.
ng
And of course, we're going to throw it over back
sakto
to you guys.
pagtapos daw simula na.
Why is the turner
Pwede.
calling him Iman?
Depende
It's
kung
Eman,
brawl
obviously.
ba lalaroin mo,
obvious.
RG.
I mean, as an
Pag
Evan, I
RG
would
kasi
know.
baka
That's how
matagal.
his grandparents
Di
call
ba
him.
masimulan?
Eman.
Come here, E-Man.
Brother of He-Man.
Exactly. Cousin, yeah. Distant cousin. Iman with the turner there having a fun little chat up and talking about Lila and talking about the fact that there is an opportunity for an Indonesia grand final. LaFell, that's also on the line if Onyx make it through on the other side.
That is honestly quite rare because I feel like the most significant Indo Grand Finals was back in M1, the very first World Championship, and ever since then, it's either been Philippines, Indo. So this hasn't happened in a while. So if it does happen, then you know Indonesia's just gonna have a good time on social media, and that's where I will deactivate my.
Just all like generally nice,
Wala pang
fluffy,
code guys, nag-aantay lang din kami.
Nothing but love, man. A lot of love.
Gusto niya mauna, tumambay kayo
I
sa
love you.
live stream.
Whoever's looking at me right now. I don't know you, but I love you. All right, let's go ahead and introduce Team Falcons BH. LaFell still laughing in the corner. Flap, Kyle, Haji, Ogwin, and Super Marco. Bulletproof Super Marco,
Walang
they call him. Let's see what he had to
Team
say
Falcons.
before today's match.
Ayan, meron.
We are now with Super Marco from Falcons Philippines. Super Marco, you are now the last hope for the Philippines. How do you feel about that?
I feel happy and I'm not pressured because we know that we can win.
No pressure, and you guys know that you can win, but you lost last time against Vitality. What's different about it this time?
I think we already see their draft and we just prepared for it.
Okay, so the drafts is something that you guys really studied. Is it something related to Melissa? I mean, last time we saw Melissa 2 times picked up by Eman, and it looked like there was a struggle there. Is Melissa a big pick for Vitality?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest factor for the game last match because we didn't respect Melissa to Eman.
How did you feel in that lane up against the Melissa? I think you picked up the Claude and the Brody.
Yeah, it's so hard to lane against Melissa.
Why?
Because of the emblem, fighter emblem.
Oh, it's because of the fighter emblem. But I mean, Claude can also pick up fighter emblem and carry. What's the main difference?
Because Melissa, the advantage of Melissa is smoke.
Okay, so the range was made it difficult.
Naglag siguro daw yung
Melissa, do you
Falcons.
feel like there was something else that went wrong for Falcons?
Huwag ka na
last time?
naglag. Wala man tayong magagawa.
I think our
Support
decision
na lang
making
natin, guys.
and we lost in the mid game.
Sana
That's why we need
manalo
to fix
sila.
our mid game.
Oh, okay. So decision making in the mid game. Who's usually in charge of that? Super Marco.
I think all of us.
All of you guys. So all you guys just come during mid game, or is there like one certain shot caller?
There's a shot caller.
Okay, so there is, but you don't want to mention him.
Yeah.
Okay, we won't mention him right now. But Super Marco, what did you do in the 2 days break?
I think just practice.
Practice. You didn't get to go around, nothing.
No. We need to focus on the match right now.
Focus on the match. What does this match mean to you, Super Marco?
So much. I mean, so much mean to me. I mean,
it means a lot to you.
It's mean a lot to me.
Could you maybe share about why?
Because we need to win because we're the only last hope. Yeah.
Okay, so it's regarding you guys being the last hope. So, in this such a meaningful match, do you have a message to your opponents today, Team Vitality?
My message to Vitality is don't destroy us too.
Don't destroy us too. Okay.
Parang nandun siya nung ini-interview sa
over back to you guys.
Kaya alam niya yung sabi. O sinabi ba ni Ethan? Don't destroy us.
Some trash talk on person in camera. Let's leave online. That's a different place. He's gonna be like, get some sleep. Have a good breakfast.
Yeah.
Get on time.
Please don't destroy us.
Practice a little bit, but not too much so you get tired. Falcon super fans there sitting in front of us. And he mentioned for Falcons, they're fighting for more than just a game. Trex, it is the last hope. And what he was referencing was the last hope of the Philippines. The fact that Team Liquid PH
Don't
is
destroy
out.
us.
And it's really up to Team Falcons to carry that torch of the most successful region in MLBB history.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone that's new to MLBB or for anyone that hasn't watched the esports, this is not normal. 2 Filipino teams out before the top 8 has only happened once before. Was it last M7? It's been a lot. Last M7 it happened, but still, this is unprecedented at this point. Let alone
M7 nga Philippines.
even if there's one slipping through, they're still not exactly the favorite of the bracket.
Honestly, looking at this one, and I
Baka
feel like this is why
makatulog ka
everyone's saying
na.
this is definitely one of the
Di ka
best
makaabot.
internationals ever because
Itulog mo
the
na yun
meta is
kung
very
inaantok
entertaining,
na.
as well as every single team that's coming here, they have showed up. Honestly, I feel like maybe 1 or 2 teams didn't
Bawi ka
really
na lang
prepare
bukas.
that well for this new meta, but other than that, it honestly has been amazing, and I do want to see how Falcons can actually deal with Vitality because they're looking so strong.
And it feels like it could be just about anybody's game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Falcons could still win this. Vitality could win this. Aurora could win this. Team Spirit's in the running. Vamos, sadly, no more pro esports. Yangon, I mean, just everyone feels like they have a chance to make it to that grand final stage.
Well, the last time we saw a grand final that included 2 Indonesian teams was MSC 19. We'll see if we can continue that journey or if it will be the last hope of the Philippines that crushed Vitality's hope. Second series of the day underway.
Shoutouts, 26. Hello.
Philippines-Indonesia rivalry continues, but before that, I gotta say, Yangon Galacticos, they looked incredible. I mean, I knew they were good, but 3-0 in the way that they did, remaining undefeated, Rose, that's crazy.
Yes, definitely. Yangon Galacticos is now officially a team to watch out for. But let's talk about this match. This second match, a rivalry that dates way back a few years in the MLBB ecosystem. And today, there is a possibility that we could continue this tournament without a Filipino representative.
Both teams have faced off in the group stage, and what have they done? They've chosen to play one another once again here in the knockout stage. Last time, a close win for Vitality. We'll see if they can replicate it again, or will Falcons Philippines fight back? Speaking of which, let's bring up our teams as the drums begin to roar. Please join me welcoming Team Vitality!
Team
The hometown
Vitality.
heroes! They have dominated the group stage and have made it to knockouts. At first place in Group A, they demanded one thing, a rematch of epic proportions. The Beehive stirs. It's time to get your sting and black out.
Ooh, this is gonna be fun. And of course, the rivals for this match, all the way from the Philippines, it is Team Falcons Philippines!
Team Falcons! Parang inulit ko lang yung sinasabi.
Filipinos. They have shown that experience and mental fortitude is what they are known for. But is that enough to continue the dream? Can Team Falcons Philippines come out on top in this rematch? Can the Hopebringer continue their journey?
I love how our crowd is split 50-50 between them. If anything, it means we're going to get a hype matchup.
This is going to be one hell of a series. So with that, boys, you may place your keys, take your seats, and of course, captains, don't forget to meet in the middle. The crowd right now looks like it's about to be a grand finals match. I am loving it.
Grabe yung mga cheerleaders.
Only one will continue will journey.
The last hope, Team Falcons PH.
Philippines, the hope bringer of the Filipinos, or is there a possibility that we will be seeing an ID somewhere in the near future? Let's throw it over to the desk to kickstart this match.
Hopebringer sounds like the next Brandon Sanderson novel. I love it, Rose. Thank you so much. Good one. Vitality versus PH Falcons. PH, the Philippines versus Indonesia in MLBB. You can hear the hype. Woo! It's that time.
Panalo daw Philippines, sabi ni Brian.
The battle of the birds and the bees.
Why did we think of that for the Crunchyroll story, no?
I can think of a few reasons, but hey.
Okay. Isn't this like a battle that's been
historical
since the time of Adam?
The time of Adam.
Yeah.
And who's
the atmosphere
other one?
unlike anything we've seen so far at EWC 26 for MLBB. MSC is changing the course of its destiny with the result of this matchup. And what will that be? Will it be the Philippines still in it? The Hopebringer, the last hope. Team Falcons who are in
N5 MSC Glory. Ayan, already in gold, guys. MSC Glory. Laglagan ba yan, te? Opo. Ayan na, guys. MSC Glory. Ang next code. Best of 5, opo.
That is the question on all of our minds right now. Electricity builds for sure. I gotta say, this feels like a grand finals match.
It sure does.
And ever since MSC took away the double elimination bracket, the pressure just builds so much for these matches in the top 8 because you know there's no second chances.
Gold, guys. MSC Glory.
Hit any harder for any Filipinos watching out there. And right now, Team Vitality wants to crush that.
I mean, honestly, that's crazy. Imagine you have a flawless run in the group stage, and then all of a sudden, going into the knockouts, facing against the opponents that you took down before. Just losing this one match, it's over. Like, in terms of the mental stress for all of the players here, they look calm, but I gotta say, it takes a lot for you to be calm in this kind of situation.
It sure does.
MSC
and the beauty of that is
Glory.
that there's no need for calm at this point. I feel like the benefit is that you have the chance to have the chance from your crowd, the fans going crazy, rooting you on to let you know this moment means something. In esports, it's common to go through these grueling groups where, let's face it, guys, sometimes a game doesn't mean that much. You're already through. You already know what's going to happen. We are out of that stage. We did that last week and the week before. It's time for the big games. And this marks the beginning of truly consequential MLBB and MSC. And the draft is almost underway.
And it looks like it's going to be dangerous grass here. Yeah, it's going to be dangerous grass. Vitality will be first pick on blue side. Falcons, red side, second pick. And this is already very interesting, Trex. Vitality ban out the Esmeralda, so it does seem like they're trying to open something up here.
Possibly, or in the end, it comes down to Falcon on what they want to open up, but with the Esmeralda gone, looking for a possible Freya up front, something of that nature. Fanny getting banned out after, and back to Falcons with Harara, Ling, both still open.
Yeah, because I really feel like right now, the trinity of Esmeralda, Uranus, as well as Barats is really something you got to look forward to, because the Eudora is a very strong pick, but these very heavy frontliners, they can kind of mitigate some of the advantages that the Eudora has. And now the Freya gets banned, which is amazing. I don't know why Freya gets through all the time.
Yeah. It shouldn't.
It should not.
Those last games, that last series, Freya
Likod
should not
nga,
have been allowed in
MSC
the land of
Glory.
dawn.
She got
Pagka
through
likod,
game
di ka
one, won't be
nakikinig.
through here in game two. Excuse me, series 2, game 1. And what we had seen was kind of this assassin, hold our cards to our chest, make sure to see if we can outbluff you. We're going to ban Fanny, we're going to ban Ling, we're going to ban Hirara. They switched that up because there was just too many assassins to go into that pool on the side of YG and not enough for Pro. But here we could see a Hirara banned out.
I think at this point, you might have to leave it open and go for the trade. Maybe come back with the...
Maybe ban the Eudora.
What do you want?
Open.
But I think Falcon wants the Eudora, right? So ban the Hirara.
MSC
I
Glory
think it should be
nga.
a Eudora, because if you pick up the Ling, there's going to be so many counters. Or pick up the Zushin.
Eudora, one of the most played heroes on the side of Haji, and it's the Barretts. Wow, guys, that's the earliest we've seen Barretts.
I'll tell you one thing that has changed in the meta from groups to now. Some of these first picks, some of these pryos early on, the fact that Barats just got picked up mean a lot's happened in scrims over the past 48 hours, for sure. A lot of things have changed, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like you need the, I would say, toughest guy in the EXP just so that the enemy jungler cannot get an easy kill onto you, as well as you're just able to have that pressure inside of the jungle of your opponent. So this is very interesting. The Barats get picked up, and I feel like this can have some hesitation when it comes to what Falcons want, because I think eventually they do want the Uranus, but right now do they actually want the Ling Eudora combo, because both are already not looking that great against the Barats.
The Barats was not used on the side of Vitality. This is the first time they're playing it this series. The Barats was used for Falcons once, and it lost. So maybe not a priority, or maybe reading too much into the value of the Barats after seeing the first series today. But either way, it's a response with a Selena and a Beleric, Trex.
I mean, I think it's a solid pick on the Barats. So Selena also has been a monster. You have the range. You have a mage that isn't too close up, has some distance, can also get you vision around the map. And the Beleric, I mean, it's the Beleric. He's just been a dominant roamer on the map. On the side of Vitality, I think this could be your opportunity to maybe pick up the Ling, go for the assassin here. And if Falcon is forced onto a fighter or utility, the Barats is going to quite literally eat that up. I mean, it's going to quite literally be such a nuisance in these huge neutral objectives.
Oh, the Melissa gets picked up early, as well as the Minotaur. I gotta say, the Minotaur has been raising in value, because in terms of the win rate, it's insane. For Selena, over 71% win rate. And right now for Vitality, like, we even saw the interview with Eterna. I think she planted the seed of this Melissa, where both teams are now constantly thinking about this Melissa, and Vitality is like, if we don't pick it up right now, 100% is gonna get banned. And both teams are showing hesitation, because the draft that we're seeing right now is actually very difficult for a Ling to perform.
Yeah, and it kind of dissuades
Vitality
just fighters and in general, people who want to get up close. So you have to think outside the box, because what if Melissa's ult comes out? What do we do then in an objective fight? We're gonna be struggling. So how do you deal with that? And the Clint is picked up. And one of the ways to deal with somebody is just to burst them down so fast they don't have time to use their abilities.
It's definitely a new answer. It does have the range, the Clint. But with the Clint, you need a bulky front line. You need something that can really protect him. He does have the ability to escape with his second skill, but it's nothing crazy, right? It's not a huge dash. It's a quick little stiff arm. We need to see a lot around.
My current worry right now is Falcons PH. Their mid game isn't actually going to be looking that great, especially because in the interview they said that's what they wanted to work on. The reason why I say it's not going to be that great, because after about 5 minutes, the Minotaur will have the Flash of the Oasis, making it so that any burst damage that you do, the heal is going to come up, and then a shield. So the mid game isn't going to be super great coming in from Falcons unless they have whatever jungler that they're going to pick up later on has a lot of damage in the mid game.
Well, neither team has gone for a jungler yet, which is interesting, because normally those picks are locked in fast. There could always be the slight flex from Vitality of this Barats on a jungle. Don't think we're going to see it. We've seen it once. I think, did Aurora do it? Who picked up the Barats jungle? That's a great question. Somebody pick up Barats jungle in groups. We do see the Raphael ban. That would be deadly if Vitality picked it up. Way too much heal.
Star protection.
as the crowd settles down just a little bit, guys. You went for a long time. Good on you, super fans.
I feel like for now, Vitality, I think it really depends on what their EXP is gonna pick up, because I think a good EXP for them should be something like a Yuzong. The only problem is, wait, no. I don't think this Barats is gonna go jungle. Yeah, I think the Barats is gonna go EXP. So the real question is, what is gonna be the jungle pick here? Because it looks like they might build a draft around Yi Sun-shin. I just don't know if that's the right idea.
Well,
especially if Falcons later on picks up something like a Yuzong, a Lapu, or a Bennett, the Yi Sun-shin might have a tough time.
It's definitely tough to. There goes the Nolan ban. I was thinking Nolan could possibly work for them. Since they're on blue side and they have to show their whole hand, a YSS pick right there where Falcon still has the opportunity to counter with their 5th red pick could definitely be dangerous. Could be possible though. I mean, the reality is they have the Melissa who works great inside of that type of strategy. A YSS would also work great inside that type of strategy. They would need some nice magic damage though, and that's where my mind is at. What do they pick here in the mid lane?
Honestly, with the range, I wouldn't mind seeing something like an Eve, but the Eudora is still there. Yeah. Right? It's not like any of the picks here makes the Eudora not viable. You know, like the Selena, sure, it's gonna have some, I would say, some poking power against the Eudora, and now the Lapu gets picked up. I don't know, I feel like either Eve or Eudora should be well. I feel like using something like a Kimi might be too risky.
Well, the Lapu picked up. It was picked up last series and it lost, but maybe Falcons have something up their sleeve here. And you've seen the Nolan, the Harara, they've gone deep into the jungle bans.
Yeah, the Lapu's definitely been having some trouble. I mean, overall, just hasn't been able to keep up with the bulky EXP laners that are out there, and you have this Barats already. We are going to see this final pick in the Valentina. Clean, easy. You get even more crowd control if you steal that Wrath of the Dryad. You pair that up with an Owen's Fury. Vitality definitely just has... Ooh. So it is a Barats jungle. Unless it's a Paquito jungle.
Or Paquito jungle.
Or Paquito jungle.
I kind of feel like maybe better for the Paquito to go to jungle, because I feel like, honestly, both win the lane against Lapu. It's just that I think Paquito has more burst damage to secure the Turtle/Lord.
And we saw that on last day of groups. We saw the Paquito jungle come in as well.
So I feel like if you want to balance it out, maybe a CEO, because I think the link is going to be pretty difficult for this one. Right?
James, hello.
If it's not the CEO, if they want to go utility, then maybe the Akai.
But they have played Akai. They have played Akai before. It's a win and a loss, but they played it on Rome.
But because that's a Valentina, I think there would be a bit of a hesitation there.
The Ling has been successful. They've played it once, they've won once. But going into this lineup, you feel the hesitation, and it gets us a unique hero, baby.
Okay,
we feeling?
So let's talk about this. The Joy has enough iframes to actually go in the goal away of Melissa and possibly one-shot her. Everyone else, there's a lot of peel here. The Paquito can peel, the Minotaur can peel, the Valen can peel. This is a pretty, I would say pretty dangerous choice, but I can see it working-ish.
I mean, I think you look at this left side, Trex, these are all top-performing heroes in this meta. Those are a few, but not all of them.
I will say this, teams have been blessed by getting unique. Teams have made things happen by trying new heroes. The Joy was once a monster, and it does well against a Suyo. It can do well against enemy fighter jungles, so maybe it is the answer to the Paquito jungle.
Well, will it be the answer? The new rivalry in the jungle and the old rivalry with Indonesia and the Philippines. 152 games between them. 90 have gone the way of the Philippines. Let's see if they can make it 91.
Thank you so much. We're jumping into our very first series. Me and Brig are here to catch it all. We got Vitality on the blue side facing up against the Falcons on the red. And immediately, we already see the openers from both sides. The draft has been particularly interesting. This is the first time we are seeing Joy here and now in this game.
It's a Paquito versus a Joy in the jungle. Never really expecting a new rivalry to come out again now that we're in the knockouts. But hey, it's MSC. It's always been surprises everywhere. But at least for Vitality, they've gotten one of their very good comfort picks, which is the Melissa on Eman again.
And that's the thing, right? Lafel was mentioning just now that Joy does have enough iframes to actually close, not only close the distance, but actually deal some damage despite the go away from me. So at this stage, we're trying to see whether or not Falcons, they built a lineup where, hey, as much as we want Super Marco to win the lane, there are other aspects of the game that we cannot let drop or slip.
Yep.
because especially when it comes to the objectives, right? I mean, you already were thinking twice about the Akai pickup because of the presence of a Valentina, yes, but also the Barat. So what are the guarantees that whoever jungler you pick up would not face the exact same struggles going up against the Barats, Pakiro, and a Valentina? Oh, not to mention the Minotaur even. So like objective picks seem to be a bit of an advantage for Vitality, at least in the early to mid stages of the game.
I would imagine that Falcons would just have to look to play for picks, right? And initially I was thinking maybe Hayabusa along the sides of the Joy as well, but I think Joy just a little bit more concentrated on the targets they want to go for rather than you just leaving it up to chance with the Hayabusa. This time around, Shogun is still going to be a pretty big problem. Not only is he winning in the lane, but more importantly, the neutrals is going to be hard. Oh, this is dangerous for him. Iman's side.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Could have the Clint been an answer to the Melissa all along? Flap going in with the bravest fighter, zoning out the members of Vitality. Kyle secures the objective, a flicker from Finn, but Flap still picks up first blood. The tone as well, coming in from Shogun. Doesn't let the stun on to anyone, and now he's looking like the next target. The taunt catches up, and now Falcons are trying to chase him down. Moreno still goes in. He will try to find the trade. Nile picks it up. But Falcons, they're not gonna fight.
No, they can't go for any more than this. Not enough cooldowns on Nile to actually chain it together. So far, so good. It's one-to-one trade-off so far, and man, let's look at this replay one more time, because again, this matchup down by the bot lane really depends on the positioning of Iman. If he runs out of that traditional front-to-back, he will lose, but keep in mind that even for Lapu, there was no need for him to flicker into that, right? He's so deep in the sauce, can't seem to get out afterwards unless he was looking to try and maybe get the bravest fighter off of cooldown as soon as he's done, and even then, it's too early to say.
I guess it really just was down to Falcons wanting to secure the snowball. It was kind of brought up in the panel earlier on too, that the mid-game might seem a bit of a struggle for them considering the lineup that they've built. We're looking at another replay here.
Just the casual purple steal in front of Niall's face, you know? Just the good old from Kyle as they're looking for another kill here as Ogren able to snatch one.
No way, the damage from Super Marco is insane! Finn goes down next and Kyle catches up onto Moreno. There goes Iman trying to save his teammate. And he successfully does! Oh. But the abyssal arrow from Haji doesn't let him get away, Eman! There are 4 members of Falcons here down bot, doesn't have to go away anymore! And Kyle will just pick up the kill!
This is snowballed into a pretty huge lead for the Falcon side. One bad fight taken, resulting in a dive on bot side. Everything that they wanted to get and more has been taken. Well, that and Super Marco not getting the kill. He's got 4 assists in his back. He even flickered for it. So, you know, Haji, yo, KDA machine, calm down. I need the money, sir. Please.
Yeah, I imagine this is exactly what Falcons wanted. And they already have that 3K goal lead, which is really great. If the second turtle still goes over to their side, Vitality, what we were expecting for them in terms of objectives might not happen anymore. No! He just stole away that objective from Falcons! Now it's Flap all alone in the middle of 4 members. The Minoan Fury already casted, still catches on to Flap. Now picks up another kill. Kyle with the electrifying beat! But he gets stunned by the bravest fighter, Landshaker, copied by Moreno!
What did I say? What did I say? First person who flickers, generally, if we don't see a kill, you're going to get traded out. Both of these teams aren't missing any of the punches. They're trying to slip as many as they can. Let's look at the replay one more time, because in moments like this, you would have imagined, okay, the fight's already over. Finn flickers forward, but guess what? Moreno, he's still watching, and it actually extends the lead further. I think at that point, Kyle should have just decided we got to back off here. But that's a scary part in these types of drafts. Giving away a trade could lead into a bigger snowball, and that's why you see that both sides are so eager to trade 1-for-1 every single time.
Such a good steal, though. I'm still not over it. I don't think, and I couldn't really imagine that he was actually within Retribution range. But now just punched forward and actually got it away from Team Falcons. Now it's Vitality. That 2 or almost 3K Goldie we saw earlier is now cut to half. So I think we're sort of even all over again across the map. But hey, Shogun!
Whoa!
Actually decides to go for Ogwen. Is that the choice that they actually want? The random Dryad copied as well, so they get to take at least the 1-for-1. Kyle catches up though, now not looking in a great position. Does he get to sustain his way out of it? It's a no! Falcons chased him down.
Yeah, once again, pretty difficult choice there. I think Niall even recognized that if he tried to go back into the get away from me boundary of Iman, it might have led into him getting killed as well. So this was probably the best option, but the arrow hits once more. And Haji, making sure that he is the KDA machine, continues to follow as programmed.
That's a crazy combo. Okay, maybe that's where the burst is gonna come from after all. You know, it's the Selena and the Clint, who had a very decent lane. He did mention it was 004 earlier, now it's 007. So I think there's been very decent kill participation over to Super Marco's side. But he is a threat that has yet to be shut down by Vitality. He's so well farmed on this Clint, currently 2 levels ahead of Eman.
Let's also not forget about Kyle, who's actually making a lot of these motions happen in the first place. Like Ogwin, it's pretty straightforward. He's just got to chain that CC, but who gets that initiation? Who is able to kind of get all the spells out of their opponents? And I think Kyle has done a phenomenal job as of yet. Now, coming back over to Niall, right? Sky Piercer as second item, pretty dangerous. He's 4-2-0, which is already great, but how many fights will he find despite the 3.2k lead that Falcons have developed, right? And a majority of that lead actually is on Super Marco.
Yeah, because I think that fight earlier was started by Vitality, but it was Falcon actually winning it out off of that decision to try and burst down Ogwin, which I think they failed to actually achieve. Another Abyssal Arrow, gotta dodge that. And Finn seems to be having a much harder time right now dealing with the damage and tanking the front lines for Team Vitality at this point. There's also so much range, honestly, over on Falcon's side, which I think is going to be a problem if Vitality just really want to deal with the more front-to-back approach of landing these team fights.
Only naturally. I think that Vitality, it's Iman, right? He is going to be the key to make this game open wide.
Oh, Gogo? It's haunted just a bit. Not gonna really be the target for Falcons just now, though. They just stole away that orange buff, and that's all that they wanted.
Yeah, no, this is actually a perfect coming in for Falcons, right? There's no need to try and impose your lead on your opponent, especially when it's within the 2.9 to 3k, right? It's very deceiving for most people. You would imagine that everybody is rich. No, it's not everybody is rich. It's Super Marco and Kyle who's kind of rich, and even then, it's really just Super Marco. So as long as Vitality take Marco out of the question, then maybe they have an opportunity, but Falcons isn't going to let it go for free. So now watch the motions on the map, right? Vitality start from their side of the orange, and they're going to do the sweeping motion towards the top side after they correct bottom, right? When you have control over one sector of your map, you got to make sure you set up those waves.
Yeah. Right now, at least, Falcons, though, will have a clear idea of where Vitality is coming from. It's a very difficult task to find Super Marco, but there are ways that Vitality can actually pick him off. But Falcons are already grouped up. There goes Flap, already trying to zone. Wrath of Pride already committed as well, but the electrifying beats are dealing too much. But you know what, Yuri, the Daytona's welcome.
Yep.
A 4-man knockup coming in from Vitality. Kyle finds Shogun, but that's gonna be an exchange of his life.
Oh, man. Oh, gets hit by the arrow as well. They're going to get one more for this. Finn in trouble.
Yup, has a heal.
Oh.
He will be saved, though. But Flap finds the kill still, and Super Marco, too, picking off Niall.
Man, this has got to be really frustrating for Vitality. A great engagement. They found everything that they were looking for. It's just unfortunate that Iman, he's not really the finisher here. It's supposed to be Niall, but he was the one taking so much damage. Look, Niall already with the empowered, with his empowered champion stance, he got the damage reduction and then realizes, I need to get back into the fight. But since he doesn't have Flicker, he can't close the distance as quickly as you would expect a Paquito EXP. So really, it's on Iman to get those big chunks in these fights and then look for Niall to actually try and clean it up, because nobody else on their side can do it other than maybe Moreno if he steals the bravest fighter.
Yeah, but honestly, the amount of disruption and formation breaking heroes that are present in the lineup of Team Falcons are just not making it easy for Eman to do his job, nor even place Muddles in a perfect position to at least force Falcons to be a bit more 50-50 about the team fights that they actually want to take, and now they're on the verge of just losing out on more and more structures. That's a conceal play by Ogwin here. Doesn't have the
Oh my god.
With the arrow all over again!
Oh my god.
And the burst from Super Marco! Oh, that was just... It was just one hit away from going down, and that was Finn!
This is too much. This is too much for them to handle. As much as Iman is great at sieging on this Melissa, so far this Clint is doing double the work, not only chunking out key members from Vitality's side, but a raw amount of bursts. Interesting, Flap making a blind read there, trying to open up this one part of the bush, but watch it every single time. If they can just get a little bit more space after the muddles, they can almost guarantee that inhibitor turret.
Yeah, he didn't have the flicker there too, so it was just probably them really wanting to zone away Team Vitality further from being able to defend that turret, but nonetheless, at least for Vitality now, they're still holding on to their base turrets. It's an 8k gold lead that we're looking at right now, though. I think being able to come back from this kind of situation really requires for Eman to get as much farm as he should. But now that Falcons, especially with the Selena, are taking full control of the map, it's looking like a very difficult task at this point.
Well, I think it's a good time to play good and bads here, right? Because truth be told, the best situation possible for Vitality is if they wait 2 Lords, and then they should be able to even out in terms of the gold. If not, they have to get at least steal away 1 Lord and somehow get a complete wipeout on Falcons. 4 out of the 5 would also be ideal, majorly to get that shutdown. That shutdown going on Haji, but so far I don't think Haji's been really out of position, right? He's been throwing these arrows from so far back, and it's difficult for Vitality, especially when they are the ones on the defense.
Yeah, this Selena is a hero that I really expected to be contested between these two, and whoever seems to be getting his hands on this hero is just able to apply so much pressure against the opponents. But Vitality, you're looking at them right now, they're still showing up, trying to get position around this objective. Oof. I was looking at that arrow.
Yeah, but we've got a slow push down on that bot side, and Niall's already trying to correct that top side. It's going to be back into a neutral state. Same goes for mid, so Falcons will not waste any time. They're going to set that up into a hard push down by mid lane. But somebody's got to correct that bot side at some point.
Owen already using the Wrath of Dryad. Bravest fighter too from Flap. The tone is welcome though. Gonna be committed onto Owen. They're gonna catch one, and they don't have the Wrath of Dryad anymore. Flicker already forced out for Owen, but the Minoan Fury of Finn trying to block off the other members of Falcons. Another knockup coming in from him, but the electrifying beats is dealing a bit too much damage. Look at that off angle arrow once again. Haji landed on Eman, but he's being protected so well.
Oh my god, they're getting corralled like sheep. Super Marco gets 1, 4 more on the chopping block.
Another Bravest fighter from Flap and Super Marco. There's just no one dealing with Super Marco and Kyle in the back lines.
Oh my goodness, they've completely ran them into the corner, and now they're going to go for the end game scenario. They should be able to defend this, but Iman, he can only take so much damage. Super Marco still has plenty of vault charges. I think he's about to get 2 more here, but they need to clear this wave out.
Okay.
Oh my god.
They get to clear it. They get to clear it for now, but this is Super Marco and Haji. The range that you have to deal with against these 2 members of Falcons. This is no joke. Vitality, I mean, even that Minoan Fury that you saw from Finn earlier, the most that they could do with it is just prevent Falcons from getting even closer, but they weren't able to deal with the other members who were already looking towards engaging from the backlines.
It's just crazy how they're influencing these fights. It's just like it's like a sheepdog corralling sheep. They're just putting them back into the pen every single time, and once they get that back angle, it completely forces Vitality to just say, no, we can't win this fight anymore. We need to keep it front to back as much as we can, and Falcons are the ones who are looking to break that. Not to mention, we should probably drop the bulletproof Marco at this point. He's machine gun Marco, man. He's machine gun Marco with Ballista Haji in the back. Being able to siege them down from underneath the turrets is crazy.
Whoa, that was also the great Dragon Spear pickup for Super Marco, as we got to see in the items. Another arrow landing, and they have a Lord still marching in mid. Eman, how does he actually deal with this? Owen does have the flicker once again. Lord already in the base. Eman, below half HP. It's already within range. Vitality have to deal with it first, but Flap lands the stun on Eman, forcing the go away. Kyle finds the kill onto Finn, and Flap is looking to be in danger right here. There goes Rather Dryad all over again in the Falcons. They
Game
just put an end to game number 1.
Beautiful game here. Beautiful game, but the series ain't over just yet.
Grabe si Super Marco, kasi Haji. Pero grabe yung Falcons. Baka sabihin yung favoritism. Sinabi ko nung grabe yung laro kasi.
not the end of the road just yet. Vitality, they can correct themselves here. It's not impossible. Just know that the priority list has definitely changed.
It's shifted right now. We saw it in the draft.
Wala, baka iban yung Clint.
Able to play this out. They were very aggressive at times.
Game
We thought it would eventually lead into opportunities
Falcons.
for Vitality to equalize or turn things around, but they had to keep the gas. They had to keep stepping on the gas. And it was very rewarding for them. They got the snowball that they need.
Best of 5 to
Everything
guys.
that Super Marco needed, and Kyle on this surprise draw.
Ganda ng laro nila.
It seems like we're
Keep
yet
it up.
to see more and more.
Sabi na 3-0 daw, sabi ni Jandal. May code ulit. MSC Glory, yun yung code kanina. Ewan ko kung meron pa.
They prepared the Clint matchup to win the lane. I gotta give it up to Super Marco. It's not an easy lane to win, especially when it's all about positioning and mechanics. But they
I'm watching while eating my house. Bakit mo kinakain yung house mo, Ninong Marbs? Si Coach Marbs pala. Coach Marbs from YG.
Yeah, I agree. It has been a really good run for the
Pangalan kasi ng coach sa YG, Marbs.
like this. I think you see
Nickname ni
actually be in the
Ninong Marbs. Marbs. Marbs.
That's something that you guys are gonna be sitting on and thinking about as we throw it back to
Tapos na ba Onic Rora? Bukas pa yung Onic Rora.
A moment electric here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet.
Ilang minutes para sa game 2? 10 minutes para sa game 2.
History go toe to toe. And it was exactly what you hoped for, an electric battle where Team Falcons PH take the first win.
Ang code kanina guys, MSC Glory. Di ko sure kung meron pa. Kanina pa kasi yun bago mag-start ng draft.
So a lot to happen, a lot of adjustments, Trex. LaFell, what did we see after
10
that?
diamonds, redeem code.
Energy in this room.
Ewan ko kung meron pa. Try nyo lang. Kanina mahirap mag-redeem.
Yeah, the hype has definitely not disappointed from crowd to in-game. Falcons showing that they've been definitely doing their homework the past 2 days. They control the
Onic
draft.
nakasalalay sa akin, sabi ni Kenneth. Laban India. Legit yung code ate TY. Welcome po. Thank you MSC. Thank you EWC pala. Wala pang bagong code guys. Wait nyo lang ulit. Limit na ba to? MSC Glory.
The Melissa was picked up. The Clint was immediately responded to.
Falcons prediction ni Eman. Delegado Falcon pag Onic ID nakatapat daw sa final.
This is also for those joining us a rematch of a knockout game that put Team Falcons PH towards elimination. Vitality had moved on. They had just barely gotten through after beating their sister team, Team Falcons Meta, and now they are here and take game 1. LaFell, I know you have
Onic Falcon daw sa finals.
but there are so many.
Ano oras yung Onic? 8:30 bukas.
No, honestly, like this is one of the more technical games that we will really see, where it's not a simple round.
Pero depende kung
the main thing that I'll be talking about
anong tawag. Depende kung maaga matatapos yung first match. Parang yung kanina, nag-start ng medyo maaga. Limit na daw yung code, guys.
Because Vitality was pretty honest in their early game attempts.
Kanina pa kasi yun, bago mag-start yung game 1.
And that good pick was the Belleric, right? But then evolving, they just okay. Like right now, Trex, help me out. Yeah, just hold this. Yes, thank you very much. So here's the thing: if we're looking about the draft, I'm not gonna spend too much time because it really is on the technicality of
dito sa explanation nila
coming in from Vitality. Where in this case, the
yung
most
damage
important
ni
pick is
Marco,
the
no?
Meta Belleric. And again, this is something that even people online are like saying, like,
Nakahanap sila sagot sa Melissa kasi ano din, long range din.
Are trying to capitalize by using the Valentina, by stealing the Rapid Drive, but there's
Di
more
ka
towards the
nakahabol
kit
sa
of the
code.
Belleric than just the simple ult, right? We're gonna be looking at some of the highlights here, and this is what I say, that Team Vitality, they're being very honest in what they want. And what do they want? They want this camp here, and then the side camp here that we can see in the mini map, right, somewhere above there. So what Team Vitality wanted to do is actually have 60% control of the jungle in the early game.
Kung ako binibilugan, 60 pala yung tinipe.
The existence of this guy, right? Ogwen on this on this Belric. This is a big problem because we're going to be looking at the highlights here where Belric is essentially an anti-fun hero because he
no
knows
fun to be had.
You want to come in close and then you're like, oh,
Mas maganda yun para rematch dahil sa M5. Dikit kasi yung laban. Oo nga no. Brent pa sila
and then
nun.
later on able to use the first ability to bring
Brent
Felix
on.
back. And this
Pero
is
same
part of the
lineup,
first,
Falcons
I would
o
say, major
Onyx
problem
kung
in this lineup where
magkataon.
Vitality's win condition is shut down by one hero, but then
Delikado
we
talaga pag
escalate
full
into how the
item
team
na yung
fights look
Clint.
out. Because the most important thing here is that, hold on, pause. I want everyone to see the positioning of Team Falcons PH, knowing that they're going up against a Minotaur, going up against the likes of the Keto as well as the Valentina. Quite a lot of AoE. So we see that, hold on, where's the...
Doing all right, Trex?
All right. Look at all the positioning.
Switch hands, there you go.
Ogwen is at the first position, having the most amount of vision, right? And then we can see Flap coming in from the side, also trying to see what he can get at this particular area, right? Because the vision is looking pretty good for Haji. Haji has a lot of vision here, considering that Ogwen has already given this side of the vision, as well as Flap giving around this side of the vision, making it so that he can just keep throwing out the arrows. And because everyone is so spread out, it makes it so that
Shout out Sky Limar. Hello.
will not
Limar
always
ba?
look
Tama
very
ba?
clean. They're always spread, making it so that they minimize the amount
Limar
of, I would say,
from
mistake that could happen.
Shargao.
And then
Hello.
this is where we start to see the individual skills of Team Falcons PH because they already made a mistake and we can already see the movements of Team Falcons. They wanted to retreat. They say like, all right, we bought our engage. We can try again in a few more seconds. But because Vitality wanted to go in, look at the retaliation. Look at this one. Look at Haji, right? Haji is coming in from the side. He's not going to be joining the fight. And then Super Marco, such a safe distance away from the rest of Team Vitality. Look at how they're going to square them in. Because for Team Vitality's having that Minotaur as well as the Melissa makes you just slightly bit more just clumped up, right? It becomes more, what do you say, obvious. It becomes obvious.
Yeah.
It becomes obvious that you're just going to be there and then
You're telegraphing what you're doing, basically.
yeah, and this whole area is covered by Falcons. Even Haji, we're going to be looking at his position. He's from down here, and yet he's able to get a stun on the Melissa. Long story short, they were able to surround them
Balik na
every
dito.
single time, making all of the positioning coming in from Vitality looks
Kung
bad.
sa una, binibasic lang ang Onyx ID pero naka-full item na yan. Lalo na si Kyrie at Pera. Delikado daw.
Highlighting of this draft is
Bawi
next level.
talaga yung
This is
Falcons
not
sa
easy
Vitality.
MLBB. This is a
2-0
draft
ba
that
naman?
not every
Kaya
team can
nga.
use.
And it's also
Gigil
clear
talaga yung
that
Falcons.
maybe things go differently. Maybe the Barretts, the Barats gets a little bit of an early kill. He takes the lead over the Lapu Lapu.
Babawi kaya sila ng sweep?
Threat, and then that pick can then pick somebody off, and then they're fighting 5v4. Maybe that happens. It doesn't
Makakabawi
happen
ang
though. Super
Vitality.
Marco gets that pick, and maybe the decision is if he's got a Clint, we need to fight on the other side of the jungle, try to get our EXP going. All of these things are going to be looked at in these 10 minutes before. But in the meanwhile, we told you how important that matchup here today was, not just for the regions, not just for the
Hindi ka
organizations, but
nakaabot
for
sa
the club
code.
championship.
Mamaya meron pa
We
yata.
had Chris
Hindi ko
Tunn
sure.
have a chance to catch up with Danny Angles from Team Vitality earlier today.
Or baka last na yun.
Chris here with Danny Angles of Vitality. Danny, nice to see you, of course. And I mean, it's a big day for Vitality,
matalo
especially on the
Vitality
MLBB
para
side
fair
of
na
things. You've taken on Falcons in a knockout game.
Oo nga, yung
How big is
Indo
this
na
for you
ng
guys after
dalawa
the club championship?
representative.
It's a massive game for us. It's very pivotal for our club championship because not only are we eyeing towards a grand final in MLBB, but we can also shut down the Falcons with 200 points, right? So it's a 2-on-1 opportunity that we had in the women's tournament as well.
Yes.
We took it there, so we want to take it again.
And you're doing really well. I mean, currently sitting third, I believe, in the club championship. Everything kind of going to plan right now? Has there been any
Halos
kind
lahat
of
ng
thing,
team
we could have done
rematch.
better, or some
Lahat talaga
surprises along the way as
rematch.
well?
I mean, we could always do better, right? But overall, I think we're very much on track to fight for the club championship win and definitely a top 3 finish.
Pro
for sure.
Esports hindi nakabawi sa YG.
Tournaments that are kind of be coming up. CS is a big
Na-sweep
one. We
ulit
got that
sila.
now at the Accord Arena as well. So that's going to be really cool for the French fans here.
Yeah,
Talo daw Falcon, 3-2 sabi ni Genial. Genial ba? Genial.
Week 7 and then the grand final, obviously being in such a big arena. Hopefully
Pag
with our home
nakalagay
crowd there as well,
already
and hopefully
claimed,
with us
wala
in the
na.
final too.
Oo,
Because we first have to
naklaim
reach
mo
that,
na
but
nga eh.
if
Kasi
that's all
already
coming down
claim
to the
yung
final game and Counter-Strike for the
nakalagay.
championship, I guess
Nasa
that would be
mail
the
mo
dream.
lang
Yeah,
yun.
no, I mean, that makes for entertaining viewing, right? I mean, I think for
Imposible
me,
naman na
I've been in this
already
industry a
claim
long
pero
time,
di ka pa
and a lot of
ano,
European esports.
di ka pa
How cool is it to see
nag-try
Paris
dun
kind
sa
of have
code.
this? Vitality are a French organization who've been around for so long. for France to have this in Paris, this huge event of
Code.
the
May
EWC,
pinost ako na code. Limit na daw. Pinapost ko naman guys kung di kayo nakatambay sa live. Mas nauuna nga lang kaming nakatambay sa live.
They feel at home here, and I think it's the fans that make it so special for them.
Yeah. Anybody do it better than the French fans or not?
Well, I am German. I wish it would be better in Germany as well, but I have to give the credits of the French fans, KC, mates, our fans as well. They're the best out there, for sure.
Good, crazy. Danny, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll be catching up some time as well, and good luck in the rest of your tournaments, guys.
Thank you so much.
Back to you.
Thank you, Chris. Talking a little bit about what it means. And speaking of what it means, you guys can hear it. There's a drum battle going on. Let's see what's happening.
Di ka nakaabot. Abangan mo na lang kung may next code pa. Di ko kabisado guys eh. Di ako ini-inform agad. Nag-aantay lang din ako if may lalabas. Jessie, hello! Laban ng Onyx bukas pa.
This is what Team Falcons has been cheering. But I want to know what the Team Vitality have over there. Let's go see Milosh.
You think this is good? You think this is good? I'll give you a matter. Vitality!
Gigil si Marco at Kyle sa Vitality. Nasip kasi sila nung una. Babawian mo.
They might be down one game, but they got this one. Let's go loud!
Glad na. Baka nga iban yung Clint sa next games, no? Sino ba nasa MSC? May free Diwata Pares daw.
Well, that is what it is about. Team Falcons and Team Vitality.
Hindi ba nag-start game 2? Wala pa. Ngayon pa lang.
We'll have a chance for a win here.
Shoutout na lang, Lawrence Montero.
Love the points because week 7, as Danny mentioned, 4 teams from Team Vitality competing in that week. It could come down to one map in CS. That would be crazy.
By the way, quick shout outs to Milosh. That was a pretty good Indo that he brought there. Sounds like a native. Saying mana suaranya.
My man can speak a lot of languages, okay? He's got at least 2 or 3 in a pocket. Because I know he speaks French. I'm pretty sure he got Arabic down. He's got English. What's one more?
I mean, hieroglyphs.
Hieroglyphics.
Matik ban Clint.
I would like to learn how to speak binary.
Oh man, well that's a different language, but that pays
Morse
a lot.
code.
Well, yeah, when you learn those, that pays a lot, or you can't talk about your job, basically.
Yeah.
2 descriptions for those languages. At this point, though, the language of wins in MLBB. Let's jump back to that. Team Vitality, rocky start, although the fans are still in it. And I think they're looking for a reason to start jumping up out of their seats, Trex. Haven't given it to them yet. What's the difference now in game 2 that'll get them jumping up?
Well, I mean, we definitely have to remember this is a best of 5. There's a lot of time to adapt. I don't think Vitality was ready for Falcons to draft like that.
Expanding
I don't think they were expecting a
Reavers.
Selena pick. I don't think they were expecting a Clint pick. I think that, especially during first phase, they felt like they had Falcons cornered. They had all the answers. The Brats pick felt confident, right? And I think they definitely could have approached that differently. They maybe could have gone for the Belleric up front, changed things up, and this is their chance to do that now.
Something that I do agree with Brigitte is that I think for both these teams, they are actually fighting for that Selena because both Moreno as well as Haji has showed amazing performance on that Selena. And again, Selena has only lost like what? Maybe 3 times the entire MSC. So that's definitely a hot pick for now, especially coming in from both teams. So I feel like for Vitality, maybe they can go for something of the same kind of draft, but they just gotta fix the early game approach because the Belleric catching out 2 members, I think that really created too much trouble for them and too much opportunity for Falcons to just control the map.
To me, I think just observing, and you tell me if you're leaning towards agreeing with me, Trex, it just felt like the Melissa was a very big carry choice earlier on that they expected to do a lot more. And the Clint was a surprise that it worked so well, but not only worked so well, it basically nullified what the Melissa could do. Do you pick that later Do you try to work it around with bans to support that? Do you abandon it and say, hey, you want to go Melissa? We'll try to figure out an answer?
I would say this, Vitality definitely has the opportunity to run something similar that they ran last game. We saw some big mistakes early on. What LaFell was talking about, Bratz taking that dive under the mid-tier 3 tower, and then they end up losing two people off of it. So I think Super Marco had too much opportunity to farm. I think Haji had too much opportunity to farm. Vitality, on their other hand, even in that big last Lord fight, that was a fight that Vitality really could have won with the Wrath of the Dryad getting thrown out the window, so many skills that Falcons made a mistake on. It showed that they were just too far ahead. And with a Clint like that, if you can scale, the guy was what, 4-0 something, 5-0 something at that point. The damage was way too high. So if Vitality does want to go for the similar draft, they need to change, maybe not be so aggressive early on, or if you are, don't mess it up.
Taking a lot of time
Uy, di nila
on
binan
this
yung
ban, and they
Clint,
ban out the
guys.
Valentina.
I honestly want to see a Belleric first pick here, knowing that the Valentina isn't going to be there.
Selena.
Or Selena, yeah, because again,
Moreno's played
I'm
it too.
starting to jump on the
Selena
train that
din
Belleric
open.
is a legit problem in the meta right
Kunin
now.
kaya nila.
Like, he shuts down so many things just by existing.
He lost in the first series, though.
But
I mean, but that was maybe a difference in quality
3-0
of
na.
those two teams, potentially,
Sabi,
that exposed
Elvin.
that characters not being able to have the impact. But
Dapat tayo
when they were
check
fighting
sa-
around that game plan, guys, and again, going back to the Barats, you got to say Vitality's committed to doing what they think is going to work.
Yeah, I think they are on the train of, the draft wasn't that bad, it was our gameplay maybe. Again, this is just first pick. Everything could change from here. Falcons also, do they pick up the same thing they played last time? Do they go for the Belleric and the,
Lilia, Eudora,
Selena,
Selena, Valentina. Those have been the two.
That was that was banned last game.
Yeah.
And the Selena now picked up with the Harara. LaFell?
I don't know, personally for me, just because the Belleric is open, I think that's going to be a pretty safe pick. In terms of their jungler, I don't know if they want to rush a Ling here, because again, it's going to be countered. There's still a Moskov, there's still a Melissa, so in the gold lane, there's plenty of counters, and then when it comes to the roam, there's quite a few still. They pick up a Paquito, which
could flex.
It could flex, but it seems pretty honest because they already have the Barat, so I'm not entirely sure. Maybe they really just want to run it again. Like, just without the Valentina, pick something else, and then they're good.
You go for Belleric here, though, right? I mean,
I assume so.
Next game, wala
You
na.
have to, because
Next
your
match,
heroes
wala
kind
na.
of get destroyed by the Belleric.
Dalawang match lang.
This isn't some fucking gold something.
Bukas
Okay.
yung
Okay, I'm not so sure about the Lilia, just because, again,
Team
her HP pool is pretty
Spirit,
low,
tsaka
and
Onyx
she can get...
versus Aurora.
Interesting.
She's gonna have a rough time going up against the Selena. Like, even just going through the traps is gonna take out so much of your HP. So Vitality is cooking. I'm just not sure what the temperature is. I'm
You're
worried.
not sure if it's cooked
I'm worried.
through?
I'm
Not sure
worried
what
that it will be
seasoning's in there.
overcooked.
Has it reached 165 yet, Fahrenheit, for the chicken? You're not sure?
Like
As
as
let
long
it
as
sit
it's
in the
not,
oven like 10 more minutes?
as long as it's not undercooked, it's okay. But I'm
Yeah.
worried it's gonna be overcooked.
a little too much fusion in here right
Yeah.
now, you know? Like, it's multiple nationalities splashing. I mean, Valken just takes the Belleric then, right?
If not, it can pick up a gold laner here. I don't think there's any super prio when it comes to the gold lane. But no, they do want to Clint, so they make sure they grab that for themselves. And I feel like the thing about a Selena in the current meta, there's quite a lot of roamers that helps out anyways. So even if you don't get a Belleric, it's a-okay. Because they pick up something like the Cho that can help out quite a lot.
I'm still so thrown off by this Lilia, I'm not going to lie.
It's too early, yeah.
And it's everything. You have the Selena that has huge range. You have this Clint that has huge range.
Dude, even the Clint
Harar
can
has
two-shot
so
her.
many iframes. Even if you're not, even if you don't go down, how does the Lilia fight back right now? Unless there's some clutch pick that Vitality's going to bring in the second phase, that's going to be able to open up these fights and give her the space to come in.
Right now, Vitality, what they're banking on is for a maximum like level 3 power spike, because right now having the Lilia level 1, you're already pretty strong. You can already have a lot of forward momentum. With the Paquito, you need level 2, and then you can already have a forward momentum. So I think they're trying to go all in this early game strat, because now that I look at this, I think this draft is salvageable if this Paquito goes gold.
Yeah,
right? Have something else in the jungle, and then I think they got a draft.
That was the flex I was talking about, because we've seen the double fighter mentioned coming into this. Could it potentially be a gold lane Paquito, like LaFell's saying? And we could see something else jump into the jungle. The Ling's still available, difficult, obviously, to play. The Joy worked so well.
Actually, now seeing Herrera, Selena, as well as Clint, this is very linkable. They just got to take out all of this
like that word.
heavy CC heroes out of the way. Like Belleric, they already banned out the Belleric, they already banned out the Alice, so yeah, it looks linkable.
It's part of the Fel dictionary, actually.
Lingable, baby.
I'll gift you one later.
Claude and Belleric.
That's one for free. I'll give you the extras.
Yeah, exactly. So this is looking pretty similar. The Cho, Arome, you mentioned, could have that same impact. Grab a pick. The Harith as well banned out. So it does seem like they don't think that Paquito is going to go gold, banning out the Harith.
Yep.
Safety precautions for sure. Moskov is still open, but again, it's another short-range hero on Vitality, and that's what, you know, Falcon is really pigeonholing them into this. We're going to outrange you. We're going to poke. We're going to continuously send arrows, and you're going to have no way in. So Vitality has to find something here to open up. Again, unless it works out perfectly like Fel said, where first 4 minutes, they get a couple pickoffs, they invade jungle, they do something of that nature. But still, what roamer do they put in front of Lilia here to open up that space?
Here's the thing. I feel like Vitality, if they pick up a Ling and then either a Hylos or a Gatot, they're looking very strong. Like, that makes the draft more balanced, because come to the late game, that can help out. Now they pick up the Uranus. There's basically no instant crowd control here. This makes the Ling look much more better.
Uranus picked up for EXP most likely.
Even a Grok wouldn't be bad here for Vitality.
We have seen Vitality grab a Badang, a Badang.
I don't know if we see the Badang here.
I feel like Ling Gatot would be pretty simple, but honestly, quite a lot of roamers should work well.
Yep. Gatakacha also a part of this matchup as well. Also, the Lilia, one of the only other mids that Team Falcons has played with Haji, and very, very aware of that matchup as well. Haji just got the better end of Moreno, and that was tough. And that's somebody they lean on who's got a lot of success for this team previously. It's the Glue that rounds this one out, and the Nolan as well in the jungle.
Which I think is also still pretty good coming into the mid game. Once 2 items on the Nolan, should be able to burst down basically everyone except for the Uranus. Unless they're able to stun the Uranus up, then yeah, maybe they can get a kill. Right now, I'm liking Vitality's draft, having this double fighter with the Nolan. Seems pretty strong.
And the glue roam, which is most likely, I'm guessing what this is going to end up being.
So it's a Paquito gold.
Will be a great.
Shout out.
It is going to be a Paquito.
Wow.
Baratti XP, most likely. And then the glue roam's going to preemptively do great against just about any roam they pick.
Oh. Wait, is it Khalid or Vendetta?
I don't know. It's Khalid.
All right, it's Khalid.
Wait. It says Khalid. It shows Benedetta.
Okay.
My guess is it is a Khalid.
The Khalid and Selena and Herrera, they're a very strong mid trio. They can stop Vitality to fight this early game. So I think Vitality might have a bad time invading.
But the glue will do great at the stuns. I don't know. I think both teams have answers. Just like last game, both teams have a way to win this game. They have win conditions. It's all going to be about execution.
Well, Team Falcons PH land the first knockout blow against Team Vitality. It's Vitality's time to return service in game 2.
Game number 2.
Let's send it over to Gideon and Brigitte.
Thanks so much, Rain Day. Holy, who was expecting the draft to look like this as we head on into game number 2 between our most anticipated series of Vitality facing off against Team Falcons. A double fighter come now facing with long-range projectiles, but now with Khalid, this early game could be a lot more sophisticated than we thought.
Yeah, it's gonna be Vitality starting it off a bit more aggressively though, but hey, it's another Selena game from Haji. It's been a really great one for them in game number 1. But I think Vitality, I like how they tried to deal with the problems that came out of that game one by one, especially starting off with the gold lane matchup, right? You're not necessarily dealing with a gold lane that would clearly lose out against this Clint from Super Marco, but in mid, oh wait, you don't lose against Super Marco, but he gets picked off in the Riverside.
Yep, this is exactly what we're expecting to see again. This is some really good coordination for Falcons. They understand that along the early objectives, a lot of rotations are going to call upon their side laners to get into the fight. And Vitality, unfortunately, if you get hit by that arrow, it's just good night, bye-bye. Luckily, at least for Iman, it's not the end of the world. The kill goes over to Haji. He will be able to still clear these waves pretty fast, as you can see, right? As soon as he the wave is done, it's either he's helping the jungle, it's either he's setting up vision. He is making sure that he's maximizing every second of this game, knowing that those precious seconds could net them a win. If they can just outlast Vitality, Super Marco will have more than enough damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage to deal with Finn too. Fortunately, he's a glue. He will be a bit more tankier. Owen with the quick sand guard will at least survive that attempt from Nile. But every single time, even in game number 1, when Falcons have been winning it out big, it always started with Haji getting these small wins across the map, right? So I don't think it's a good sign as much for Vitality just yet. Let's see how it goes for this first turtle though. Oh, Eman again. Eman!
Oh no!
Eman has to get away from this. Doesn't have level 4 just yet. Owen and Super Marco are just chasing him down. That's another dash forward. But Eman, he will survive for now.
How lucky that he survives there. How lucky. And now this turtle fight, it's going to be a bit awkward. Okay. We'll see how this breaks.
Shogun already very low. The flicker from Finn catching 2. Nile going in. Tries to go for the kill, but Haji! He picks him off first. Now it's all over to Falcons to take control of the turtle pit. They're going to flicker forward even just to take down Moreno, and they do! Charging, the Daytona's welcome, but to no avail. Falcons winning it out once more.
Unfortunate for Shogun, he charged up the date. Oh, the arrow connects and he's so dead. So dead. A 4-kill lead, and now first turtle falls into the hands of Falcons.
Hey, Haji's 3-0-1 again.
Whoa.
This is the exact same, or almost the exact same scenario we've seen earlier in game number 1, and Falcons once again securing the objective. Finn finds one, but he's going to be all alone here. A bit of help from Moreno, but I don't think the damage is going to be enough just yet. And now Finn will have to go down. Vitality, they're just losing members every single time.
They need to regroup, they need to regain composure here. Finn is going to be the secondary win condition here, because so far, I don't think they can really deal with Finn once he gets some items and gets really tanky. But so far, this 2K lead developed by the side of Falcons, nicely distributed around, but heavily centered around Haji, is going to start to be, well, not as painful if you don't get hit by the arrows, obviously, but more importantly so, just look at them continuously making sure that strong side will stay as strong side, despite the fact that Eman, if he can just dodge the trapping recall, he has a pretty good kill angle.
Yeah, they tried to deal with the Clint through this, but I don't think they're able to manage it the way we're seeing it as of now. 1-6 kill score on the board, and they're forced to play from behind all over again. The rotation seems so much slower too, especially as Falcons, with this lead you're seeing in Haji's hands, are just able to maximize it so well that you don't get to see Vitality use the pressure of a glue Lilia together. I mean, who could even try to go and pressure at this point? There's Owen, who's just always roaming around the map. Haji, who's just again landing these arrows over and over again. And you don't even get access to Kyle's jungle nor side of the map.
Yep. I think really it was supposed to be Finn onto Owen here. That was supposed to be a matchup. Oh, wait, hold on. The arrow doesn't connect, but luckily they managed to zone them out for the time being. And this is the pressure that we're talking about when you have side lane controls, right? You're able to kind of walk into enemy territory and do whatever you want. And Finn was supposed to be the guy who says, no, you're not allowed to do that. I can just walk away from the lane. I will always be a threat to you. But now with the economic lead, Finn is just too soft at this stage of the game to be that guy.
Yeah, Vitality still. Shogun's gonna position himself here. Will decide to catch Owen though. That's not the standout flap, but that's still gonna be a pickoff for Team Vitality. Now Vitality getting one. They're looking for more. Flap very low. He is gonna get away from here, but it's controlled by Vitality now. The turtle is over to their side unless Falcons find a way around this, but it's not looking to be the case. Vitality at least get one objective for themselves.
And now you can see how the battle spells really take into effect and how Shogun is so confident in going for these Daytona welcomes, even when it doesn't look like there's going to be follow-up. Everybody on the side of Falcons have taken flickers. Same can be said about Vitality. You dodge an ability, that's great. You get hit by it, it's guaranteed death.
Oh, it's better
Eman.
if they find Eman, but he dodges that very cleanly. He will still get an opportunity to defend this tier 1 up top, especially as Finn 2 approaches. Oh, but the arrow and the bullets! Owen landing the last hit, Eman!
He needed to change it up. He needed to change it up. They clocked it. Haji remembered, hey, he used the knock-up strike previously to try and deter us. There's a high chance he's going to do it again. So I'm going to throw it in your original spot rather than praying that you just double jab. So really good work here because Falcons, they're taking into account all the small little details on top of the big macro plays. And look at Flap, right? He should be unkillable in these stages, but as long as he buys time, you notice on the opposite end, Super Marco, he's having the gold lane experience. He's already invested in so many companies, more than you can imagine. The S&P 500 is bowed down to Super Marco.
It's still a win for Super Marco, still a win for Team Falcons. They get more out of that, and the lead is still in their hands. And Haji, as the KDA machine, those small decisions you even highlighted in that particular sequence are just making the difference for Team Falcons in this game. Selena, 2 games in a row. We thought it was going to be contested, but they got it all over again. And now Vitality are struggling to find footing, and we look at the gold leads. At least for the junglers, it's relatively close. But you see the major difference when it comes to Super Marco and Iman.
Yup. This is where it starts to get really dangerous because eventually, once Super Marco gets all of his items, all these fighters who don't build some form of bruiser and decide to go full damage will get punished. Like, Iman can potentially get one shot if he doesn't get his combo down cleanly.
There's a lot more pressure over Vitality's side right now. Daytona's welcome being charged. Oh,
he's good.
He finds Ogwen all over again. The target, the same exact target they went for earlier, but now he gets to cast the Raging Sandstorm. Morena finds the kill onto him, though Black Shoe's already committed as well. Super Marco is within range. Eman 2 will be here, but the zoning from Flap is helping out so much. Kyle trying to find a target. Finn tries to block off his way. Vitality are fighting for positioning in this objective, and they're not letting up.
We need to see Finn look to pull somebody out of position. It's got to be Marco, but the Flickers, they can't get it out of Marco just yet. They might have to trade for it. Let's see if Iman can find a position.
Oh, they actually find Flap. Iman regaining position, and Nile securing the turtle. Vitality are now slowly getting back and invading into Falcon's side.
That was a little bit of a weird fight there. Flap did not necessarily have to stick around for that long. Oh, another Daytona's welcome.
Fracture still there. Nile trying to burst him down. There's a flicker from Ogwen and the quick sand guard, but he is not going to get out.
So far, so good. We've now seen the gold league kind of swing back into Vitality's favor. And at this stage, now we see the fighters really start to take into effect. Iman already, if we pull up the item list, I'm pretty sure he's already done with his first item at the bare minimum. Probably his second item already done 2, but he's 1, 3, and 1, so let's say a couple of components, right? He's got enough damage to deal with the squishies, but he can't close the distance in time. Ooh! Not without some help here. And that's why Shogun is playing a very good front line here where he's baiting his opponents to walk on in. And guess what? By the time we actually get even a single mini stun or a 20% slow, that's when you see them pull them all the way back in.
Yep, he at least has to. That's where you see it. And Flap, that's the second time they tried to go for him. And every single time you're seeing how the damage is seemingly already enough, even with just Eman and a bit of help towards Eman, again from Nile mostly. The burst damage is really starting to come through, and I think that's been the trend for Vitality. They're always after the frontline heroes first, and it's not like they're lacking the tools to deal with them, and they get the wins from that point onwards. That's another target locked on by Finn. Beautiful. He finds Super Marco. Haji trying to run away, but Nile shuts him down perfectly on a killing spree right now. And he dashes out. He still survives. Falcons are not able to find a trade.
Nile was just mogging them. He knew he had the fracture ready to go to give him an extra 2 dashes if he just timed it well, and so he does. Falcons now discombobulated from that fight. Let's watch it one more time because, again, this is one of those moments where you just wished you just reacted a little bit faster. Super Marco using the trapping recoil falls into one of the globules, and before he gets the flicker off, it's already too late. Finn flickers instantly, not giving him any time to react to it, and that's the scenario we need to see multiple times. Nobody has a real answer to Finn if he gets on top of Super Marco, but up until then, I think the rest of the Falcons just gotta punch him in the face.
Yeah, gotta be careful. It's always been Shogun setting up for these major team fights too, so at least Flap has info, but he's not gonna go for Flap. He's gonna go for Ogwen, and with the damage coming in from Nile, they almost had the win, but in the backlines, Eman actually found Super Marco. Falcons are falling one by one. Kyle trying to escape. Eman diving onto the turret, and Nile providing the damage with the fracture. The punches, they're still going for more. Vitality take out 3 from Team Falcons.
And now they're showing some team fight prowess, a beautiful push and pull, a juggling of aggro, making sure that everybody was able to take one tower shot so that nobody was too low for Falcons to trade. That's the level of prestige we're playing at here for Mobile Legends, especially at MSC. They're not mucking around no more, because once you start seeing ultimates being used to run away, you know you've got them on the ropes, and you've got to really press those angles. Similarly to putting somebody in a corner in boxing, once you've dazed them, you got to go for the kill, and Vitality just don't miss.
Unbelievable. I thought Shogun and Flap were just exchanging blows and just standing right before the objective started, but it was just all set up. They were trying to get their attention, and that's where they really focused on the target that they wanted. Ogwen has always been going through these moments against Vitality, and it's not looking too good. But I think more than that, though, the way Eman right now is not the very vulnerable type of gold laner. He's a lot more aggressive, and even with that solo kill in the backlines has made a huge difference for Team Vitality and how they're taking control of this game right now. Oh, an arrow is gonna land though. That's gonna be on Moreno. Doesn't get to click the black shoes in time. Ogwen doesn't get traded out, but Sandguard fortunately saves him. But the Lord is now inside this tier 3 turret. Falcons get to defend it for now, though.
Man, that's some fat damage coming out from Nile. Everybody having a Malefic Roar ready to go to cut through all the armor that's been set up by the Falcon side. Let's look at the items one more time here. Sky Piercer purchase coming in from Kyle. He needs that. However, I'm not so sure in this particular bout. I feel like Super Marco is going to be the main win condition no matter what. So a Bruiser build would have made a lot more sense. He does have the War Axe, which is nice. I would have liked to see the Queen's Wings on top of it. We look down at specifically Iman, right? And you can see he wants to go for that full damage, but he also recognizes that if he gets chunked out too early on, he might not be able to clutch back up. So it's safer just to go for the fight.
And look at where Nile and Shogun are currently positioned. They're really trying to go for more unexpected angles and plays against Team Falcons. Fortunately for them, they're really grouping up. They don't want to lose any more in the process, because it's clearly Vitality winning majority of it at this point. And we have a minute until the Lord spawns next. But can Falcons actually afford to go for a play? Because it's always been Vitality, right? It's always been Shogun starting these engages with a Daytona's Welcome Flicker that catches them by surprise.
Here's what I foresee is going to happen. Shogun and Flap are going to continuously trade blows, right? Flap, unfortunately, just doesn't have enough of a lead to put Shogun behind. So then it comes to two conditions. Can Haji hit somebody else other than the frontliners of Vitality? And the second one is once Flap starts getting into the backlines, especially if he can get on top of Niall and force him to use some abilities, probably not onto Finn, but they need to figure out where Iman is exactly. The last team fight, they managed to get into their backlines. They cannot afford to let that happen again. And unfortunately, Flap is kind of the only frontliner who can do this. We've seen Owen get punished multiple times throughout this game against Finn. So that's just the matchup they cannot sync up. It's a game of rock, paper, scissors. The question is who throws the first hand?
Which I think Vitality are already trying to set up for again, as they've been managing the waves constantly, leading to this next objective spawn. And it's Falcons who's trying to respond to whatever they've been able to do already. They're already taking control. That's an arrow landing to the front lines, but Falcons might not decide to go for Shogun just yet. They know there's still a Flicker. They know there's still a Daytona's Welcome. But Kyle, if he finds Eman here, which he doesn't, that could have been something. But they're still not going to commit. They see other members of Vitality nearby too.
They know for a fact that it's just not worth committing so many ultimates just for Iman. They need something a little bit better here, and they need those structures, and the only way they're going to get it is through that Lord. So far, as we can see the positions here, Vitality have a much bigger spread. They want to punish Iman.
Oh, maybe they want to use their ultimates onto Eman after all. That's an Abyssal Arrow and the Raging Sandstorm, but under the turret, Eman! He nearly found an outplay there and bought enough time, so Vitality could secure the objective.
I mean, they tried for it, and so it's still a very tough bout. There could have been a moment there where it could have gotten a lot worse, but at least for Vitality, this 5.2k lead is something that they can run with. Moreno now becoming a legitimate threat to the frontliners, so now the roles start to reverse. Shogun as well as Finn need to create that space for Moreno to get those free hits. If they can force Ogwen out, that's even better. If they can hurt Flap, even better. So far, I think that as long as Moreno doesn't get hit by an arrow,
Yeah.
which makes me wonder, maybe you should have taken Purify. But at the same time, it's like you get chased down by Kyle and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, honestly, it's been flickers everywhere since game number 1. I feel like that's going to be the trend since it's the... Oh, wow. We get a close-up of that?
Yeah. I didn't know you can get that close, to be honest.
Me too. I was surprised. But I think, yeah, that's going to be the trend probably based on the playstyle that both of these teams have been wanting to play, at least in the series and against each other, to be specific. But the Lord is still marching. This is not the evolved Lord just yet, but there could be potential flicker plays. Finn is yet to find an entry, but Super Marco starting to feel the damage! And the perfect entry gets set up by Vitality! Finding Super Marco as the first pickup. Now it's Flap looking like to be the next. Moreno finally able to land all these glooms. He's free enough to land these hits. And they take out 2 base turrets. They're already inside the base. And they want to go for Haji. Kyle trying to run away. Going for the clear as much as they can alongside Ogwin. But Vitality just want to clean up. Finn is also still alive. And Eman's just locking on the base. We're looking like it's another equalizing series. 1-1 for Vitality and Falcons.
Pang game 5 nga. Masaya yan. Para madami tayo mapapanood. Ang ganda nung kuha nung kay Clint kanina. Grabe yan. Galing nun. Nasa may bandang huli ba? Baka di niya nagets yung sinabi ko. Wala sinabi eh. All-one! Sorry akin na mali pa rin dito. Tayo no, ganda na early eh. Ayos lang yan para maganda yung mapanood natin. Hindi kayo mang away guys. Hindi ba kayo naglalaro eh? Nakakalok naman ng aaway. Pagkasali na kayo riyan. Tsaka na kayo bumoses pag kayo na naglalaro. Lukat mga to. Ngayon ba yung Onyx? Bukas yung Onyx. Pinaisa lang daw, gusto pa makasemis. Lahat naman gusto makasemis.
Once Finn got like maxed out items, he couldn't even deal damage to him.
It's always Finn or Shogun. That last setup from Shogun though, the one you're looking at right now, I think that really was the deciding
Ilocks
play
lang
of
guys,
this
nanonood lang tayo. Inatay nga natin yung code eh. Nanonood tayo para sa Dayas, di ba? 100 na nga si Mishant eh.
Vitality fans saying cry some tears because they took it in game 1. That's for sure. There was no doubt there was going to be a lot of back and forth between these two super fans, and it is giving us the most lively stage at EWC right now. Guaranteed. Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the place to be. MSC and MLBB. Welcome back. My name's Rainday. I'm joined by Trex and LaFell. And guys, breaking that down, we just saw it there. We saw Shogun. Same first pick or first 2-3 pick Barats.
Kaya pa kayo nag-aantay. Ako rin nag-aantay. It's a tie.
They realized they were onto something. They just needed to play it a little better.
I'm sorry I doubted it. We
Dito na ako sure win na yan. Anong team ba? Wala ka sinabing team Yap eh.
For Shogun, and we were talking about it during the game. Even in the game they lost, the guy never.
Kasi yung manalo, congrats.
I mean, it was just insanity.
Wala na kasi tayo magagawa guys. Taganood lang tayo. Hindi nyo kailangan sisihin yung players ng matatalo.
Coming in from Falcon, they don't have a lot of ways to counter engage, right? In the previous game, they had the Barats. So if you go in, we're gonna stop you. And then they even ban out the Joe. Joe is also one of those heroes where, okay, the Barats chomps onto someone, and then Joe can just equalize it by kicking the damage dealer, right? In that situation, probably to know this. So I feel like this is one of those games where Shogun has an amazing Barats, and it's just amplified by the fact that there's no hero to really punish him.
I think it was also, we'll have to look back, but the Cho got banned.
Hindi ko alam kung mag-code pa eh.
PH. stage.
Malay na. Siguro kung umabot ng game 5, baka maglabas pa sila ng code.
In the 4 and 5th ban.
Okay, well then that makes a ton of sense. So now they've got to answer that question, which is obviously
Kaya
going
nga,
to be,
ganda
will
ng
you
early
bring
nila.
the Barats back? Will you ban it? Will you make Shogun play something else? And the other side
Paano
of
ako
things,
nabibigyan ng Dayas
so good. We mentioned this new rivalry in the
iko-content ako
jungle.
ng
Nile had
ML.
a tough game 1, but then he went on to the Nolan and dominated. A little bit more about Nile is
Hello,
something we wanted to
Yuri.
showcase to all of you wondering where this
Wala
star
palang
from
pin
Team Vitality
comment.
came from. If you want to know more about his story,
Game 2, Vitality. Ay, may sound. Hinaan ko lang. Ngayon ka lang ulit nakanood. Welcome back. Ate, may Starlight card ka? Meron. Meron para sa akin. Nakapamigay ako kahapon ng Starlight card. Di kayo samali. Pa-shoutout na daw si Renz Montero. Hello. Onic Rora bukas maganda daw. Baka maglabas ng bagong meta ang Rora. Busy sa school si Yuri. Ayos lang yan. Pagkabisihan mo lang yung school. Pag hindi kayo busy sa school, mali yung ginagawa nyo. Mali yun. Pag nagiging busy kayo sa school, tama, nasa tamang landas kayo. Mahina signal sa inyo. May giveaway ka pang Starlight. Wala na. Nakamute lang guys. Malakas kasi yung music nila eh. Kaya lagyan kong konti. Pag nanalo Falcons, may kiss ka. Pa-shoutout daw si Wendell Visconde. Hello. Ano code ng puso mo? Baka maklaim ko. Walang code yung puso ko kasi may nakakuha na. Kainis, corny.
The exciting and superstar jungler on Team Vitality mentioned. It's Kyrie. He also mentioned his father and his humility that he learned from that. Your reactions to just seeing a little bit more about Nile Trex. We know what he can do. He just showed it, but as his story evolves, this could be an amazing moment to add to what is already a great character study.
I like the fact that he has definitely mellowed out a bit, but I still think he has that ego in him, and I think that's what you need to be the best right now, and I think that's what we're waiting to see.
Shout out daw kay Jan Bunda. Hello.
And not be scared to show it off.
Dami ko siguro na miss na live. Oo, sobrang dami na.
He has the ego, he has personality.
Magpasa ka daw mo ng resume.
This is the thing about growing up, right? You tend to know how to control yourself. Now you know
Gusto niyo mag-apply, pasa kayo resume.
But then once you celebrate, you're just like, all right, that was good. Good on you guys.
Nag-lag ba yung live stream?
You know what? I will say this: at a young age, I was playing with the U17 men's national team for football, soccer, and it is a lot when you're a 15-year-old. You start preparing for a World Cup. There are guys
Last
who
na panood mo yung Philippines versus Malaysia. Ang tagal na na. June pa yata yun eh. Mag-August na.
And I remember myself, I was not quite ready for that jump. And I think I've seen over the years maturity come in different ways. But sometimes the one thing I look at and I said, I didn't
Di ko
have
sure
the
kung
ego
meron pa.
to say I'm that guy yet. And that is something that you said, he bringing it back a little bit. Trek, sometimes you do have to let that show for a big
You gotta have that dog in you. You gotta have that dog in you sometimes. And I think Nile has that dog in him.
Sino sure win daw para maka-all in?
I don't know, a tiger.
Sure win yung panalo.
You got that tiger in you?
Yeah, for sure, man. Here's the thing. I feel like now this is one of those reasons why with this assassin meta coming back, it's so good for those junglers that has this very high ego, because you kind of need that to play the assassins, because if you're going in with an assassin and then you have
Tagalaban ng blacklist.
the guy or not, you're kind of using the wrong hero.
Naka-PC ka ate. Opo.
It's just a mindset. It's like, if I
Daming salita. 10 minutes kasi yung break time kapag tapos ng game.
Comparing different thoughts, comparing apples to oranges, we actually had a great chance here in MLBB to catch up with someone you may know and enjoy. Lemon.
Dito daw, talo Falcon. Di naman kayo nanonood sa laro, puro lang kayong code. Sabi, nagalit na si John Reagan. Sino, ano daw? Ano ba mga possible mapanalunan sa code? Puro ano yan eh, 10 diamonds yung dinadrop nila na code.
You're great. How's Paris so far?
So hot.
It is kind of hot. You miss the cold.
Yeah, but the food is fire though.
You love the food.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And I know you've been following the group stages and of course coming into the knockouts. Lemon, is there a team that really surprised you this MSC?
Shout out daw sa Team Val. Valentine's yung ibig sabihin. Sweat daw ng kuya ni Yuri. Lalaban sa August 6. Good luck po sa
I think a lot of people were also
Team
quite surprised.
Val.
But were you surprised by any teams in a good way?
In a good way, Onyx qualified to the knockout.
Okay, so he didn't expect Onyx to qualify.
No, it's not. I do hope them, but I mean, it's such a surprise because they went to the rough path.
Yeah, that's true. It looked like they were struggling. I think even a lot of the people out there were quite surprised, but they're here right now. And taking a look at the Indo team so far, what do you think has been lacking about them?
Sa live sila nagdodrop ng code. Yes po. May lalabas dyan sa screen, guys.
They did so well in the group stage, right?
Hintayin.
Maybe in the during drafting phase, they need to get through it. Like,
Pag walang lumabas,
really think what the
bukas na lang ulit.
comfortable hero for them. And
Everyday na
maybe don't make
nagda-drop
any
code
unnecessary
ngayon.
movement in game.
Okay, so drafting
Kaya
and
tsagain niya
unnecessary
lang.
movement. I feel like I know which player you're talking about right now. But if we're talking about any heroes,
Kung gusto nyo
like
mas
the meta has
madaming
been
makuha
so
na dayas,
interesting so far.
bukas,
Cool heroes have been popping up.
pag
Is there an
nag-start
underrated
yung
hero
stream,
that you want to
tumambay
see
kayo
at
sa
MSC?
live stream sa Black
wanna
Up.
see Xavier.
Kahit anong
Xavier.
official
Oh, you think
live
Xavier
stream
can
ng
play?
MSC.
I really love to play
Pwede
Xavier.
sa MPL Philippines
he has,
or
like, good
Mobile Legends
CC with his second
Esports.
skill.
Sa Mobile Esports yata.
With a good comms, with a good pair with a strong roamer like Cho.
Tambayan
maybe
yan.
Xavier can
Kasi may lalabas doon na timer.
this hero meta, you know?
Para
this hero, a lot
mag-start
of
yung
dishes.
countdown ng
Okay,
3
maybe
minutes
Xavier
tsaka
comes through. I hope
30
Xavier comes
minutes.
through. You know, honestly, I thought you were gonna say Kagura.
Yung 3 minutes na timer, makaka-claim kayong 5 diamonds. Yung 30 minutes na timer naman,
That's currently playing right now.
makaka-claim kayo ng 10 diamonds. Pero unahan lang yun, syempre, kahit tapos nyo yung 30 minutes, kung ubos na yung dayas, wala na kayong
Do your
makaklaim.
best, good luck, and don't forget to have fun.
Thank you so much, Lemon. It's an honor to be here with you. Enjoy the games because we are now going to throw it over back to you guys.
Bawal number, 15 minutes ka muna. Sa Nicknock meron. Yun nga yung Black Up. Ano oras mag-start game bukas? 6 o'clock din yung start eh. So that mga 5:30 siguro nandun na kayo. Tagain nyo na, 30 minutes kayo mag-antay. Countdown pa lang sa pag-start ng introhan, nandun na kayo dapat. Baka may mag-live sa laban nila kuya sa August. Team Val tsaka Team Reaper daw. Good luck po. Good luck, Chi.
Sent me a camera last year, and I got a lot of cameras, but that one was quite good. So they're our official sponsor. Welcoming you back here to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Oh, you guys didn't get one? Oh man.
Shout out mo naman ako para manalo Falcons. Wash out ka, Yap, John, Marie, hello.
I love your content game, man.
Hey, give me like
Let's go, matutulog na daw siya.
Are you kidding?
Really watch na lang niya.
Excellent. One of the things, not easy to be a content creator and a caster. I got to give a shout out to all the MLBB crew. Not only are they teaching me all these things, they're making vlogs, they're posting, they're building up their socials. It's a beautiful thing. I love it. Not every esport does that, so you guys are awesome. Let's jump back into game 3. It's 1-1. How we feeling? Super Marco there.
I want to know how Super Marco's feeling.
I know.
Locked in.
I mean, like, it must feel bad when you pick up
Di ka makakaabot. 5:30 ka na nakaka-uwi.
any marksman in that matchup. So I feel like that just adds another layer to it. Because I really
5:30 out sa school o dadating sa bahay?
with the Harif ban as well as I believe the Claude ban was to actually force the Paquito to go into the goat lane and then hoping they go to the late game, and then by that time Super Marco with the decline will just pop off. But I feel like now they got to respect that, right? Understand that you might go up against Iman with a fighter. Doesn't have to be the Paquito. Could be something else like a Ruby
Basta
or something,
Philippines
and
malakas.
that's just something that they have to deal with, because I really feel like in game 1 and game 2 it's less about the draft and really more about the execution.
Sabi ni Yuri.
Maybe game 2, if they have another hero like a Barats, like a Belleric that can counter the Barats, maybe that'll be a little bit better.
I think they definitely could have picked up
Gabi or umaga laro? Gabi po.
Right on. Just no
6 o'clock ng gabi.
Who's he voting for?
Ang start.
Vitality, right?
100%. 100% Vitality.
Dadating ka sa bahay, abot ka pa. 6 o'clock yung ano eh. Yung start ng game.
What?
Is that how we sound?
Yes.
How do we sound to you?
Dude, let me just say, there's a bunch of time I go to breakfast, and it really screws in my brain because I just hear a bunch of nice talking. He's the most traditional white guy that even, you know, like the real white guys come out. It's like, oh, you guys sound like nice.
Yeah, you sound like nice. He's the
You guys sound less American.
Right on.
The gold standard, huh? A different gold standard.
Start na. Start na.
Oh no.
Game number 3.
Fell. Trax is laughing.
Hey,
Walang cold na lumabas, guys.
Vitality versus Falcons.
Yeah, it looks like they're not changing up the drafts, and I guess you don't have to. Right after this, ban out the Fanny and then ban out the Atlas, and then like said, oh no, this time they ban out the Selena.
Selena, binan.
And so wait, Falcons takes red side.
Yep.
And
They chose
Vitality
that.
still decides to switch up the draft, which I find interesting. Falcons won last game. They switch up the ban. They ban out the Valentina this time. Vitality wins last game, and they're going to switch up their bans. Instead of trying to run the same exact thing, each team consistently knowing the next game has to be different.
I mean, like, here's the thing. That Selena really ruins their early game, because if you guys remember in game number 2, Iman on that Paquito tried to help with the Little Wanderer, and then they got it, but then Iman died. So I feel like they're looking at it as, you know what, Selena's doing too much. Even when they're losing, she's doing too much.
I'm trying to see where this translates into something opening up. I mean, it could be the Belleric opening up earlier for the side of Team Falcons.
Or the Atlas.
It could be the Atlas as well, because they're giving something up. They've been taking away both of those.
The Fanny as well as the Atlas. So now they banned the Atlas. I don't know whether they themselves want the Fanny or they don't want to give the Fanny over to Falcons.
I think if the Harar's open, then they know that at least they can still take their Barats. The Selena's no longer there, and they have some tradability in the long haul of things. Vitality's the one that's here on the gun, having to make a big decision. Last game, they banned out the Valentina. This time, they have to think about it.
Does the Esmeralda indicate that they want to go back to Shogun having a good lane?
Oh, yeah.
XB with Barats?
100%. Like, this is a draft where you know that Shogun brought the coach out to dinner, and the coach really liked that dinner. It's like, you know what? You're always going to be first pick. Yeah.
He paid for dinner.
They banned out the Melissa. Now, that's interesting. They're opening up quite a lot here, right? The Valentina's there, Hirara, the Lings, the Fannies, Zushin as well. I don't know about this one. I feel like Barats first pick is still fine.
Yeah, honestly, I think they still go Barats.
It's like when you know you're visiting for a night, you don't need to worry about being comfortable. You can wear anything. You only have one night you're driving home. When you're staying for a week, now you got to bring your pajamas, got to feel comfortable. I think in these longer sets, you see players revert back to like, what has worked for me? What is comfortable? We've got 2 games on it. Let's figure out a third. Not changing something's a big deal.
So you just go to Jushin, Beleric here, I think.
Yeah, that's a great play.
Belly Boy and Jushin.
Sounds good. And then later on, you'll see whether out of all the assassins that's still open, which one do you want? Do you want the Harara, the Ling, or the Fanny? Because I feel like, judging by game 2, I think Falcons should be really hesitant to pick up that Fanny because there's so much fighters. And
Falcons doesn't want the Fanny, then they might have to lock in the Harara here, right?
Sa Manila ba venue nila? Hindi. Nasa Paris, France
I would go with that.
Alliance.
That sounds very solid.
They still have the Ling as an option. If they don't,
Yung
we haven't seen it,
configure
but that could mean that if they,
risking it.
never mind, they want the Fanny.
They're risking it this one.
They want it.
I mean, like,
That's because they don't want Vitality to have it.
I think so too, because now it's pretty disgusting on that Fanny. So now they have 2 ways to deal with this. Either go Moskov in the goal or go for that Paquito again, just so that you know that Fanny does not have a good target to
Why not
actually
both?
slice in.
Paquito and Moskov right now.
So Paquito, jungle, Moskov, goal. I mean, like, I'm not against it. It's just very, very honest.
Yeah, and you show a lot in these first 3. Bans come up after that.
They could go Jushin. Sorry.
No, I'm with you. I think Zushin could be good too. I think either team go with Zushin is nice.
And the Moskov.
Or Paquito, depends on which route you want to go for, right? Because I feel like if you don't secure either or, 100% they're going to get banned. So they pick up the Paquito, as well as the Eudora. So that's why picking out the Fanny can be a risk. Basically, all 3 can counter the Fanny here.
So that's interesting.
Was it a big brain bait?
I think
by switching into the Selena, leaving the Fanny open, taking the Barats again first. Do we think this was just like they're going to go Fanny to steal it from us, and then we instant counter it?
Honestly, I feel like it was a gamble. They're like, guys, there's a chance they will pick it up. If they don't, then we got to figure something else out. But the moment they pick up the Fanny, they're like, all right, we got him.
Well, listen, if this is Paquito Gold, if it is going to mix over, then he has an opportunity to pick his matchup that he wants. And Harith is still open, which we haven't seen open for him yet, and he's enjoyed. They're going to wait till that because they're not sure, again, that is Paquito Gold.
So I feel like for Vitality, to make it easier for themselves, I think they need to ban out something like the Ruby, because I think right now Falcons, they're considering playing double fighters. That's why they're picking up the Lapu so that he's flexible. Worst comes to worst, you can put Lapu in gold. Not the best place for you to put him, but it's an option.
Yeah.
Ruby would be a nice answer to the Paquito and the Barats, those bulky frontliners, something that can just kind of stop them in their tracks and stop the big engage that Vitality wants to bring. Coming into the ban list, Falcon takes out the Harley.
I mean, you could do essentially, I mean, for those watching a new to MLBB, right, you have that traditional marksman normally in gold. You have the big fighter in EXP. We're seeing the experimentation there with some of these teams either putting a fighter in gold, sometimes flexing them into the jungle as well, but mostly either in gold and in EXP. So you have 2 different styles, but aggressive, CC, team fight focused characters. Is it possible that Falcons go and say, well, let's just match that? I mean, let's just do that ourselves.
Because right now, based on the bans here, Falcons banning out that Harley, I think they're opening up just in case they want to go for marksman. So I think the marksman is going to be red 5. They're going to see the entire draft, and then they're going to decide. And then for Vitality, they're banning out the Eve. If they ban out something like the Zushin, it basically shows that they want to gank mid for quite a few times. They just don't want these tanky mid laners to be there, lowering the chance of them actually getting a kill.
Yeah, they need to make sure, well, they got to make sure that Eudora also has a lot of freedom, and something with that much range, taking out the Eve. Selena's already gone. They've noticed that, I think, control in these fights is something that Falcon really thrives off, especially in game 1 when they had a similar draft, Xnay on the Fanny.
Yeah.
Ruby has to be banned though. They banned on the Lilia here. Very interesting. Okay. The Ling is still open. Not so sure if this is going to be a game that's going to be good for the Ling. I mean, again, because of this Paquito so flex, we've seen him in the jungle and the gold. It really can go either ways here. But I feel like they should pick up a mid so that they can make the last decision whether they want fighter gold or marksman gold.
That makes sense. Open up in mid. I mean, we've seen a lot of different choices. A lot of them banned out here.
Maybe even Valentina wouldn't be that bad. It's just that whatever ult you're gonna take, except for the Eudora, you're kind of putting yourself in a very tough spot either ways.
Naka 65 ka sa ano.
Vexana is interesting.
Oh yeah, good.
We saw Aurora one game. I mean,
Vexana
something
was a
that's
decent answer to something that Vitality has right now, honestly. That's what a lot of teams have used it for, so it could definitely be a possibility.
Farsa. Okay.
There's a lot of bursts here coming in from Falcon, so whoever gets caught, the Farsa can burst out for the first 6 minutes. So I think Falcons, they just want to win the early here. But this draft kind of shows that they might have something like a Claude later on.
As their last pick?
Claude or Moskov, yeah.
Both been played. Claude at a 2-win, 1-loss for Falcons. Moskov 1 win, 0 losses. So both good choices for Super Marco in this tournament so far.
Because I feel like the Brody would be stylistic for what they have right now, but there's a chance they're going out against the Paquito in the gold lane. Brody won't have a good time. So I feel like, but I'm worried if that's too much scaling though. Too much scaling in this current meta is pretty bad. Actually, no, I don't think that there's too much scaling. So they pick up the Claude as well as the Kufra here, trying to fight against the Fanny. They're really just trying to counter Fanny here. Everyone except for the Claude.
Yeah, I mean, in the Kufra, don't get me wrong, it works against the Fanny, but it is still a high-risk roam. Yeah, there's a lot of roams that they could have gone for. Moskov also would have been great. I guess it's a little less escapability. The Claude can help against this Farsa. Has the BMI, has a little bit more movement in terms of team fights, and can maybe get away from the Lapu a little bit better.
Where's the emergency
You don't want to go double
exit
fighters to steal the Ruby, but I feel like you don't
nakalagay
have to. I feel like a Harry for a Moskov should be good here. They picked up the carry, so they just want to make sure that when the Barax exposes himself, they have an answer. So quite balanced here, getting a lot of bursts coming in from the Farsa as well as Fanny, and then having that shred from the carry. I'm liking Falcon's draft here because for Vitality, it kind of depends on both the Barats as well as the Kufra.
And the Jungle Paquito was something they lost in game number 1. Can they pull through this time in game number 3 and get a win off of it? Falcons taking it back with a few picks. The Farsa, the Fanny. Excited to see how it goes.
Well, Team Vitality and Shogun been feeling pretty comfortable with that Barats on this stage the 3rd time around. Will he get kicked out? Need to find a new place to stay? We'll find out as we send it back over to Gideon and Brigida for game 3.
Game 3 begins, and already we are anticipating who is going to bring it to the next level here. Who's going to take another point over the others? The score is 1-1 as we jump on in to the land of Dawn. And Brig, I don't know, these compositions, they're like Digimon. They just keep evolving. You don't know when it stops. You don't know when they have figured out what is the end goal.
Yeah, if there's one thing that evolved, we're no longer on all flickers. We at least see 2 Purifies on Team Falcon's side. And understandably so, you're seeing an overwhelming amount of crowd control over on Vitality, which I feel if they don't get to use in the proper sequence would be very punishing for their team fights in the latter portions of this game.
Yeah, really interesting. A quick look at the emblems, and immediately we're already seeing Pull Yourself Together from Haji on a Purify in comparison to a Wilderness Blessing coming in from Moreno. So Moreno wants to move around this map a lot quicker with Finn, thanks to that Concussive Blast, but the Brave Smite here, pretty important for Ogun to keep himself alive. As we see the first couple of interactions, it's just about control. It's about how much we can control this lane and minimize the rotations.
Yeah, Finn and Moreno are required to really work together, I feel, especially as because the nature of a Kufra, which I feel like is the reason why we don't really get to see him recently, is also because of the fact that once you go in, there's barely any way for you to disengage, and it's pretty much like you have to at least get a guaranteed stun or set for you to make sure that you get to maximize this hero to its fullest potential, because if not, it will be very easy for Falcons, considering their lineup too, to just go in for the punish. And that's a quick rotation you're seeing from Haji.
Potential engagement from Finn as well. I don't think they want to do this right now, right? Nobody's level 4 at the right time, and more importantly, as much as they want this EXP crap, which Shogun gets, no problem, but I don't see Falcons finding first blood just yet. Not until we see Ilhaji hit level. Oh my goodness, Moreno so close. Oh, he walks out just at the very edge, gets caught.
Yeah, I probably thought there was a bit more grass. Okay, Flap. Oh, it's not even the Tyrant's Revenge that catches him first. It's just gonna be a Detona's Welcome from Shogun.
Shogun's really good with the Detona's Welcome. It's actually kind of crazy, but here comes Haji.
Okay, Finn, he's gonna show himself. They have enough idea of where Vitality are currently positioned. Kyle's still gonna go window. There is no ball of lightning anymore from Moreno to land the stun, but Finn is still gonna be there. They're trying to focus on Haji this time, and Nile will just really secure the objective. Hold on. Flap goes in. They still want to fight, but Vitality don't.
I'm surprised that they didn't even want to like let the Feathered Airstrike rip or like try to force out. They knew that, okay, Shogun should be okay here, I would assume. He's max stacked out. There's no chance that Kyle's going to be able to cut him down just yet. Not without a little bit of help here. But on the opposite end, I was really expecting like Haji to try and make something happen, force somebody to flicker, force them to flicker forward or anything, because losing their battle spells on the side of Vitality is a lot more punishing compared to the Falcons.
Yeah, so the one's on all flicker, but they dealt with that first objective really, really well. I mean, that immediate transition from just taking out Flap, which I feel also shouldn't have been the case, but I guess it was just a bit too unexpected for Vitality to just jump on him at the same time too. So you don't really get to see Falcons at least in a position where they'll be confident enough to contest. The gold lane is definitely something that we don't really put into consideration as much now, just because the focus is just really heavily towards the mid. It's because of these mid trios that we're seeing a lot of things happen, or supposedly happen, by far.
Yeah, and also the scary thing is that Super Marco also decided to take the Purify, right? So taking these like heavy hate trades against Iman, there's always that risk of at any point of time somebody could come for this gank. And he doesn't mind the 2v1 scenario because of that Purify, but as soon as he loses it, he suddenly becomes this vulnerable target that even Nile can take it out without much effort. So it's about maintaining control, right? And you can see that both sides, oh my goodness, another Detona's Welcome set up for Shogun and Nile.
It's not a good start for Flap, at least, and I don't think Vitality are paying too much attention towards Super Marco too. They acknowledge the fact that yes, this is a carry on Purify, but I think they're just really trying to double down on shutting down the EXP laner for Falcons, which I think would allow for so much more openings and entries here for Falcons. But considering that he hasn't been able to farm up, Falcons are just not confident enough to fight against Vitality, especially in these objectives, which Flap will still decide to show up for, but it's a 2-level gap you're looking at between him and Shogun.
Yeah, this should be a no contest unless they're able to get like a big fat all coming in from Ogwin. I mean, he's thinking about it, right? He sees all of the members there. This might be the angle to try.
Whoa, that was just a flicker set up onto Ogwin, and they immediately burst him down. The Detona's Welcome! Catching Kyle, but he still gets to secure the retribution nonetheless. This is Falcons clapping back. A cutthroat 2, finding 3 in the process. Haji flying in towards Moreno. Doesn't have the Feathered Airstrike, but Falcons are able to turn that around.
That's so sad. He was a pixel off the wall, but at least the Falcons will be able to try and convert this to something even more. They get mid-tier 1. Let's look at this replay one more time, because again, great engagement, right? But the Detona's Welcome, as you see just here, he eats him mid-air, flickers backwards, and misses the wall. Puts him right on top of the turtle. He thought it was gonna connect. Honestly, really well played from both sides here, but big ups. And Ogwin knows, it's like, hell yeah, they messed up. And that's great, because now this is going to drag out a little bit further. And with a 1.5k lead, Haji is starting to come into a position where he can legitimately start threatening the members of Vitality. Moreno in particular. He might, if he can force Moreno to flicker early on, this mid-game might be where Falcons really shine.
Yeah, Moreno, I think, has been very difficult to catch as well on the Eudora, but that pretty much put Falcons back in the game. That's already a lead over to their side. Oh, okay, Finn is gonna spot them here. Eman should already know that there's a potential gank.
Are they willing to trade top tier 1 for this? They're probably gonna send Kyle up to the top side, right? As soon as they show, the wave gets cleared up here. Yep, he makes his way over to the top side. They already know that Shogun is communicated. Nile ready to punch.
Oh, that was a lot of damage from Nile. And that was just Nile.
I definitely think that could have been a kill angle there, but I think even now recognize there's not a lot of people here. I'm not 100% sure whether they moved away from that conceal afterwards, but more importantly, he's got to make sure that he gets the angle right. If he accidentally pushes Kyle too far in certain areas, Kyle, he's good with these cables. He can start zipping around. He's got to lock him down right against the wall.
Okay, at least they somewhat equalize things, and the farming is looking still pretty great, especially for Super Marco. But this is where we see how Vitality are able to bounce back. They're not able to, or they're not allowed to make any mistakes similar to what happened earlier. It's been a really good run for Shogun on the Barretts here, but that could have been the turning point if they don't find their way back in this game. Finn is looking for a really good setup here, but they have no idea where Flap is.
Oh, it's a bit of a dangerous gamble here. Not to mention that they've already got like a slow pushing side up top as well. That's going to start turning into the opposing favor. Ooh. Oh no, the Detona's Welcome did not connect. Now Falcons have an opportunity here.
Okay. Shogun really has reset here in this game. That's another Detona's Welcome not connecting onto anyone. Falcons are fully aware of the fact that they no longer have that setup potential. But Kyle is nowhere near this objective as of now.
Can't afford to show himself. Iman spots it, but Kufra is nearby. Look at Finn. He's going for the... And he's anticipating it.
Oh, he's waiting for it.
It's
and
good.
He catches Kyle. Blazing duet from Eman, and the bouncing ball prevents him from actually getting to Cable out of there.
Great call. Great call. Made sure to use everything to ensure that Iman was able to get this kill, and also the bouncing ball to keep him in place rather than letting him move around. The order of these skills matters so much, and now Vitality, they need to take advantage of the scenario.
Okay, that's a Detona's Welcome with a Cyclone Eye. Slight reposition, but the damage from Nile, it's a bit too much. Haji using the fitted airstrike. Finn tries to tank the damage, but it's an outplay. Nile, it's a turnaround. Falcons actually take him down, and Super Marco is able to find one more.
Beautiful play coming in from Haji as well. Feathered airstrike, Purify as well to ensure that he makes it work. However, the cooldowns are down. And Flap, he's not going to be able to get his ult back up in time, I think. I think he's got about like 13 seconds until it comes back up, but there's just too many members dead on the side of Vitality. This is no contest, and Falcons take this lead back. Despite the game going for at least 9 minutes, it's surprising to see only one turret from the side of Vitality has been taken. Falcons are able to get 2 turrets of their own, but this is where we see a 3.5k lead turn into a 5 to 6k lead.
Vitality should be very particular with where they decide to choose the fight, or if they even want to proceed with the fight, if they find themselves in positions that aren't really as favorable for them. Because I believe earlier, especially with that Cyclone Eye, putting Shogun in a slightly deeper position towards Falcon's area made it a bit more difficult for Vitality to actually follow through. And so with that, it was another clear punish from Falcons, and it's a huge win for them because gold lead, map control, everything's just now all over to their side with just that single play.
And that's exactly what they want for it. These are the big momentum shifts that you expect to see in a game of this high level. Oh my goodness, okay. Some big spells being thrown out as Super Marco just lost his flicker, walking up too close and getting hit by that ball lightning on top of the superconductor, allowing it to go become a bit of an AoE in small areas. Moreno, he's looking for that big one shot, and I'm worried for it, right? If Super Marco makes a mistake and walks up too far, even though you do apply yourself with the Purify and take away the superconductor, if Moreno just 1-2s into the ult, I think there's a pretty high chance of you just exploding out of nowhere.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's just really Vitality forced to maybe find a different combo. It could be maybe Finn and Nile. There's a lot of damage you could expect, but Finn decides to go in instead, and together with Eman, they blast Super Marco. The perfect pickoff and start to this team fight, only if Nile makes it out alive, but he doesn't. Flap actually goes for the chase. 4-man Landshaker to land it towards Team Vitality, but the re-engage, they still want to fight! The Detona's Welcome! And it's Kyle, they catch a successful land on the wall this time, but he still finds the wall spam!
Holy cow, he nearly killed 2 people there. Haji, if he just had a little bit more damage, I think they would have been able to secure it, but oh my god, that should be the Trinity complete for Iman at this point of time. He was building up to it, didn't find it, and then eventually got it, but you gotta give it up for Shogun here. A great engagement coming in from Finn. They outplay it with the help of Iman, but right at this very moment where you're expecting the cleanup, you're expecting Haji to be able to hit that fat stun after the Landshaker. The charge, the instant Detona's Welcome. What a reaction from Shogun.
And this time it landed, but with that very brief amount of time that Kyle got, it's still crazy to think that he was nearly able to outplay at least 2 members of Vitality, as you mentioned. You do want to put him close to the wall, but that's also something he wants. So at the same time, you maybe should position yourselves away from it. It maybe should only be Shogun near the wall if ever you do try to go for that exact same setup later on.
Hey, that's the truth of it all, right? Sometimes you just get overly eager and forget how big some of these abilities actually are, but Haji is now starting to become a legitimate problem, right? Iman, he's got to be careful. Every time he uses that BMI, which is why what he's doing every single time he drops it down, he walks up forward, hopes to get a reaction, and then takes the BMI away, begging for Falcons to say, hey, one of you have to make a move first.
Emma will get his flicker in 10 seconds, though. They will be ready to take on this fight. Same for Moreno.
Oh, Finn.
Kyle already flies in, though. Finn charging! Kyle secures the objective nonetheless, though, and Nile gets bursted down by Super Marco. Shogun looking like the next target to Dona's welcome out. Finn trying to run away. Emma blazing do it just to make it to safety, but he fails. Vitality are just scrambling to get back to their base. Falcons are dealing a bit too much damage.
It's a little too much to handle here. Big mistake coming in from Finn. Unfortunately, tries to go behind the pit to intercept, but ends up hitting nothing. He's still holding on to his ult, and so far, they need a defense. They're going to pull it first. Pull it down to the bottom side.
It's just Finn and Shogun, but they're just being torn down to pieces by Super Marco on the carry. Moreno gets jumped on by Flap. 3-man stun, but Falcons are in the base. They take this game 2-1.
2-1 Falcons. Nakita niyo yung audience kanina, sabi tapusin. Wala na, share ko na.
A single misposition on the Lord ended up their entire backline was exposed. This is why I was thinking maybe Cho would have been a better option rather than the Kufra. It follows the same protocols and yet has that single target lockdown. But I think for the side of Vitality, they want to be able to consistently get in. But Falcons, man, the trigger man, they're fast with it. They don't hesitate.
Yeah, because I don't think ult dependent is the term to use for the Kufra either. It's just you really have to be very accurate with your skill shots.
Ang kulit nung kanina yung nakaka-able si Kyle tapos yung kinagat niya no, Barats.
Same goes for the Barats. I feel once you really charge in,
paalis na yung sa cable eh.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much what you get out of the Barats when it comes to setup. So when you fail, it's really
Nakumar dito si Kyle.
Like this composition from the side of Vitality is basically a first-person shooter. Only headshots are worth it. If you don't hit that
3-1 yan,
headshot,
patamain predict ko sa Esports. Nakapag-predict ka ba doon? Good night, Yuri. Salamat sa pagtambang.
Securing a good foundation and then closing out the game within first or second Lord. That was going to be the main idea for either side. And you can see that especially at high level, the accuracy and more importantly, how much gold was being able to be absorbed by everyone across the map.
Ang ganda ko siguro. Ay, fake news.
2-1 is the current score for the Falcons. Let's see if they can close this out as we throw it over to Rain Day.
Well, there's a lot of things to identify there, but one thing was for sure. Team Falcons PH excited and alive here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC 26.
Patatamain kasi di napili sa random winner.
Fan-filled match of the tournament so far, and we welcome you back to the panel to give us a deep breath.
Code na lang. Nag-aantay lang din kami ng code, guys.
My name is Rain Day, and I'm joined by Trex and LaFell. Guys,
abangan nyo, baka may lumabas na code dyan.
Dominance, I think, on the side of Team Falcons, but a great response to the comfort pick of the Barats, how to handle that draft.
Di ba sabi ko panalo na Falcon kasi nandito na ako sa live mo. Ganun pala yun.
Mistakes were definitely made by the side of Vitality. But man, I mean,
Sunday may live ako. Wala. Ang Grand Finals kasi Saturday, kaya wala nang live ng Sunday.
The implications of this are bigger. I know you got some stuff to break down. Before we go micro, I want to go macro. Team Falcons, that energy that we're hearing, it is a result of the fact that they still need a win to start
pa 1K Dias naman sana sila, no?
Again. And so this is literally the game that stands between them having a chance to do that in MLBB or having to wait until another another game shows up.
Kahit tigwa 100, pwede na. Yung nilalapag na code, tas 100 mare-redeem mo. Sarap sana no.
Counters towards the Fanny, but then it seems like they're trying to double down by putting more and more and more and more, but you really don't. Like, how many times
sige, paluwalan mo.
caught the Fanny mid-air? I feel like at that point you don't
Good
need any
daw sana
you
sa
know that
mid.
Shogun can do it. So I feel like for the next game, Vitality cannot overthink their draft. Sometimes the simple answer
Mag-a-apply ako kay Buntan, guys. Sasuggest ko taasan yung Dias. Sasabihin tataasan, pero gagawing 11. At least tinaasan. O diba? Yun yung point, tinaasan nila. From 10, naging 11. QR code. Gusto yung QR code, guys.
And the problem is,
Pipili ako ng magbibigay sa akin ng Gcash.
the Cho could have done it, a Grok could have done it. Heck, even if you go glue, even glue can do it, and they don't. Well, the carry has an answer towards the glue, but meaning to say, there's
Shoutouts
so many
daw
other
kay
rumors
Dominic
that can deal with the
Aberilla.
Barca. Sure, I feel like the Barca
Hello
will
po.
still be okay.
Ang grand finals na time, hindi ko pa sigurado. Ay, wait.
But you have the rest of the team you got to worry about.
Code ba talaga ilalabas or QR code? Code nga. Ito naman mga to, nagsasabi naman ako ng totoo, di kayo naniniwala. Bala kayo dyan. Malate na lang kayo sa pag-redeem. Grand finals ay...
Third place at least gets you $200,000, guys. So you're essentially doubling the amount of money you're making, and it's already a lot of money. Lefel, let's talk micro now. I want you to go into what you prepared for us on that telestrator. Trex is getting his arms ready. I know, Trex.
May laban ng 5 PM Saturday, pero sa third place match muna.
Because here's the thing, the only real thing in this draft that you have to pay attention to is this both burst heroes as well as the carry being the shredder, because for Falcons, I would say the biggest win condition for Vitality is actually the Barats. So if you can deal with the Barats, then you're good, and they have the carry.
Sa birthday ko lahat ng friend ko na content creator. Requestan mo ng normal starlight. Tapos nagbigay, no? Sarap naman maging viewer.
You need to capitalize on someone else's mistakes. That's right, damage. You need a lot of damage, and because of that, this Barca is gonna be super
Thank you sa
huge,
shout
because every
out,
single time
God bless
you
you.
start a fight, hey, guess what? Your damage dealers are dying.
You're
There's nothing much that
welcome
you can really
po.
do. We're gonna be looking at honestly just 2 clips here.
Ang saya pala sa feeling, no? Pag may kapatid ka na malapit na pro player, I'm so proud of my kuya. Good luck kay kuya mo. Sana ay magtuloy-tuloy.
Let the man do
Hindi ko na palitan yung pin comment. Wait
We're gonna
lang.
look at how Shogun, all right? We're gonna see. Oh, okay, this is actually more difficult than I thought. All right, we're gonna look at Shogun here and how Shogun can actually deal with the Fanny.
Ako yung una sa list. Siguro i-unfriend mo na kita. Kailan ba birthday mo?
Could be difficult, but you guys are proving it here. We're gonna be looking at the Farsa, and the Farsa has so much range slash damage.
Dito tayo para makita nyo.
With Moreno as well as kind of thin here. You can see how the Fanny gets caught by the Barats, but just one tiny mistake. One tiny mistake here is that well, yeah, huge mistake.
Kulit pala nung
where you
kay
can see the Barats
pwesto nila pero
miss the wall. Miss the wall, making it so that, you know, basically the Fanny can still basically the Fanny can get the turtle as well as the kill, and then later on, astaghfirullah alazim. Hold on. Okay, you know what? That's it. That's
was our sponsor break. Thank you so much, EWC, MSC 2026. Gidia, we're so
nakabind sa ML yung
at this point,
birthday mo.
anyone thought about getting a mic stand?
The Farsa has so much damage. It denies damage dealers.
Pakisabi start na yung game for start na.
Damage wins. Big damn.
Hindi sila nakinig eh.
That was funny. That was good stuff.
You guys are funny.
Good evening, John Erwell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You just
no
gotta,
matter what's thrown at you, you just.
I know how to roll with the punches.
He's always ready.
I love that, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Speaking of rolling with punches, this is a big punch as well because everyone you feel a little bit more. The fans get going.
Ganun sa ML yan, pag friend mo sa ML, mag-a-appear yung birthday. Kapag kung nilagay mo yung birthday mo sa ML, mag-a-appear yun.
That could be. Well, this could.
Pero kung di mo kinonect,
This is a big one because this could mean that it's over. If Falcons can get this win, it's a best of 5.
Good night,
So we
Yuri.
either tie it up or we're finishing the day.
This is where the pressure is on, right?
Yeah.
Before it felt okay, now it's if Vitality does not win this, they
Tapos
are
magsasend down ng greetings.
And not even that, they have to win 2 more. They got to win 2 in a row. And no one's been able to win 2 games in a row. So at this point, his first
May
team
game
to
4
win 2 games in a row,
pala.
either
Best of
Falcon
5 to
or
guys
Vitality,
eh.
right?
Kaya,
Takes this all.
You're right.
ano, meron pang game 4. Kung sino unang maka-score ng 3, siya yung panalo.
It's been balancing on a knife's edge. What do you think?
I feel like Shogun has been solved. I feel like he's looking pretty good. It's just that you need to make sure other avenues of the draft is taken care of because even looking back into the draft,
Wala si Boss Marvin. Nasa YT yun.
It's okay. It's just that they don't have the right.
Makalaban ni Kuya Team ay ang Onyx PH. Good luck. Pagbutihin niya yung grind para makalaban niya.
If the Kufra is changed to maybe even a Grok, I feel like they would have had a better chance. Because the enemy just had too much damage. Stop letting the enemy have a lot of damage. Isn't that like a good way to win the game?
That is. Yeah. LaFell's so smart, but you know, I gotta remind you.
Lalagay ko yung code sa comment. Layo naman.
You're enough.
You are enough. I'm Dubis Guknur.
Bakit sa comment pa?
Don't get copyright struck here. We want to
Good
keep this
luck mo lang kung matalo niya si King Kong. Di ba bias mo yun, si King Kong? Tama ba?
Now has a lot of damage. Moreno also has a lot of damage. The only real problem is that Ogwen on this Belleric is able to exhort most of them, giving a lot of time for Haji to deal with Moreno and then Nile. And once they're out of the picture, and here's the thing, you don't have to die to be out of the picture. You just have to be close enough to dying, and then you're just not gonna do much by that time. Even if Eman is
naman daw
full
1K
build, he's gonna
dice.
have difficulties because when he gets close, that carry is gonna shred him anyways. So this is one of those drafts where Team Falcons, they have very little margin for errors anyways. Even if they make one or two
kasi yun,
mistakes, it
sabi
really
mo
is no big
comment
deal. That's how good the draft was.
Well, you guys said you wanted to see Cho. Well, I know somewhere you could see Cho. Maybe if you check out that Street Fighter and MLBB crossover that's live in game right now.
10 minutes kasi guys yung timer pagka tapos ng game. 10 minutes pahinga nila para may discussion din sila sa nangyari sa game. Good luck sa team ni Kuya if makapasok sa MPL. Support lang. Support mo lang Kuya mo. Hindi totoo yung 10 minutes. Kasi 20 minutes. Nag-timer ka ba, John Erwel? Ikaw daw, wala ka jowa. Thirteen minutes na. Nakapag-time ka pa. Sipag mo naman. Yan.
Which is the big moment here internationally for
Game
MLBB
4.
before their M series.
Game number
later on in the year.
4. Match point ang Team
It's the
Falcons.
first time they've been out of their country. For many players, it's the first time they've competed internationally. outside of
ML tas may boxing.
light shines bright in these big moments where it's do or die.
Sino kuya mo si Chakno po ba? Sino daw kuya mo, Yuri?
These two teams may be some of the most
Yan ko do, MSC
However,
2026
whether
MVP.
they're representing the Philippines or Indonesia, they come from
MSC
histories
2026 MVP.
of success. One of them is going to move on, and one of them is going to go home, ending maybe a potential club championship opportunity. One continuing, potentially go back to back to back, or become a new champion.
Redeem code guys, MSC 2026 MVP.
A lot of people, based on what's going on during the group stage in scrims, people are looking at Vitality to be the one to dominate this matchup. But just like Drake said during our pre-show, the thing about teams from the Philippines that they adapt very fast. Give them 2 days off for them to just focus on the game, right? They can figure out a way to deal with all this nonsense. And looking at this, they have figured it out.
Yeah, what's insane about it is
MSC 2026
felt like they were scrambling
MVP.
Felt like
Yan
they
ang
just were
redeem
trying to
code
kind of
guys.
figure it out very quickly. And at this point, Vitality seems to be the one always on the back foot through all of these drafts. Even the games that they won, they just felt kind of always reacting, always trying to find the answers, never really the ones making Falcons guess their decisions.
And right now, Falcons have one more ban here. In the previous game, they banned out the Melissa, making it so that the draft was super open, eventually picking out the Fanny, and really working out well for them. But interestingly enough, both Vitality as well as Falcons, they are very happy where they're at, right? Falcons does not want to leave this red side.
Sino nga ba?
And Vitality really does not want to leave this blue side. But now match point here. Falcons just need one more win. Vitality, whatever draft they're going to go for, this has to be their very best.
I like your point before that. I don't think we've ever seen 4 matches in a row
Barrett's
where it has always been the
priority
same
talaga
blue
niya
side,
yung
same
Barrett's.
red side. Vitality's comfortable with it. Even after the win of, even after the loss of Falcons, they still chose red. I think Vitality wants to run it back right now. So we're going to run it back. We're just not going to pick up the coup for this time.
I feel like just
and I'm going to hit the wall.
Belleric +1, and then you're good, right?
Well, at this point, Shogun and Barats go hand in hand. It's like peanut butter and jelly.
Peanut
I
butter
do
and Barats.
love butter.
It's like Barats
Oh,
and Den.
yun nga, MSC 2026 MVP.
It's like two
Mabingi ba
feeds in
kayo?
an aircon or something, right?
It's like Trex Lafell and Rain Day.
That's right.
There you go. We're perfect brothers.
Or like Belleric and Fanny. Oh, 3 American brothers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like
Same
Belleric
family.
and Fanny, who are also a response on the side of that. We see the Herrera picked up as well for Nile, and the Eudora again. So they are running it back. They are saying this is exactly the same first 3 so far.
Except for the
Except
Herrera. The Herrera.
The Herrera.
Last time it was the Paquita.
That's right.
The
It
Herrera
was the
got
Paquita.
banned in the second
You're
phase,
absolutely
so
right. Thank you for
Vitality
that.
wants to bring it a little more aggressive, I would say. I like it. I'm not against it. The Herrera, we haven't seen much Herrera versus Fanny games.
And now,
That's
so
really
this
good.
is already a bit of a difference here, but they still got to be careful in case something like a Farsa does come in, because I feel like as long as they pick up a roamer that can help out this Herrera and actually stay in the front lines, I feel like they're in a very good spot, because that's one of the problems where you leave the Barats all alone in the front line, he's just gonna get crushed. Unless now you make the difference where you ban out the carry. If you ban out the carry and maybe even potentially ban out the Moskov, then I feel like this Barats will be safe. He won't be countered just as hard as he was in the previous game.
Well, knowing the opportunity of that Farsa getting banned out, they lock it in first phase. This means no Lapu for the side of Falcon. They are going to have the range. They are going to have the quick rotations, but Vitality will at least have a bit more time to adapt and think about how they want to answer this Farsa. Because Haji, yes, there's a lot of counters to a Farsa, and it's one of the reasons why it has gotten kind of pushed out of the meta. But a good mid laner, someone like Haji, will still find the positioning, will still find the timing of those feathered airstrikes. It can still always be a problem on this hero.
I mean, like, that's the good old question every pro player has. Like, oh, this hero, what's the weakness? Like, oh, you can get caught. And it's like, oh, so as long as I don't get caught, I'm good?
Exactly.
Exactly, right? So he's just like, hey, as long as I'm so good that they can't catch me anyways, I have no weakness.
Now, is that a Lapu ban?
Yes, that's a Lapu ban.
Lapu ban.
So we're seeing that Lapu ban there, and it is also, interestingly enough, cards being shown for mid and for jungle. The way that this is different is Vitality had been showing the Paquito there, and they had been flexing in game 1, and then they didn't flex in game 2, and they've spread out this kind of idea of what are we going to do, and they waited till the end, but they were not getting the consistent best end of that last pick. So I think they've just gone with, here's what we're doing, and we're going to try to beat you traditionally here.
Rain Day, Trex, my fellow Americans here. I'm just worried that for now, Vitality, they don't have any real way to dive, right? I mean, like Shogun with the flicker sure can probably dive towards the Farsa, but they don't have something like a Claude or Lapu. They could have the Claude later on, but I'm honestly not entirely convinced that that would be an amazing pick. Because right now, it looks like the Farsa is going to be undisturbed.
Why not, though?
Why not? Which one?
Claude.
I just feel like going up against this Fanny, and then potentially whatever pick he has later on is just that he goes in, he's going to die instantly. Because if you show the Claude and the marksman isn't picked up, you can pick up something like a Clint and basically do the same thing what he's been doing against the Melissa.
They won one time with the Claude. They're 1-0. So it's something they're comfortable with. But is it a bad matchup into the Fanny? LaFell raising some questions.
Falcons might pick up the Paquito here, honestly. Wouldn't be a horrible take. At that point, they might be overdoing it on the burst damage. They go for the Uranus instead, something a little more sustainable, something that can take those big Eudora ults to the face, something that can take the damage of the Herard to the face. Vitality now needing to pick. You mentioned Grok last game.
This game honestly wouldn't be bad.
Or Gatot could be another possible answer. You get the taunt onto the Fanny.
Because right now, you don't need to support Shogun anymore. You just need to support Nile on this Harara, right? So just have someone that can be with the Harara and then either give a revitalize or just create enough peel so that it doesn't become a problem. Because right now, Falcons, they have the Uranus. Uranus can penetrate you, and that's going to be a problem that I don't see them solving just yet.
So the Cho's up, but is that too much single target ISO? Do you want to... I mean, is that not worth it because you have
I feel like it's still worth it. I feel like it's still worth it. So they do pick up the Cho as well as the Moskov. So far, very clean drafting coming in from Vitality. Nothing too crazy, just MSC standard.
They got stuff off the board. Cho has been banned before. They got their Barats, Eudora, also, and Harara, characters that have been banned. Moskov, last pick. You can tell that Vitality feel confident about this one. But Team Falcons with a response. What do we do here? And we're looking for the Hanabi. Oh, baby, baby, baby. CC immunity.
I mean, it showed up in MWI. It worked out. And in this game, I think they're banking on Super Marco not getting touched at all. And even if he does, it's just going to be the Cho. So this will be a good front to back for Falcons. And it's up to Vitality to break that.
Gulatin mo sila. Mag-niya ka.
Here. And Falcons definitely looking for a mid to late game spike. Maybe they get an early game advantage. Vitality, on the other hand, just needs to find those pickoffs like they did in the previous game they won.
Well, it's up to Team Falcons to close it out and move the Philippines into the semifinals of MSC. And it's up to Vitality to push us to one more game. We're going in for game 4 this time. It's Gideon and Brigitte.
Game
4 begins, and we already know this is match points for Team Falcons. They are one step away from actually getting more club championship points, but more importantly, deeper within the tournaments here in the MLBB category. Moreno, I'm surprised that he's got a sprint rig. I'm just as shocked as you are.
It was the first thing I had to point my finger at looking at our monitors here, because what do you mean? It's the first time you're seeing a different battle spell from Vitality, and it's not a Purify.
Yeah, I mean, Moreno, I don't know whether this is going to be the play or not, but without a flicker, and he still has to pull yourself together as well. So does that mean, what is this opting for? Like, Kyle now has a direct target on Moreno's head as soon as that ball lightning comes out of it.
Yeah, well, there is such a huge job for Moreno to accomplish in this game, at least. You know he is going to be the main source of burst damage. There has to be a way for them to get those shields out for Super Marco, but First Blood immediately What? They just found Oakland over there.
Hey, you can't deny the amount of early game damage that this team has, especially at level 2, right? We've seen a lot of Hirara players kind of set up with their mid duo to kind of look for a fight, freeze out the lane, even if it's in a neutral state, and then go for an early first blood.
Okay.
Luckily, at least, you know, Owen, he didn't end up losing out on his flicker, and Finn, he manages to get out of there, doesn't lose his flicker as well.
I guess a lot of people are happy with what they're seeing right now. We're finally getting Nile on an assassin. And there is much more action happening across the map, because I feel like when they were on the Paquito the last 2 games, there's just so much pressure over to Eman, which I feel like now is a bit more alleviated considering the fact that their damage is a bit more spread out. There's also Moreno too on the sprint, who we're yet to see in action, but we're looking forward to that since Vitality at least have a better grasp of the early game this time alongside this Cho too.
Yeah, now Falcons were looking for a couple of conditions in the drafting phase. One, somebody that doesn't really quote-unquote disrupt this Farsa as often, and also making sure that you're protecting your gold lane in a winning matchup. And I think Super Marco on this Hanabi, as long as the wave's in the right position, you know, can get some free harassment. His first turtle should go over to Vitality's side, but you can see they're just trying to bait him into something, right? Come on, get into these fights before you're level 4 is the only time we can actually punish you.
Ooh, there was an SOD towards the purple. I thought that were actually gonna steal away, but okay. Kyle will still secure nonetheless. That was already Moreno trying to burst down Flap too. Not much in terms of team fights just yet happening across the map at least. Oh, Purify forced out for Flap though.
Yeah, Super Marco also losing his Aegis as well. There could be a potential gank angle for Finn if he wants to flicker on top of Super Marco. He's very vulnerable right now, and I think there needs to be some kind of communication. But they've missed their opportunity here. You can see that Finn alongside with Moreno trying to control this top side, keeping track of where Kyle is going to be.
Yeah, they can't afford to let Kyle find the pickoffs that will set the pace once again for Team Falcons. Not now that they've finally gotten it for themselves. Shogun's been somewhat taking care of the XP lane surprisingly well though, even despite the matchup considering to be a Barrett's Uranus.
That's why we're seeing a lot of these motions from Vitality going towards the top side of the map. They don't want Flap to have that moment. Oh, the kick!
Oh, Radu Dryad connected perfectly. Kyle with a thumb throw, but it's Moreno who finds him first. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade so far. Jungle for Rome.
That's really interesting. I thought that Haji would just instantly spam the feather. Wait, hold on!
They find Haji. Fortunately, had the Purify to get out of there. But still, that was a... Yeah, you were saying it was a roam for jungle, and...
I would have imagined that Haji would have gotten at least Finn's flicker or something, but I think he's purposefully delaying the shots from the feathered airstrike just to make sure he gets maximum value out of it. Like, so what if Finn survives, right? If he doesn't have flicker, he's just as good as useless. That means this next feathered airstrike is going to be less contested for the upcoming fights. And now, with the next turtle in 5 more seconds, plenty of battle spells on their hands. Shogun doesn't have his Detna's welcome just yet, but they're going to fight as soon as it's online.
Which is great. That just shows how Vitality are now very calculated in terms of their usage of skills and resources. That's a Sky Piercer pickup already for Nile, so things should be a lot more better for Vitality if they find and hand over the kills to him this time. But Ogwen still has the Wrath of Dryad. Flap zoning out to Kyle. Really secures the objective, but the Way of the Dragon is going to land onto Haji. That's a Piercer stack for Nile.
Wow, Vitality say you get to have the turtle for free. We're not going to contest it, of course, but we want to go for Haji, knowing that his battle spell is down, and now they catch Ogwen.
Ogwen again as the Belleric, the stun! It's a 2-man stun. Now connects to Flap as well. Kyle goes sliding in. He finds them and cuts thrown on to Moreno too. Those are 2 crucial members that Falcons get, however.
Yeah, and the fans are going back and forth. Nobody is happy with the trades, but Falcon win out big time on the trades because we also get Super Marco breaking this tier 1 at the same time. The SOD connects, all the Guambo combos are there, and even Iman getting into this fight ended up getting him killed. This is the worst possible scenario when you want your insurance to grow. It's really sad if you got to pull it out early.
And all the while, Super Marco has just been farming doing. He's just been pushing the waves. He's been staying here down bottom, but it's not like there's much attention put towards the bottom lane by Vitality either, because we were already talking about how their rotations were mainly focused towards the EXP lane. At least Shogun is having a better time, but we're slowly transitioning to the part of the game where Super Marco might be a lot bigger of a problem than you think of him to be.
Oh yeah, he's already quite a big problem. Dom Ice finally completed by Finn to try and reduce the healing overall from the side of Falcons, but man, until Super Marco gets his 3 items, he's still just going to be only a decent amount of damage only in team fights, right? In the 1v1s, unless you've got a target to bounce though his auto attacks, you're really not getting the full effect of the Hanabi.
Okay. It's at least Sky Pierce again for Moreno, still having those stacks. Dominus Ice already picked up for Finn as well. Vitality looking good so far, at least in the beginning and the start of this game. But Falcons, the way that they've been able to find these angles, I think it's starting to become really tricky for Vitality, especially with Eman choosing to join the fights but not really getting the maximum advantage out of it just yet.
And look at this spread here. They fight into this Tri-Brush, right? Where's the kick? Nope, they're not going to do it just yet. They're holding it. They're really tunnel visioning on that one priority target. This is allowing people like Super Marco to show up. He's not supposed to be a split pusher. In these cases, he's supposed to be a team fighter, and yet here he is.
Yeah, I think Eman and Super Marco at this point have just swapped roles.
Run!
Ooh, Super Marco running away. AG's already used. The burst from Nile is going to be enough though, but can they find the trade on Nile? The answer is no. Eman going in, Gogwin, and Shogun not landing. The Daytona's welcome, so Haji still gets to pick off Eman.
That was such a weird sequence of events. Haji, again, a little bit slow on the reaction time here. He was waiting for the invulnerability, but I think he was anticipating it for too long. He should have just let it rip to force Nile to use the abilities. It's 3 shots to 2 abilities, and you can keep track of how many times he has that invulnerability if you see the little swords underneath the health bar. It's tough to keep up with. I know, a lot of people have been struggling with this new hero.
I am one.
I struggle too. Sometimes I forget using Hirara that I have combo abilities.
Mechanically and understanding, anticipating all these combos and the abilities that can come out of this hero. But Falcons, at least for now, again, they're able to somewhat be not as pressured. They're not forced, or they're not reacting to what Vitality want to get out of them, especially when it's in terms of forcing out really important utilities. And even now you see the pressure is just constantly towards the bottom side of the map. Kyle flying in, tries to find Moreno.
Wow!
That's a sprint used right there. Is that how it's supposed to be?
Yeah, hey, he survived, right? If sprint makes me live with 1 HP, I'll take it any day. But I don't think he's going to get away with this for very long. And honestly, getting pretty lucky there with Finn able to... Oh, hold on.
Okay, Finn, no, he can't. He can't. Moreno was also just zoned out by the fettered airstrike alone.
I've never seen so many people just anticipating this Predator strike come out from Haji. Everyone's just looking at the tablet, just hoping maybe they do something now. And I think that's the big issue, right? Whoever makes that first move is going to get punished. And if Finn doesn't catch that feather airstrike at the right time, he's got a lot more that he has to do. He's got to figure out a way to kick Kyle in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, it's just tough. Like, Vitality, at this point, you really want to see them get to coordinate and layer down their skills well enough. But who should be the heroes to do that first? Who could you expect to primarily be the ones trying to set up and really layer down their skills together? Because at this point, Finn, Eman probably not. Moreno, there is a bit of a lack of damage if they really want to go for the front lines too. I mean, just now they also use the Thunder's Wrath, but it's not enough to really take down Flap on the Uranus.
Yep, it's really just a stat check, right? And Flap, he doesn't mind. This is why it's so annoying to deal with. Oh, hold on.
Okay, now they're going to try and burst him down. Flap still has the Purify, though. He's not using it at all.
Doesn't need to.
They're not reacting to what's happening, to what Vitality's doing against them. Okay, now we see Eman joining in. Super Marco 2 nearby and within range, but the Wrath of Dragon is just going to allow Falcons to flawlessly take this objective for themselves. Super Marco with a free hit, Kyle with a gut thrown, already on a killing spree, and Shogun falls down next. 3 members out out for Vitality.
Beautifully played by the Falcons. They understood neutral control is so easy for them when Owen just has to stand and press one button. That's literally, he just stood there like a tree. It's like, nah, you ain't walking out of here. The Wrath of Dryads is just a little too good. Unfortunately, it was on Vitality to force a play out to get the timing right. And as much as Niall can try to use his iframes, closing the distance is half the problem. And Ogwin has way too wide of an AoE to completely ignore. So let's look at this replay one more time, right? Just keep your eyes on Ogwin. He purposely takes one step over the neutral line to drop it down, to give them no opportunity. Even Shogun with the anti-CC wasn't able to catch Kyle mid-cable.
Just so perfect. He barely had to go in for a surprise Wrath of Dryad. It was just really a perfectly timed Wrath of Dryad alone. There was no flicker sacrifice. They also weren't poked down low enough because I don't think Vitality could really afford to. They barely have heroes who could poke. You try to close in, and that's about it. You pretty much expose yourself to Falcons already, and now they're knocking on the base turrets. Fortunately, Vitality are able to deal with it for now, but they already got all their energy shields, their holy shields out, and they still have waves incoming. 2 conceals already dropped down. Ogwen still not using the Wrath of Dryad. Finn trying to look for an angle. Daytona's welcome, finally committed on to Flap, but again, he's still not using the Purify.
I'm telling you, he's gonna hold it until, you know, Kingdom Come. The next, by the time the Rapture comes, you'll be like, yes, Lord, I have the Purify. I've been holding it this whole time. Oh my goodness. He's not dead, and that's the important thing. He's 1-0-3, so really no use for it at this stage of the game.
Oh no.
The biggest problem right now is who the heck can deal with Super Marco?
Oh, that's a problem. That's the biggest problem. A Wrath of Dryad Flicker combo under the turret of Vitality, enough to take down Nile. Falcons don't seem like they're doing much just to take what they want.
Well, you see what I mean? Literally, there's nothing they can do. As long as Super Marco has that Aegis, he's walking around as if he's got Purify, and Vitality recognize that. They can't suppress him. They can't lock him down to the point at that stage. They need Moreno to close the distance, but he has the sprint, so he can't.
Oh, Shogun. Oh, Shogun. Not even Shogun can handle this Hanabi anymore. Okay, Ogwen will fall though. Lightning Truncheon pickup from Haji, and they will settle with just 2 base turrets taken down.
At this stage, Vitality, they just have to play to scale until we see Iman. Actually, well, I think that's his 4th item at this stage, so he should be in pretty good strength. Trinity already complete, I would assume, as well, if he's giving him a lifting gun, but right now, the odds are not looking good, and somebody needs to clean that long lane.
Yes, someone has to deal with it, but Vitality, they're all here. They want to contest. Eman's the one trying to at least poke down the Lord for now. They're trying to hunt down Kyle, but Flap is onto Shogun! Oh, Nile falling does not look good for Vitality, and it's just Kyle flying in! He finds a double, can be a triple. If they find Eman, here's Spear of Misery to save him for just a bit, but it's just Eman, Gideon!
Yeah. Super Marco and Haji literally walked up and said, nah, it's good, it's cool, dude. It's like, what can you do? Like, Iman is gonna try and walk up, can't do much, Feather Air Strike.
He can't even do the defense of his life.
Oh
Not against Team Falcons, not in this scenario.
Hanabi!
Team Falcons, after losing the first
Grabe ka, Mers!
will now make it to the next stage here in the knockout stage.
Ay, sorry.
Unfortunate loss for Team Vitality, but a major win for Falcons. What a game that was. The most eccentric members obviously happy with their performance, but you can tell some people were stressed, and Marco finally, a sigh of relief. Oh my God, I don't have to deal with E-Man any longer.
Grabe ka na, Hanabi. Tinuruan ni Mers kasi.
On a Hanabi.
It set the precedent here for what MSC and future MSCs. I don't think people are going to forget this one. Now we lose another representative coming in from Indonesia. But this game was beautiful to watch. Every moment calculated, every second timed to the millisecond.
Even the adjustments in the
Nagbababay na yung
draft,
ano si Flap
the
kanina
choices that
eh.
they repeatedly made, but failed to actually make work. There were so many decisions and risks that were taken in this series,
Iyak daw
but
mga
it all
fans ng
boils down
Vitality.
to this.
Masenyas pa ng iyak kanina.
Falcons are still the ones who
nag-cheer
had the better
kanina.
adjustment.
Grabe.
It's true. I think I think the
Tiyak
rumors
na
are
si
true.
Mirko.
You
Oo
don't
nga
want to go
pala.
up against Falcons the second time around in a
Yun nga pala
single
ni
tournament.
Mirko
They will
to.
just not allow the same result to happen twice.
No, they won't. And I love the
Ganda
fact that
ng
they opened up the
bawi,
mid lane
guys.
back up to that Varsa. We're going to be throwing it up to our stage with our winners, with Rose, and of course the man himself. Give it up, everybody, for Team Falcons. Flap.
Team Falcon Philippines does it with a 3-1 win, eliminating Team Vitality from MSC at EWC 2026. And
Yun
up
ang
on
next
stage,
game.
we have
Wala nang next
Flap,
game, guys.
the
Bukas na
one
ulit.
and only.
Connect
Flap.
sa Fanny at Hanabi.
You guys got a
Grabe, no?
revenge win. You guys are the hope bringer of the Filipinos,
hope.
the last hope. And of course, you guys denied a potential Indo Grand Finals. How are you feeling after today's win?
I feel good, but I don't have to be complacent because there's still a match tomorrow.
Very good. Never be complacent. Otherwise, mistakes will probably happen on the international
Oo, ano
stages.
lang.
Now, Flap, let's talk about what you
Kalmado
guys
na.
did in the
May laban pa
two
eh.
days break that we had. Because
Kasi puro
Team
elimination
Falcons
match
prior
kasi
to this,
walang
2 days
lower
before, is
bracket
very
na
different from the Team
hindi
Falcons that we are
pwedeng
witnessing today. What happened? What
celebrate
changed?
agad.
Tell us about it.
We planned really hard, and at the same time, our mindset is like we're like underdogs, so we don't get pressured, and we just play our game.
No pressure, the underdog's mindset. So you said that you
Na-claim
guys
ko na
actually
ba?
planned really hard, and
Yung
today
code
we could see
kanina? Oo.
a lot of interesting picks coming out from you guys, a lot of interesting play style. So what does that say about Team Falcons Philippine in the meta? Do you think you guys are actually starting to adapt to it?
Yeah, I think we're good at adapting, especially on tournaments like this, because we really need this.
But you know what? You mentioned that you guys are really good at adapting in tournaments. I got a
Laglag na
question. Why
vitality,
does it
oo.
seem that you guys are always so much stronger when you guys are like, you know, backs against the wall, when it's like the last life? How do you guys get so buffed?
Ilang dayas? 10.
I think it's because of the pressure. We love being pressured. Like we take it in a good way.
I see. Okay, I think Team Falcons Flap, for example, works really, really great under pressure. Now, my next question is, you guys will be actually facing
Uy,
Yangon
Manny,
Galacticus
hello.
in the
Sending rewards pa
semifinals
din.
match.
Ulit-ulitin
But
niyo
get
lang,
this,
guys.
Flap, you
Kailangan
said he
mag,
actually
ano yan,
expected
success.
to meet Team Vitality in the semifinals. But he also mentioned that, you know, you guys are a good opponent as well. Is there
Meron
anything
pa
you wanna
din.
mention
Meron
to
pa
Gabe?
daw ngayon,
'Cause, you know,
guys. MSC.
Team Vitality and Yangon is not happening.
Ano kasing code? MSC
I get this
2026
mindset
MVP.
because in the last few days, we weren't really playing well. So I think I expected it that people think Vitality is gonna
Tagal
win.
maklaim. Ayan yung
But
redeem code,
here we are.
guys.
Wow! Is there anything interesting that we might be witnessing in that matchup against Yangon Galacticus in the semifinals? Is
YG
there
nga
anything
pala ang
interesting
ano,
that we could probably
kalaban
expect
nila.
from that matchup?
I think it's just normal, yeah.
Normal. He's being humble. He's listening to the fans here in the arena. Flap, last question. As the last hope, as the hope bringer of the Filipinos, is there anything you want to say to the fans?
Thank you for supporting us, guys.
Nakuha mo na.
We're still alive.
Still
The dream is still alive, and now it is time to crush some dreams. Boys, come on over.
Too many actions. Huwag nyo kasi panayin ng click, guys. Dapat may mga 3 seconds na pahinga.
Kyle, all right, let's go to the back. Follow me. Kyle TZ has volunteered himself. He is ready. All right, boys. You may proceed, and of course, Kyle, you may go to the key crusher. All you have to do is push, Kyle. Oh, he is ready.
Init
He
na,
is in
yun
for it. Go
na.
on, push. There
Yan
you guys
na,
have it.
yan
Team
na.
Falcons Philippines officially eliminates Team Vitality in the MSC at EWC 2026.
Wow! Grabe, durog na
Hope
durog
for the
yun.
Filipinos, congratulations.
Limit na daw,
Let us show it
guys.
back to the desk.
Wow. Crying. tension there as you see the key crush. The hope of Indonesia no longer, as they will be sent
Biglang
home.
pahinga,
And the
oo.
hope bringer of the Philippines,
Baka
bringing
maging
just
ano yan.
that. Kyle, letting them
17
know
hours.
where
May
they
mga
stand
ganun
in his
cooldown
book.
eh,
That was
17
a
hours.
statement. And Team Falcons are alive, and more importantly, they're alive for a chance to win a tournament and have a chance for a club championship as well. Huge storyline there, huge regional storyline, huge individual player storyline with Kyle and Niall, who Kyle gets the better
Sakit
end
na
of.
ba? Vitality
Incredible
punch.
stuff. Trex,
Sakit
Lavelle,
yun
the fans have
syempre.
been going
Kahit
crazy.
naman
They're behind us. We love you guys.
kung nataling Falcons, masakit sa atin.
One thing you got to say about the Philippines, man, they have some amazing fans, and they're well deserved in getting this win. It was Team Falcons PH onus on them to find a way to get back into this after suffering those earlier defeats, and they did, Trex. They figured it out.
They have figured it out over the span of this whole tournament.
Wala nang
We've
next
watched
game,
this
guys.
team get
Bukas na ulit.
stronger
6
and
p.m.
stronger and stronger every single game. I mean, even in that match there, after taking the loss, they come back. They lose to Selena. They still
Aurora
find
Onyx bukas pa
answers
yun.
repetitively. And that's why you can just never count a Filipino team out. I was talking to Leo the other day, and he said if they wanted us out, they should have knocked them both out in the group stage.
Yeah.
Because now they have to feel the wrath, and it is true.
Yeah, and honestly, like, this is also pretty big for the organization because Vitality was top 3 in the club championship, but now they're not going to get any more points.
That's
as
right.
Falcons, here's the thing. They were able to take down Vitality, so what's really stopping them from going all the way to the grand finals? Right? Because once you
Wala
get to the
nang
grand finals,
Indo sa finals. Naglag ang Indo isa.
Aurora, it could be Spirit, Vamos, or maybe even
Yan. Fair na guys, tigit-tigisan ng representative. Yun pala yun.
You guys, Super Marco.
Hindi na
and obviously the
magpa-LS
Hanabi
ulit.
At the end. I mean, that was just ridiculous, Trex. But he all game, all series was such a bright light for them because they didn't have to pick around him. He could play Clint. No one's banning Clint, and you know he could just play whatever and almost carry.
No matter what you put in his hands, he's gonna feel comfortable on it. And even that Hanabi pick, it was always key
Surprise
to the draft, right? You
yun eh,
have these
Hanabi,
high
no?
crowd control, Detna's welcomes coming at you, all these
Ilang
things.
code
What do I
binigay?
do? All right,
Tatlo.
yes, Hanabi can isn't too flashy, but the CC immune was clean. He could never be a target. It just goes back into that bulletproof Marco. You can't take him down.
I mean, here's the thing. He
Bagay
only
dyan,
really felt pressure in the
Reagan.
lane game number 2, and that's it. Right? The time he went up against the Paquito Gold Lane, he's like, okay, guys, I'm having a tough time.
You're right.
Game 1, no. Game 3, no. Game 4, no. So I feel like them picking out the Hanabi is signaling just win the lane. You know that you're better than E-Man in that part of the game. And then afterwards, they're not going to catch you because even during the draft, after the first 3 picks, I saw that the Farsa was there, and I'm like, guys, you have no dive. You don't have a Yuzong, you don't have a Lapu, you don't have an Alice, and part of that is because you pick up the Barat's first pick. Not a bad pick, it's just that you
Tatlo yun
need to
guys,
figure out a
tignan
way
nyo yung
to
post
deal with
ko.
the backline. In that
Tatlong code
situation, if you
yung
had a
bring up.
Lin, great. If you had a Claude, great.
Bukas ulit para sa
Right? That's why I saw the first 3 picks and I'm like,
Oh, everyday na yan, magdra-drop guys.
Yeah, it wasn't the Eudora that was making the difference, and you could tell Haji had switched
Ayaw
off.
nung code.
to
Baka
Selena.
limit na.
He had different options in this game. We even saw Joy come out earlier in one of these series. There was multiple flexes on those roles, but when it came to EXP, the Barats consistently had its moments, but I think they probably, looking back, say we gave too much away by just going for that.
And it's so interesting because so many of these teams, Vitality included in the groups, were so willing to consistently change up their drafts.
Right.
Never got pigeonholed into one idea. And today we saw Vitality come out here and literally every single game, Barat's first pick, like you said, it's not a bad pick exactly, but in a meta like this, you have to be willing to change things up.
I do have to say, though, one of the pitfalls of the pick and bans is that if you lock your side laner early, your draft is not flexible anymore. Because here's the thing, especially when it comes to the EXP
Live ako
lane,
bukas.
sometimes that's the lane where it can
6
cover up
PM
some mistakes. For example,
yung
you
start
need frontline, you
ng
can draft
match
the frontline
1.
in the EXP. You need some kind
Laglag
of
na ba
dive, you can draft
Vitality?
that in the
Opo,
EXP,
laglag
right? You
na.
need some kind of damage to blow someone up in the backline, you can do that in the EXP. If you chose it early, your draft just doesn't have that flexibility compared to the opponents.
You can't put Kimmy in a Rome, right? I mean, at the end of the day,
I mean, you can, but you're not going to win.
You can't. You're not going to win. Hey, you used to see my ranked games, what people try to do. My goodness. I'm like,
Dude,
can we please get an EXP lane? Come on, man. Like, what are we all trying to lose? You guys know what I'm talking about. Switch lanes.
Switch, get out of my lane.
Get out of my lane. I'm just kidding. It's
Maybe
been a
you're
lot
the
of fun.
problem, Rain Day.
It's been a lot of fun ingratiating myself into the community and learning. I've enjoyed playing. I was playing earlier today, and one of the characters that really did give me a hard time, and I think there was an EWC extra piece saying, which solo character would you play to go all the way to the top level of ranked? Hanabi came up. And I think that, I mean, at that point, you could see it, LaFell. It's like, this was a great pick, a great choice, because you can do your own thing. Anyone tries to mess with you, get away, and then just carry the game.
I mean, like, in solo queue, I've seen so many games, Hanabi plus healer.
Oh, yeah.
The most famous one is the Estes, and then your shield doesn't go away, so you have permanent anti-CC, and you're just dealing damage across to everyone. So, yeah, in ranked games, Hanabi is legit strong. That's why I don't make fun of it as much anymore.
I mean, now she's legit strong on the stage of MSC as well.
And
at least in the
MWI.
hands of Ogwin. I mean, in the hands of Marco, so.
I wonder if we'll see her again. These are questions for us. Of course, it's always difficult to be on the losing side of things, and we had a chance to hear about one of our great junglers here, not only in Indonesia, but in this tournament so far. He has fallen out with Team Vitality. Niall was standing by with a turnip.
We're now backstage with Niall from Vitality after that loss against Falcons PH. Niall, how are you feeling right now?
Of course, we are so sad because we did not expect that we're gonna lose in this EWC.
What were you expecting?
Of course, because based on scrims, we are expecting to be at the grand finals.
So what do you think happened in that match? What made it the loss to 3-1?
Maybe we forgot about their heroes, like their Romeros, like Beleric.
Oh, okay. So it was more hero-based.
Yeah.
But in terms of execution, comms and everything, was there something that you would do differently?
I think it's good, but because it's Beleric, it's so hard for us.
Okay, okay. So the execution was a
So
little bit
hirap sila
difficult.
sa Beleric.
Now, what lesson did you learn from that match up against Falcons PH?
I think patience and no rush.
Patience and no rush. And obviously, we're going to be expecting you in next internationals,
Yeah.
right? What's next for you now?
Game of the future.
Games of the future. All right. Okay.
Ayaw nga.
So Niall, obviously,
GOTF
unfortunately,
nga
you'll
pala.
have to bow
Meron pa.
out from MSC. But could we know a little bit more about what you think about
MPL
Onyx come the tournament?
August 21 ata.
Yeah, there's only one hope from Indonesia. It's Onyx. I think you guys can
Lapit na
support
din,
them,
no?
and I think they are good. They are good. They can fight with Aurora before, right? I think they will do the same like Falcon do to us.
Niall, are you okay?
Who is okay when
Bakit
the team
natanong
is
ni
losing?
Eterna? Natalo kayo sa game, tapos
How
tatanong
disappointed do
kung
you feel
okay
right
ka.
now?
I feel like so disappointed because it's
Yung host, tinanong kung okay lang daw ba yung player.
like we could do better, lah. We could do better.
Is there something that you want to say to your fans, maybe?
I'm so sorry for what I do. I'm sorry for this EWC. We will come back stronger in MPL and GF.
And we will wait for your comeback. Thank you so much, Niall, for this interview. I know it's not easy, and we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Always a lot of credit. And
So,
credit to Team
YG
Vitality for
versus
what they
Team
did. You can't
Falcons
say
PH.
They were anything but exceptional throughout this tournament. They
Friday.
stumbled here against Team Falcons PH. Yangon Galacticos also made
Friday
a
na
pro
laban
esports
nila.
trip, and those two teams will be going home. However, Yangon Falcons, they have booked their ticket to at least $150,000 in a semi-final. One more win, one more best of 5, and they will be in the grand final, which has a chance for $1 million if you come into that first place.
Grabe
An
na,
amazing
$1
thing
million.
that's there. And guys, tomorrow,
Grabe,
looking at it, we've got
team.
Team Vamos, Team Spirit going up against each other, and Aurora Gaming and Onyx going up against each
And
other.
bukas,
Another, the last
6
Indonesian
PM
representative there
ang
versus Aurora
Vamos
Gaming
versus
from
Team
Turkey,
Spirit.
where
Tapos
M
8:30
Series will be
yung
held this year.
Aurora
So that
versus
is
Onyx.
exciting. Plus 2 great teams in Team Vamos and Team Spirit to kick us off. Trex, LaFell, as we close out today, gentlemen, we take a look at tomorrow. I want to get your final thoughts before we head home.
Today was amazing. Tomorrow is going to be amazing. I mean, we have so many storylines going on right now. So many amazing teams fighting for the spot. No matter who ends up there, I feel like it's going to be a great grand finals.
I mean, like, looking at today, the revenge story is starting to become a real thing here because every single team, they fought against each other back in the group stage, and then unfortunately we see that Team Vitality bit off more than they can chew, right? I mean, like, it's safe to say, like, they got pretty confident after the group stage that they can take down Team Falcons Philippines. So now I'm really not sure what's gonna happen tomorrow. Like, if Aurora somehow loses to Onyx, that would be quite the upset. Speaking of, right now there's only one representative from each region, from each country throughout the tournament.
Whether it's the club championship, fellas, or whether it is MLBB, seeing new characters and new legends, new histories and new dynasties formed, tomorrow is certain to hold more. So do not miss it. We're going to be right back here where we started, and from all of us here at the crew
Good night,
of EWC,
guys. Thank you po sa mga tumambay. Bukas ulit.
We appreciate you. We love you.
6 p.m.
Gaming, and we'll leave you with the STC recap.
Good night.